This is against Best Buy. Man, don't get me
Oh yeah.
started.
Oh, I'm gonna rag on Best Buy like they're gonna make the Cheesecake Factory look like a bitch.
Oh, and you never got your money out of the
No, I
Cheesecake
didn't.
Factory.
No, but I'll digress till it's time. Go ahead.
All right, so hey everybody, weekly Alaboom, blah 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 blah. So we don't bury the lead. I do want to just get some commercial stuff out of the line. Peter Vaughn, who, hey, by the way, dude, I got my dwellings today.
Awesome.
Dwelling. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got my dwellings this week too. Are you the designer of dwellings?
Well,
I'm the developer.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I'm going to learn the game this Friday. Kevin Delp from Tantrum House is teaching me.
I still have my cardboard box. Maybe I should open it online.
That's cool. I'm just curious, like, okay, so you obviously know, what are those little electronic bases for as far as the game mechanics for those monsters? Because that was the first thing I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing this. What's this? Like, this is a surprise.
The way that happened is we were playtesting the game, and I was, we had a couple playtesters that would make the noise of the monsters, like, rah! And then someone said, wouldn't it be cool if they did that? And everyone laughed, and I was like, wait, we should do that. I mean, it's Kickstarter. Why not do that? Why not make the monsters have sound? It has no gameplay. It is just Kickstarter fun that we were having. And
cool. So that's I'm like sitting there going, how do these work in the game? Like I was completely flabbergasted. The game looks beautiful, by the way. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't follow the Kickstarter, but I was talking to Kevin and Melissa from Tantrum House. They're local to me. And they were like, "Oh man, this game looks awesome, and it's good. You're gonna love it. You should back it." And I'm like, "Oh well, I'll take a look." And I looked at the page. I'm like, "Oh, it looks great." I'm like, "You know what? I'm just gonna back it." And I forgot about it. And then one day it shows up at my door. And I'm like, "Holy crap! What's this giant box?"
Gloomhaven size, right?
It's bigger than Gloomhaven, I think. And I opened it up, and I'm like, "Wow!" We put all the trays together and got all the stuff compartmentalized. I'm like, I can't wait to find out how to play this game. I was super excited. So this Friday I'll get to learn. I'm jazzed. I've heard nothing but good things about the game. So
cool. That was a really fun. That was an idea I had in my head. I think it's 6 or 7 years ago now, and all I wanted to do was I wanted a Puerto Rico that was fantasy. That's all I wanted to do is I wanted to play like a Euro game that had a Balrog in it. That's what I wanted. I was like, is that too much to ask? I don't want a farming game. I want a worker placement, or I want some kind of game where I've got Gandalf and we're gonna wreck some stuff, And Luke Laurie is the designer, and he just thought of all the units with different, the different strengths of the units, and we started making some. We went like crazy at first. It didn't work. Then after years, we made it work. So
there you go. But hey, before we once again bury the lead, Pete, you got something else going on Kickstarter right now, right?
I do. There is a game called Mission Catastrophe, which is it's for 1 to 6 players, and you are on a doomed spaceship. I mean, it's gonna go.
Sounds like Among Us.
That's what I was gonna say.
It sounds like Among Us, the board game.
It's kind of. I mean, it's got like. What's funny is it's got like electrical. It's like I've played a lot of Among Us actually, and it actually has that theme going on, right? Because what happens is there is only one escape pod that works in the competitive version of the game, and so everyone's racing around to try and gather up the resources you need, set the fuse to the one escape pod that works, and get off the ship first. And everyone's the imposter in a way, because you all secretly want like someone else to like get sucked out into space or have the engine not work on them or whatever. You're rooting for the ship to blow up, but on them, not on you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I was just getting ready to go look at this page. You saved me the trouble.
So, I mean, we're having a lot of fun with it because we decided to do what we did with, I'm partnered with Brad Brooks, who helped me make Rise of Tribes, and we're blinging it out. It's got game trays and minis and dual layered cardboard and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun.
What's the price? Can you scroll down, Lance? What's the pledge limits or levels?
54 to get the base game, which has, it's got the ship and 6 characters, and right now we've unlocked 36 player powers. And then the expansion, which fits in the box and in the game trays, has the robots and more characters, and we're trying to stretch to another 36 player powers, which is just
Wow.
crazy. 72 playable powers is what we're going for.
Wow.
That's a lot.
I mean, because what we decided to do is sort of decouple the power from the character. So if you're playing Chad, you know, the red guy who's actually like a lizard from Star Trek. He's like kind of like the Gorn from Star Trek when Kirk was fighting that lizard on that one planet. So he's that guy, but instead of him having a power, you can play the captain. And if you play the captain, there's 3 different powers for the captain. You pick which one you want, and then you go. Or you pick the pilot, you know, something like that.
Cool. This looks
So
interesting.
so we're trying to unlock the red shirt, and we're doing the cruise director and the secret agent, and so we're having like a lot of.
Oh man, the cruise director.
The cruise director,
Isaac from
so
Love
good.
Boat or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like just like screwing stuff up while you're trying to, you know, get the heck out.
I think Julie was the director.
Yeah, Isaac was cooler though.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh,
cool.
a
That looks
side
nice.
telescoping box.
I like it. That's interesting. You don't see much of that anymore.
That is cool.
How big is that box? Is that like the size of like an Arkham Horror box, or is it smaller?
It's a standard, like, you know, Evernote
Ticket to ride.
Yeah, it's a ticket
Okay.
to ride.
That's it. That's cool. I like that. I actually like the telescoping box in that because I lay my games flat anyway, so that works for me.
Yeah, and Game Trace made a real nice lid, so it should keep everything really sturdy in there.
That's cool.
Translucent cubes. I remember when Galaxy Truckers had the green translucent cubes.
That was the first one, wasn't it?
Like, oh my gosh, these must cost millions. Now
Right.
that like anybody can get them anywhere.
Well, and of course, you know, Scythe did the whole dual layer cardboard, which we're doing too, so that so it just feels better when
I think the one that not to you know.
No, I don't. There might have been,
but I mean,
Scythe wasn't the first. No.
No,
who was the
Eclipse,
first?
I remember had the dual layer cardboard. That was like the big thing. But
well,
not
now
Eclipse,
it feels like if we
what
don't have
was
that,
it called? It doesn't matter. But yes, the dual layer. I mean, the problem with dual layered cardboard, if you make it too big, it has a tendency to warp. Like because it's like the basically the adhesive that sticks the 2 pieces together. You have to get it just perfect, and it's tough for manufacturers to make. So
well, we're doing small module tiles, so hopefully the small tiles will be able to like put the 3 cubes in the one spot.
I mean, I can remember when I was doing manufacturing quotes back with TMG. You know, the stuff they can in the last 3 years, the stuff that the people can do now, it's light years ahead of time.
Yeah,
what they used to do. So it's always getting better. But yeah, dual layer.
This looks cool.
It
definitely looks cool. It looks really clean, and I love the board. I love the box and how everything fits in there. That's really cool. I like it. If you haven't backed it, go back it, and if you've backed it, Lance,
back it again.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got lots of ways that we have a magnet for your fridge, you know, so there's ways to go
nice
more crazy if you feel like it.
That's cool.
And this is your new gig, right? This is you doing your own thing. You left Breaking Games to.
I did. Breaking Games is awesome. They make party, family, and strategy games, and I was really more interested in the strategy. So I kept trying to sort of start the strategy division, and Dwellings was the last one that I worked on in that division. So I feel like we definitely kicked it off. I just felt like this is the kind of game I want to make. I want to make games that go from the lighter gateway, maybe the Rise of Tribes, all the way to the Dwellings. So, you know, we're having a lot of fun. This one was a design that when Brad Brooks saw this one, it's just so clean and simple. It has sort of a pandemic core to it. I mean, in the sense that it's just so the core is simple, and then from there we're able to kind of mess with it, right? It works really well because you're rolling 2 dice, and then those 2 dice indicate which module is hit, and of course that means the 7, the engine room, is likely to get hit more often than anything else. And you can use that probability to kind of decide where you want to stand in the ship, but every time the ship module gets hit, you know, the ship gets damaged. And as a crew, you don't have to worry about that. You can actually say, yeah, forget the ship. But if you do not fix the ship, it will blow up on you and everyone will lose. So it is in the competitive mode, it is a balance. So you're trying to strike between like fixing it and not fixing it.
What does the cooperative mode do then to change up the rules?
So the cooperative mode, to make it hard, well, first of all, the competitive mode has sort of a normal mode and a hard mode. And the hard mode means that whenever the engine's not working, no room is working. Whenever oxygen levels are not there, no room has oxygen. And then you can play with another complexity where you can have your spacesuits have, you have to maintain your spacesuit as you go. In co-op, we add either marauders or renegade robots, or we just unlocked today this mind mold. So there's basically like a third thing that you have to deal with. So you already know the drill. You've got friends on the ship, so you can kind of share resources, but you've got these two marauders on the ship that are trying to kill you. So it does make it a challenge as well. And these robots, for example, they go crazy. In one of our co-op modes, they're fixing the ship, but not really. They're actually breaking it. So you're trying to stop them and get out and all this other stuff.
Nice.
Looks super cool, dude.
Yeah, it does.
And what were you at? Like, yeah, I mean, obviously you've already funded. You got a week left. Closing 1,000 backers.
I saw Tantrum Mouse did a video. Did you send them a prototype
I did send them a prototype, actually.
Do they still have it? I may have to have them bring it to Friday game night.
They do still have it. They did a great stream where I asked if they would play, because there's team mode as well, and you can do 3v3 or 2v2v2. So it was actually Melissa and Sarah versus I forget who all the teams were, but they were plotting, and then they had a really great 2v2v2.
Cool. Yeah, I'm seeing Kevin and Melissa this Friday, so I'll have, if they've still got that prototype, I'll have to tell them to bring it over, and we'll run that in our rotation.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. Well, I gotta do my my thing then, because the stuff I did in the Wanderer's Guide were in our last 48 hours. So yeah, there you go. I'm not gonna go through it all again, but if you haven't backed it already, please back it. This is the RPG I did the writing for. So
awesome.
Yeah. So last 48 hours, I think we actually, look at that. Ooh, we got more backers.
I'm gonna go back it right now.
Oh, thanks
for that.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Look at that.
What's the name of it?
The Wanderer's Guide. It's Andrew Bosley did the art. It's just basically a bunch of super cool looking maps that are dry erase boards that you can use when you play D&D, and then like there's a bunch of like plot hooks and adventures and stuff like that. And that's the stuff that I wrote. They contacted me and asked me to be a part of it, and they were kind of good. So anyway, they're
nice.
Plugged in my stuff. Now let's go ahead and let me. I wasn't even sharing my screen here. Hold on, I'll share my screen again because I actually turned it off. Boop. There you go. 953 backers.
Yeah, 50 grand, 56 grand. Good job.
Thanks, man. I'm pretty pleased with it. So, I was mired in pledge manager setup. Oh, by the way, Peter, if you need anybody to handle your fulfillment once,
there's always a catch.
Well, let me know. I guarantee you, we can. D6 will be cheaper than anywhere else. So
we are planning on D6 actually.
Sweet.
For both.
Have you talked to Tyler?
Yeah.
Good.
Tyler did Canada for Dwellings of Eldervale, and man, that was great. It worked great.
Yep.
Perfect. So I love it, and we talked to him about the US also. So
nice.
Yeah.
So hey, I have a grievance that I want to air. So
no, me too. I'll get in line.
Okay, so here's my grievance. So the other day, I told my wife it was Tuesday, actually yesterday. So I've been feeling like on Thanksgiving Day I woke up, I didn't feel very good. I kind of drug ass the entire day. I got through Thanksgiving. The next day, I was like, my stomach kind of hurt, and then and I was like, God, I just don't feel good at all. And then, of course, it's like I find out that my mom had been exposed and all this other stuff and all these things. And I had been around her, and I was just like, great. So I went and got tested. I don't have corona, which is, always good news or whatever. But I still felt like I wasn't able to like cook or anything. And I was like, hey, don't we still have those? I said, don't we still have those Subway coupons? There's a Subway near our house. And I said, I'll just stop by there. I'll get some sandwiches and I'll come back. She's like, yeah, that'll work. Subway is one of the few places that everybody will get something from there. Like if I go to like places like Noodles and Company or whatever, like the kids just won't eat, they just won't get something, just because they don't like it or whatever, so, but even though my son just gets a bacon sub, I can still order a BLT and just leave off the L and the T and put that on Italian or urban cheese bread, and he's good to go. But I went in there and like I had these coupons. I was like, honey, where are the Subway coupons? There's always like coupons you get in the mail and stuff. And they're like, and she's like, oh, I think they're over there or something. And like, no, somebody actually took them off the fridge and threw them away, but they had expired anyway. So that's probably why they got thrown away. So I was like, whatever. I looked online. It said, it's like they still had buy 2 footlongs, get a third footlong for free deal. I was like, I'll just go over there. Good deal. I'll go get my thing. So I get in there. Of course, it is ghost town inside the building. Because nobody's going anywhere, which fine. And I walk up there and I'm like, yeah. So you have that deal, 2 footlongs, and then third one's free. And they said, oh yeah, it's an online thing. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, can I get that? Well, yeah, if you want to order it online. And I was like, well, I'm just here right now. I was just like, just can't we just do it that way? And this girl, I'm guessing she's like 19, 20. She's just kind of like, and she's kind of looking back and forth. And like the manager lady is walking by and she just kind of was like, and she's like, look, she was going to ask a question, but like the manager lady was just like blinders on, wasn't looking over to notice that maybe she needed help or anything. She's like, yeah, well, can you just like download the app and order it? And then we'll get the order and then I can make them for you. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. And then I get in there and I start using the app, and it's just the interface for it was just the worst. It was like, oh, pick your sub. Okay, we've added that sub and we've added the works onto it. No, I don't want the works. So I have to go back in and I have to remove this and remove that, and remove this, because everybody wants it. Like that's the whole thing. They want it, you have it your way or whatever. And so I'm sitting there and this lady's like staring at me. And like she's already like, I'd already told her the types of bread that I needed. I was like, I need 4 sandwiches, and she'd already taken the bread out and she's got everything set up. And she's just standing there staring at me like this. And I was just like, and I'm like, it's been like 4 minutes and I haven't even gotten 1 sub completed and added to my order. And I was like, look, are you serious? You can't just give me one. There's got to be like a coupon code or something you can use. This is ridiculous. And she's just like, and then she like kind of looked back and then the manager, I saw the manager kind of looked out and then just like closed the door in their office. I was just like, and then by now other people have come in and they're looking at me like, I'm like, yeah, and I'm like sitting there on my phone and I'm trying to figure out how, and like the sandwiches are already like, one of them was already half made. And I was just kind of like, you know what, screw it. I'll pay for all 4 of them. This is not worth my time to like sit here with your stupid app. It's stupid Subway to get this done. It was really annoying. I was really frustrated. I was like, somebody should have just said, you know what? We'll just give you that one for free. They should have just
right.
No. Yeah, they just, I don't know.
You have a lot of problems at retail purchases. Don't you?
He does every time. I'm starting to think they all have pictures of them in the back of their restaurants. It's like, oh, here comes Lance. Let's get ready.
Yeah. It was supremely annoying. It was extremely annoying. And
at least that lady from last week wasn't behind you.
Oh, the old lady who told me to fuck off. No, she was great. She was a delight.
Ooh, I missed a good one.
I missed that one.
Oh yeah, no. Succinctly, I had to go pick up an order at JCPenney's and they had 2 lines at customer service. One was for returns, one was for express pickup. So I got in the line for express pickup. There's one lady working the counter. I'm like, well, she'll get to me when she gets to me. Another lady shows up, like gets off her lunch break. She says, who's next? I said, hey, I've got my thing. This like lady, later 60s, like kind of pushes past me. And I was just like, was like, and I said, I think this is only for express pickups. And then she had a bag for returns in her hand, and she like reaches into her pocket, pulls out her piece of paper for her return, and she's like, I have a return too, asshole. I was just like, or a pickup too. And I was like, hey, I didn't know. I apologize. You were here before me. That's right. Fuck off.
Oh, wow.
Only you, Lance. Only you.
Extra layer right there.
I started quaking with anger. I was just like, really, I could see myself grabbing her by the back of the head and just smashing her head. You couldn't just be nice. You couldn't just be nice, could you? You were in the wrong lane. It's not money. And I would have gone to jail. I would have been involved.
Right.
Wow.
But anyway, you missed that. But anyway, I am going to pet my husky, and I'm going to listen to Pete tell his story because I'm excited.
Hear it. Oh, I can't wait.
All right. So most of you who follow the show remembered the cheesecake incident. Well, this one gets close to Cheesecake Factory level bullshit. So, as a lot of you who are computer savvy may know, the NVIDIA 3060 Ti's were launched today, and a few retailers were carrying them: Newegg, Best Buy, Micro Center. So I got on this morning at 9 o'clock, ready to buy my 3060 Ti because my video card's going out, and I spent 4 hours at Best Buy's website having it crash and kick me out multiple times as I got my purchase into the cart, but it wouldn't let me complete it because they kept having system errors and stuff. So I said, you know what? This is like the third time I tried to buy something from Best Buy this holiday season. I'm just going to go to customer support. I'm not going to ask for anything. I'm just going to let them know how frustrated I am using their service. So I get on the little computer and I go into the live chat and I'm like, hey, here's my name. This is my elite member reward number. Said, I've been a longtime customer. I just want to give you feedback. This is what was happening today. I was trying to pre-order this card and it kept kicking me out here. I think there's something wrong with your software. I said, it was very frustrating because these cards are in limited demand. The lady's like, oh, that's too bad. Click, hangs up on me. Oh, it got hot.
Oh.
So then I call them. I'm like, oh, I'm going to call the store. I'm like, I'm going to let them know, A, I'm very unhappy, and B, are they going to have more in store so that I don't have to deal with this online bullshit anymore? So I call the store and I get their little automated thing, and they're like, oh, okay, well, tell us what your issue is. I say computers. There's like waiting for it to get to me. Finally, it says, your estimated wait's like 7 minutes. I'm like, great, I'll just wait 7 minutes. No big deal, 7 minutes. So I'm sitting there just refreshing my screen, looking at other stores, trying to see if I can pick up this card, waiting for the 7 minutes, waiting for the 7 minutes. Somebody answers the phone and it said, hello. I said, my name's Pete. I'm an Elite Rewards member. I've shopped at the store before. They said, I'm trying to find out about the NVIDIA. Click. As soon as I said NVIDIA, they hung up on me. And I was hot. I was hot. So at this point, I'm really pissed. And I wasn't pissed that I didn't get the card because I knew it was going to be tough to get the card to begin with. I was actually surprised I got it in my cart like 4 or 5 times before the system kept crashing. But that got me super hot. So then I went to Best Buy Twitter and I laid them a new one. And I told them how bad they sucked for the PS5 launch, for the Xbox Series X launch, for the NVIDIA 3090s, 3080s, and 3070s launch. I laid into them. I haven't tweeted more than once in a day ever. And I had probably 6 tweets go out this afternoon, which is never do. I was so pissed. And then on top of that, I called my buddy and he's like, why are you mad? I'm like, this guy I play VR with a lot. And I'm like, oh man, I wanted to get a 3060 today. And Best Buy is just a piece of shit. And I can't seem to get it. And he's like, oh yeah. He said, hold on. He's like, oh yeah, they got them. Boom. Bought one. Mine showed sold out on my website. His website still showed they had them in stock. Went through, boom, 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 in 5 minutes.
Oh.
And I'm like, you motherfucker. So
I told him to buy 2.
You can't. It's limit 1 per household. So he couldn't have bought 2. It was online. But he does live near a Micro Center, so he's going to check in there periodically, see if he can find a card for me. So moral of the story, Best Buy sucks for new tech, and scalpers suck even worse because their bots are what caused the website to crash multiple times. And if you see a 3060 and you don't want it, buy it and message me. I will buy it off you and pay the shipping.
You know, the thing is that they don't care, right? I mean,
no, it's sales to sale. It's like board games.
They don't.
I don't care if I sell a board game. If we sell 1,000 board games and 300 of them go to consumers and 700 of them go on eBay or secondary markets to the distributor or the publisher, those are sold. That's good. We'll make more. We'll do it again. But long term, I think good companies realize long term that getting them in the hands of customers and generating that buzz and getting the excitement is better than seeing them on a secondary market, even though that has advantages for buzz and excitement too.
Right.
This year has been such a shit show when it comes to tech. You know, the new consoles, the new video cards, new TVs, the hot TVs that can support those. It literally, you've got thousands of these things on eBay at double and triple the price. Now, markup is fine. I mean, it's free world economy. A markup is fine. You buy something, it's in demand, you mark it up, but these guys are marking them up 200-300% in the middle of a pandemic when there's lots of people that could barely afford to get it maybe at regular price, let alone at a marked up price. So I hope these guys sit on them and I hope they get stuck. But unfortunately, video cards won't because data miners want them, gamers want them, work from home people want them. There's such a demand from so many different sectors. The video cards are going to get bought even at exorbitant prices because data miners will make that money back. But like the consoles, that's another story. Now you're talking about people's Christmas presents, kids' Christmases being shot because of someone trying to make a profit. It sucks. You know, the way the companies handle them suck because they don't care. They just want to get rid of them. So they don't care who buys them. And most of them don't even put any kind of protection against bots. Best Buy tried to, but their actual fix to keep bots off made it worse because it kept crashing, which kept making it harder for normal people to click back in and get in where the bot could get back instantly. And then the guy would have to type one or two things. So it ended up working the opposite effect, keeping the bots out. It ended up making it worse because the bots just crashed the servers, which made it harder for people to get them. So it was a mess. It's been a total cluster. But you know what? Like I saw Van post this earlier, and it was the bright spot. McRib's back. So there is bright spot in the universe. Matter of fact, we got our McRibs started 2 days ago. Our store I went and had a McRib on Monday, and out of the blue went there to get my daughter something and saw it on the menu. I'm like, holy shit, it's not the second. And McRib's back. So you know,
as a side note to that story, it's kind of funny how Twitter is the ultimate customer service solver because. Like I was having a problem with my healthcare and they were ignoring me and I was going through their snafus and whatever. And I just tweet at them and it's like, boom, phone call. Okay. So it's a weird, I don't want to get rewarded for that. I don't actually think that's the way it should go, but at the same time, they don't want something sitting out there. So it's a very a messed up system.
If only Cheesecake Factory looked at Twitter because I had some choice words for them too. But yeah, it's crappy. So, you know, if you're thinking about buying something to flip it, just don't. Just be happy to get yours and move on.
Here's what's kind of amazing too. I've had Best Buy stories for years, right? It's where I bought my first computer, but I've had problems with them on and off for years. I'm actually kind of surprised they're still there, right?
Yeah.
They still survived this whole thing. They're like a cockroach or something. Like so. But I had this funny time where I went in there and I had bought a TV. And I brought it home and it didn't work. For whatever reason, I had never had a TV that didn't work, but I brought it back into the store. I lugged it back in there because I had not done a package that got it delivered. So they were like, sorry, we can't pick it up. You're gonna have to bring it back. So I brought it back. And I say to the manager, like, hey, this didn't work out and I'd like to, get another one. And so he's like, sure. They give me another one and that one also didn't work. And then I called a specialist to come look at it on my own dime because I was like, okay, this can't be the thing with these two TVs bad. So I had someone look at it and finally they're like, yeah, sorry, there's something bad with this model. Something's wrong here. So I took it back into the store and the manager said, he's like, well, we'll give you one more, but we'll let you get another one, but no returns on that one because we're really suspicious of what you're doing here. I'm like, yeah, I have a lot of time to just kill by coming in here and returning TVs. That's my whole thing here. Of course, that's not what I'm doing, but it was amazing that if you could get anyone on the floor to help you, if you could actually get someone that person doesn't know anything, which nothing against Best Buy employees. I almost worked there myself probably when I was a kid. But that's what's going on over there. It's like people, they're running away from every customer because every customer that walks in the store actually knows more, has more knowledge probably of what they're shopping for than the person working there.
Matter of fact, my best customer service experience at a Best Buy was because they fucked up, which is hilarious. We went in back, this was probably 10 years ago. We went to buy a TV and they didn't have the model we wanted new, but they had one open stock. So the guy's like, yeah, well, we can sell you this one. It's even cheaper. It's only got a little nick here. It said it's been a demo model. We're like, cool, that's great. That works out even better. We get the warranty, all that stuff. So this TV was like $900. Okay. So we're like, great. And he's like, look, I'll go ahead and carry it up to the register for you. You guys just go up to the front. So the guy's carrying it and the guy's like pissed. Like the guys has this one of the guys from the back come carry it. And he's like, oh man, that's like a 50-inch TV. That's gonna be heavy. He's like, well, yeah, but we need you to carry it to the front. And they're arguing. And me and my wife's just like, whatever, we're just going to go up front and wait to pay for this thing. The guy's arguing. Like 5 minutes later, we see him trudging up down the hall and he's carrying this TV and he's pissed. And I'm like, man, he better slow down. He's going to end up falling on his ass. And sure enough, 2 feet from the register, some little kid cuts in front of him and he nosedives with the TV, busts the TV all up. It was an open box. It was the only model they had. So the manager's like just freaking out. And I'm like, and he could see me getting hot. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? We finally found the TV. It was the last one, open box. It's the exact model we wanted. So the manager's like, okay, well, look, you hadn't paid for it yet, but we'll go ahead and give you an equivalent or the next one up model. Well, they were out of a lot of shit. So the next model up went to like $1,900. So we ended up getting like this ridiculous upgrade for $900. We ended up getting what was equivalent to like a $2,100 TV that was also open box and was marked down to like $1,900. And it was the only time I ever left Best Buy with a smile on my face. 99% of the time I walk out of there being like, how can these dipshits work in a tech department when I know more about what they're doing than they do? Like,
oh, it's because if they know anything, they're not working at Best Buy.
Well, exactly. So,
I mean, it's, big retail stores like that, they don't last long. I mean, they just can't, right? I mean, it's
Circuit City. Service merchandise.
Radio Shack.
Radio Shack.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised Best Buy has made it through 2020 so far.
Best Buy has made it only because other big outlets like CompUSA and stuff have all gone under. So by process of elimination, if you want tech, you either have a choice. It's Newegg, right. Amazon. But if you want to go in a store and look at it, it's Best Buy. So if you want to go see the TVs without just going by online ratings, so, there's something to be said about that last bit of like going in and touching and feeling and looking versus just online web surfing. So
I might be crazy, but when and if I ever decide to buy a TV, I mean, you can't really see it because of the light, but I mean, there's a 50-inch plasma TV on that wall back there that like gets turned on twice a month, maybe.
D&D?
Maybe, right? Maybe it gets turned on that much. And the way my shelving and my stereo works, like I can't get a bigger TV than the one that's there. It won't. That's as big of a TV as I can have down here, and it's just never gonna be swapped out. I mean, but it's I've had it for over a decade. Still works really well. I don't see the need for another big TV. But if I had to go buy a big TV, I would just go to Costco or Sam's. The last TVs that I've bought, I've gone to Costco or Sam's for them.
Costco has some good deals. I have to say, the last time I walked through there, I was surprised at the quality of the tech they had at the prices as well. Not the same
people
selection.
That work there don't know anything about it. I mean,
no, but if you know what you're looking for, they've got some really good deals there. They just don't have as much selection.
They had a 65-inch. They had a 65-inch. I mean, it wasn't 4K, but it was like a 65-inch smart TV, bells and whistles, this, that, and the other thing, right? And I was looking at it, and not that I was going to buy it. I was just looking. I was like, it was like, oh, on sale, $470. It was just like, oh, okay, and that would look huge. It would be, but I don't know. At a certain point, a TV just doesn't need to be that big. I don't know. Now
also.
20 years ago, me, I would have been like, give me that TV.
Well, I mean, also, I used to have TVs that lasted like a long time. I wonder now if we're making tech a little bit cheaper.
Well, here's an actual, let me tell a customer service story that's actually a pretty good customer service story. So we bought, and I'm trying to remember, like I'm not a big brand follower, but like the one type of TV brand that I bought a lot of that I just not have problems with is Vizio. Vizio is just seemed to, I mean, their claim to fame for the longest time was that like it was a U.S. company, but now they manufacture their stuff out of the U.S. But anyway, so and that wasn't my draw to them, like, oh, I'm gonna buy American or anything like that. It was just it was good quality and the stuff lasts and we haven't had any issues. But anyway, I got a Vizio TV up in our living room, and it works really well. And one day it just started kind of fritzing out. It was like getting all like, it was weird staticky, and it would like, like the audio was coming in and out and all these things. And I remember it was either at Sam's or Costco I bought it. And so I called up like the company, like the Vizio company or whatever. And they were like, well, it's beyond like the period of time that you bought it, and that's the one nice thing when you go to like Sam's or Costco, you can just have them, hey, you track all my purchases because you scan my membership. When did I buy this? And they can tell me exactly when I bought it. And then, so they were like, we can't honor our warranty anymore unless like you can show that you bought it through Costco or whatever. And so then I was able to do that, and I was able to verify it, but I still, like, the guy that answered the phone, he was like, he was like talking to me about whatever. And I don't remember the entire conversation, but I remember he said, you like literally you missed your window for free replacement by like 7 days. And I was just like, dang it. And he was like, yeah, so for us to send out a tech, it'll cost, $85, this, that, and the other thing. And then we'd have somebody come out there and they can check it. And if we can't fix it, we won't charge you anything. They kind of went through the whole, and I was like, okay. And I remember I just ended up talking to the guy about a lot of different stuff. And at some point in the conversation, he's like, you know what? It's like, he's like, talking to you has been like, and I'm sure this is bwhere somebody make a joke. It's like the best 17 hours of my life or something. But no,
only like, 17 hours.
He said something along the lines of like, yeah, this has been a really good conversation. You know what? Screw it. He's like, I'm just going to go ahead. And he like fudged data, and he's like, I'll send a tech out to fix it tomorrow. And sure enough, the guy showed up the next day, and he just like came out there, and like it was just like the like motherboard or whatever, the circuit board of the thing had just gone faulty, and he just yanked it out, put in a new one, good as new. It's worked just fine ever since. So
I don't know if tech has gotten worse. I somehow feel it's better, but I will say that we've still got a 55-inch plasma TV that we use as our bedroom TV now that we've had for like 13 years, 12 years or whatever. And our living room TV, which is a newer smart 4K TV that we bought like 3 or 4 years ago, the picture tube's already starting to go on it. And it's just outside of warranty. So in my experience, I think the TVs from 10 years ago are probably built better than the ones now. The ones now just have a lot more features and a lot more bang for the buck.
Somebody just mentioned that, like KK just mentioned that they don't buy the extended warranty. When my wife got my PS4 for me back in the day, she got the extended warranty at the Walmart or whatever that she got it at. And if she hadn't, like, I wouldn't have been able to get it fixed. It was like that's the only time in my life I've ever heard about somebody paying the $60 or whatever for the extended,
for the 3-year warranty or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And they like, because that was one of those I've talked about before, but the PlayStations that the ejection like to the mechanism that ejects the disc like was faulty and didn't work right, and so like it wouldn't eject a disc anymore, and it wouldn't so you couldn't put a disc in or anything like that, and I had to send it away, but because I had the extended warranty, it didn't cost me a penny. They were like, we'll send you a slip and you just attach it to a box and you send it to us and we'll send it right back. And I didn't have my PlayStation for like 2 weeks, but I got it back. The thing was, and they were like, we'll either fix it, and if we can't fix it, we'll give you a brand new one. And I was like, oh, well, what do you do with the stuff that's saved on the hard drive and stuff? It's like, oh, we actually will take the hard drive out and we'll just swap it over into your other one, so you won't lose anything. I was
So
like,
I don't get extended warranties. I figure the money I save by not getting it on all the items is going to be more than the one item that, I might have to replace.
yeah, I mean, you might be right. Cassandra, we missed you last week.
Yeah, the time zone was off, and I was like, oh, wait, it's 7, 9, ooh. And we were like in the middle of playing a game, and I was like, well, it'll be fine. I'll miss it for a week.
All right,
Lance had no one to make fun of him, so thank you for
Oh,
not
oh,
showing
no,
up.
I'm sure somebody picked
Poor
up.
Lance. What's he gonna do?
All right, here's my opening of Dwellings of Eldervale. This is where I get to see if there's anything broken.
And then it won't be my problem. I mean,
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, that's right. You can't even bitch to him about customer service. We're kind of on a customer service kick.
What about Pete? What about that mat? You're gonna give me the
yeah, I'm gonna work on a mat for you.
sweet. All right. Well, first of all, I paid,
Mats, by the way, were made by Game Toppers. They're nice people.
they do. I already reached out to him to see if he had one. He didn't have anymore.
Did I get the dwelling mat? I didn't get the dwelling mat.
So I got these. I paid the extra
forgot
money
about
for the cool
What did,
those. I'm glad they're in here.
Hmm.
Here's my Minotaur.
yeah.
All right. Well, it's packed really well.
That should
Let's see
be.
here. I got a barcode and some bubble wrap.
Always
Wait, there could have been a secret mini
miniature in there.
Oh,
Yeah. Damn,
what are
Lance.
you doing? No, I'm just kidding. There's not a secret mini. In
Well,
the
there
bubble wrap.
isn't a lot to this because it's just like
But there is a secret mini in the box, isn't there?
There it is. Yeah, we had.
I
a
found
very
mine.
fun-
I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't opened theirs yet. But
you just
as I was putting mine together, I said, "What's this?" I'm like, "Oh,
look,
secret."
there's so much in it that it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to punch it and sort it to get it to be flush.
Oh, I hate punching and sorting.
Mm,
I went with the crocodile. I had to.
that's-
It could be a very wise choice. I don't know how limited. I mean, I think that'll be very limited. So
I
I
gotta
think
see which one I got. I forgot.
Well, it looked kind of like a shark. So why wouldn't you get this one, Pete?
That doesn't look like a
you want to
shark.
know you want to know the story behind why that one became a cover?
Well, I mean, sure, why not?
I went to Gamma and we couldn't get the. Okay, so I hired a cover artist for the other one, and I told him I wanted all 8 elements I want all the color to come into one spot. And the guy was a famous background painter, but he was not at all he had not done any games. So he starts working on it and he doesn't finish. He didn't finish it.
I got the same one as you, Lance.
And
They didn't have a shark, did they?
so
No,
I
there's
freaked
a
out.
crocodile.
Yeah, that's what I
freaked out.
got.
I was going to Gamma and I needed a cover. So I grabbed one of the monsters and I stuck it on the cover. And then I went to Gamma and I showed it around and everyone's like, this is amazing. This has to be the cover. And I'm like, actually it's not. And I would tell them about the real cover. And they're like, no, this is the cover of the game. Come on. So it became this thing where it was like, people were like, I'm going to back it. I want that cover. You better have that crocodile. So it just was this thing where we decided to do it. And I
All right,
talked to people about doing it.
I'll actually break the shrink on this
All right.
because I
There's a lot to do. I will say there's a lot to do once you crack the shrink, like as far as punching and sorting. And those
Yeah.
game trays are awesome, but they're not pre-filled. So you have a lot of stuff to sort out and fill.
See, and I will keep the trays, and that's fine. But I've gone on record as saying I'm not a fan of the game
That's
trays.
just
It's
because
just
you're wrong. I don't know what's wrong with you, but
These
you're
these
wrong.
game trays actually do a great job of sorting everything and making it nice
Yeah.
and easy to find stuff. I have had instances where I have preferred to just yank everything out, but this is not one of them. I
will
think
tell
you'll
you
end
the
up keeping
two
them.
reasons why I don't want to get rid of these trays. Number one is Endeavor. If you've ever played an Endeavor, and you
Yes.
pass that tray, that is the feeling you have with the dungeon trays in this game. You get to pass it and say, "Oh, let me see that card closer." It's perfect. Second thing
there's
is,
a coffee stain on the inside.
I know, man,
box.
we screwed up.
Mhm.
I love that that very simplistic watercolor type artwork that we did for the covers. The
Please
second thing is,
replace your set of 8 elemental starter cards with these 8 new cards
yeah,
because you screwed something up.
yes, I did not, but yes, someone did. I caught it.
No, and
That
I would like
happens
to
all
say
the
this,
time.
my rules have a bend.
Oh
Oh
no.
no, there's first
File a
customer service
customer-
complaint 1. Let's keep
Yep.
track. There's
Oh
1.
my gosh, my whatever my Ghosts of Eldervale has a bend.
2.
Just to hell with this.
It's very funny how that, I mean, you know, I got like, I think my copy of Sagrada had one of the boards was like ripped or something. Someone's like, are you gonna do something about that? I'm like, no. Is it playable? Sure, we'll play tonight. That's not like a big deal. Who cares? But some people
I understand wanting.
totally understand.
I mean, but since I play on the publisher side of the road,
Yeah.
I tend to be pretty forgiving with.
Well, you gotta weigh these things, you know, like definitely if it's a piece missing and it's a serious piece or something, or
Oh, is it a rule book that's gonna get passed around a table and like rip
Yeah.
to shreds anyway? So
you know.
big
The
deal.
other thing about the game trays is I bought Gloomhaven. I bought the broken token for Gloomhaven. I put it all together with glue and I mean, like there was a whole thing. And it still takes forever to get that game on and off the table.
Jaws of the Lion is so much better.
Yeah.
I got
So-
rid of my Gloomhaven when I saw Jaws of the Lion and how quick it was set up, and I'm like, I'll never play Gloomhaven again.
Really, Peter?
Stickers.
The only stickers, and the only reason why we did the stickers is so that you could choose which elements you want on which part of the tray. So, do you want fire
So-
next to water? I don't know.
You know how many? Do you know how many hate mail like emails I got about stickers from when I worked at TMG?
Yeah, but TMG went a little overboard with having like 60 stickers to stick
I mean,
on
you
these
have a lot of
meeples.
stickers.
That's 6 stickers, Lance. That's like literally a minute and a half's worth of work.
Yeah,
There's definitely a game design idea I have in my head where, you know, after seeing what Charterstone did with writing on a tuck box, I definitely have some ideas about how you could use stickers sort of coming out of a book where you're basically kind of adjusting your cards and whatnot. But I know that too many stickers would be like, what the heck? Why am I?
If you
making-
want to see an example of too many stickers, take a look at Papillon.
Yeah.
They had all those wooden upgraded bits, but you had to sticker them all, and most people just tossed them in the side and used the stock cardboard ones with the artwork already on them. Bad
Yeah.
move to have 900 butterfly wings that you have to sticker yourself.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
Well, I found out how expensive the silk screening is when we did dwellings.
oh yeah.
We got very lucky that the meeples, because there's 8 different factions, that it's only a single color
Mhm.
silk screened on there. Because once you do a second color or third color,
Yeah, jacks up about
too
60%.
much. Yeah, it's too much.
Oh, I mean, well, and then like silkscreen, or they do like a heat image thing too, and
Yeah,
they
the burn in.
They did a heat one on the treasure tokens. I would say that we have the most customer service requests that I've heard of on those because the heat didn't always work right.
there's
But no
definitely
problem with the silk screen.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, actually, people can kind of like scrape it off. It's on the surface, and it's not a serious
Oh,
thing.
Pete, I don't know if you can see
Uh-oh.
this. There's a slight ding
Uh-oh.
right here.
Is
on
that
this.
the,
It's not
Here, I'll-
gonna use.
is that
Yeah,
where
the
they-
trays he doesn't want to use. He's gonna still want a replacement.
Oh no, hold on. Is that where they actually? Because there's a divot in the bottom of each one
So you can see. There's like-
because they
Yeah,
lock together.
that's where you lock the plastic top into. It's meant to be there, Lance.
There's a slight bend.
Oh, geez. In a perfect pyramid, there's a slight ding,
Oh my god.
There's
Uh.
a slight bend.
and you wonder why the lady at J.C. Penney's told you to fuck off.
Whose side are you on?
His side, not yours.
See, I had considered getting the Meeple,
People source.
the Meeple source stuff, but I don't see why. If I paid for the ones that you guys have, I don't see why I get those.
Well, Meeple, like I'd always wanted to work with Meeple Source because I do like their stuff. I do feel like they make, well, they hand inspect them and make sure they're going to be good quality, you know, silkscreen. And I knew that the biggest problem with offering the resources as cardboard and the resources as wood is that some people would say, oh, I want the cardboard ones because they're the beautiful ones. And some people would be like, no, I want the wood because that's the nicer component. And in the end, the wood ones, we couldn't get them painted for a reasonable price. So we said, all right, if you really want painted wood, you can go to Meeple Source.
Now,
That's fair. Gives
Where
people
does
the
Maple
choice.
Source produce their stuff?
Well, they have a Chinese manufacturer that they work with, but then what they do is they send all of it to them. And then they do this, well, they comb through it all and discard all the bad ones, which I don't think a lot of people do that. So they make sure that nothing's going out that's like, oh, this is off and stuff like that. So,
Right. And if you're manufacturing in China, then it's not going to cost you a ton to get it
right.
Get it over to.
They still do very custom though. They were very they wanted to make sure Dwellings was going to be like worth their time because they don't do every game, and so it was because it's costly to them. Yeah. And I said, don't trust me. There's going to be orders for this game. You're going to want to get this game. You want to, like, I try to tell them this is a big one.
The spoiler. So how'd you convince, how much did that cost you extra in China for them to make sure they put that in the bottom and hide it from everybody?
That wasn't too bad, actually. I told Game Trays, I told Noah that we wanted to do a hidden one, and he found a spot. And then that was like not a complaint. A lot of times I would say, hey, I want to do something, and they'd be like, oh, that's more money. But that one was nothing. That was like, sure, we'll put it in the bottom for you.
Cool. Oh, and I got my noisemakers.
There you go. They're good for scaring cats and young children. Especially the darkness ones.
Oh my gosh, this just says time and effort to put all this away.
It took me and a friend about an hour and a half to get it all punched, sorted, and put back together.
Here's where it really is amazing is that it's a 5-player game, but we didn't just give you 5 sets of player meeples. We gave you 8 so that you get the color of the element that you decide to play that day. I mean, it's really, once you've set it up once, you're good to go. You grab the red ones.
That's an hour and a half. I mean, that's.
No, Lance doesn't want to do any work.
Yeah, that's what you got kids for, Lance. You bribe them with a little.
Trust them to do it right.
They probably do a better job than you would.
No. All right, I'm gonna test out one of these guys.
All right.
So move it to on, right?
There's actually 2. Yeah, there's the L is for the legendary sound, and the on is for the deluxe sound.
How do you make it make noise?
When it hits the board, it will make noise.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's the legendary, and here's the.
The sound of Lance waking up in the morning.
Death Reaper right there.
I'm more groggy than that. Well, that's cool.
That's a nice toy factor.
So I mean, I what did I see? I saw like there was like a few people that were grumbling that like theirs didn't fit well in the bases or something like that.
They're a little tight.
That's what she said.
I've not played with mine yet, so.
So the yellow one, well, okay, when we manufactured it, we really wanted to do the minis at the same place that does the Awaken Realms minis. And we really wanted to do the game. We did the game somewhere else, and then we did the sound bases somewhere else. That decision, not the best, because then it was like coordinating. Do they fit right? And at first they didn't fit right. And
yeah, you're sending samples all over the place to try to.
Super snug, but I like them that they fit well. I like that better than the other way, which is pulling them right off and they don't hold. So it's just that the yellow one's a little tight. The blue one it didn't fit. We actually had to fix the blue one as we were finishing.
Let me ask you one last question, and I'm going to shut up. Well, I won't shut up.
Lies.
Is there a thing in the is there a book that says how to put it away?
On the back of the rule book, there is if you look at the back of the rule book, it shows you how to put it back.
And his rule book is kinked, so he can't use it now.
Yeah, it's ruined, Peter. Wait a minute, a whole new copy. I'm gonna need the whole thing.
And I hope you enjoy the appendix. I mean, I really worked hard on, say, 52 pages of rules, right? So I made sure that every card was covered.
Well, I mean, that's all well and good, but you notice these bends.
Well, the rules different in your book then. On that.
You had to write them childproof for you.
Well, no, I mean, like, is there a thing? Oh, there's the how-to. But is there a thing about these tokens go here, those tokens go
so
here?
there's a little sheet of paper that says first time setup. You want that first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I threw that away. I threw it away and set fire to it.
Nice.
Can you
first time setup? You need to follow those.
Send me a whole new copy, please? No.
Sure. We haven't heard that one, but I don't know if you heard, but I actually did offer a refund on BGG. I said that because there's this one issue that some folks are not happy with. And I wrote and said, listen, if this bothers you so much, this game is amazing. But if that bothers you so much, I will pay you. I'll buy it back and then I'll give it to someone who actually wants the game, right? I did not think I was going to get anyone to take me up on it, but I just heard from someone. I'm like, okay, we actually got one.
There's always one.
I'm fine. I mean it when I said I would take it back. I would take it back.
And did they take you up on the offer? No.
No, there's one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, Scott Alden.
You know, I was actually scared about. Well, of course, we don't have a BGG in person for a while, but BGG, they take all of the game trays out of their games, and I was like, oh my god, this game! If they just dump that in the box, I don't.
And baggies. Could you imagine all the pieces? Because I've already sorted mine. That would not be good. I would open the box and I'd be like, okay, let's play something else.
Right?
Yeah, this is a game you need those trays for, Lance. Like if there's one you're going to keep the game trays for, it's that game. Because doing baggies and chucking it all in the box, yeah, you'll save a ton of space, but you will hate yourself trying to get it all sorted out.
Well, did you notice that like YouTube movies just like put like all the James Bond movies and a bunch of other really good stuff like for free to watch on YouTube?
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, that's an interesting segue. Where did we get there?
No.
How did we get there from game trays?
I will turn on. I'll turn on like Diamonds Are Forever or something tonight on the YouTubes. And I'll take that time to put all the stuff away tonight.
Okay.
I gotcha.
All right. Took a minute to get there, but you finally got us there.
But like there's tons of stuff like Cromwell, which is a classic old movie about Cromwell and
you should put on a fantasy movie if you're going to do dwellings and.
That actually makes sense. You should watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
I mean,
it'll probably take you that long to get it put together.
like when I went to go see the last movie of The Hobbit, but show up 6 hours before midnight so you can watch the first Hobbit movie, then the second Hobbit movie. So
yeah, that sounds like a fun time.
Those were so good, though.
Me and my buddy Joel did that for Lord of the Rings, the same thing, and then we did it for Hobbit. We went to the Hobbit, then we went to the second movie, which is you went to the Hobbit, and then at 9, and then you saw the Hobbit second movie at midnight, and then the third time we did it again. And I told my buddy Joel, I was like, you know what, I'll get through the first movie, but I am sleeping straight through number 2. Those chairs are just made. I was just like, just make sure I wake up for number 3.
No, I didn't like The Hobbit as much as The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. I didn't either.
Yeah.
So bad news.
I'm having a hard time remembering number 2, actually, to be honest. I remember 1.
The Hobbit should have just been one long movie. Yeah, it would have been much better served.
One long 12-hour movie. We dare you to sit here.
No, just like one good, solid 3.5-hour movie, and they probably could have cut enough stuff out to make it worthwhile.
Well, and the Hobbit's where the real dungeon crawl is, and
yeah, but they didn't do it as good.
I know.
Lord of the Rings was shot better.
Yeah.
Hey, so 2 things. I mean, not to bring everybody down here, but 2 things. We lost Pat Patterson today. First ever intercontinental, professional wrestler, first ever intercontinental champion. He also was the guy who came up with the idea of the Royal Rumble. We wouldn't have the Royal Rumble if it wasn't for him. He also was, he came out in 2014 and he was You know, and he basically wrestled in professional wrestling and had to hide his identity for like the longest time. But yeah, he passed away 79, which sucks because he was an amazing wrestler. And also the guy who played Morton Joe and Toe Cutter, Hugh something, I can't remember his name. Hugh Byrne, I think is his name. But anyway, he played Morton Joe in Furiosa, and he also played Toe Cutter in the first Mad Max movie. But yeah, he passed away today too. He was like 73, 74. Sucks. Like I thought it was awesome that he came back to be in Fury Road, to be the main bad guy again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, no, and plus Fury Road was fantastic. That was great.
Fantastic. It's definitely.
Where's the board game for that?
I was just about to say I have a
You don't-
game in progress that.
You know who also has a game in progress? Travis Chance.
Oh, cool.
Travis actually showed me like basically it was obviously inspired by Mad Max, and it's like an asymmetrical. And what was the old like Thunder Alley or Thunder Road? Thunder Road. It's basically an homage Thunder Road that like, so you're just on a straight strip of land, and like basically like there's all these things you can do to achieve points by being on the road. And so like you will want to be on the road while everybody else wants to be on the road, and then you'll be blowing up each other's cars and things like that. And even if you got blown up or anything like that, like you come back. It's like you're a gang, so you have like an unending stream of people, like you know, like so like yeah. But you don't want to just kill your guys off either, because other people are going to get points for blowing your cars up and stuff like that. But
yeah.
I played it with him at Gamma, I think it was really good. I mean, it was really rough. It wasn't
Yeah.
It was really rough, but I mean, all of the notes were there, you know, to make. I mean, he obviously he couldn't call it Mad Max, but it was definitely.
Sounds kind of like Car Wars.
Yeah, I mean, Car Wars 6th edition. Theoretically, I gave them like whatever was it, $400. So theoretically, I'll see that in early 2021. So.
Well, luckily the one that we're working on is different in the sense that it's like a 4X.
It's good. Oh, sorry.
It's a little bit like no. It's a little bit
Somewhere
like
Travis is in Florida saying, "Ow!"
It's like Mad Max. We have like a Mad Max meets Fallout with Rise of Tribes mechanics in it. So the same dice pushing, but now you're in a post-apocalyptic world that's gone to hell, and you've just come out of the bunker. So it'll be fun to make that one.
Scott, nice to see you, buddy.
Hey, Scott.
And nice to see
What's
everybody.
up, Scott?
How's everybody doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. I wasn't here last week either, so.
Hey, did you get your dwellings of Eldervale yet there?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I did not
Pretty exciting.
find the secret though. Thanks for the
Oh,
spoiler,
I
Lane.
did. Yeah, there's a secret.
I haven't opened the box. The only thing I did was to put the Minotaur in the box. I opened it and I peeked under and I found a little tiny empty spot to kind of put it in there. So
Did you
I have
get
a
the
problem.
cool wooden resources that go in there?
is that in the box? Is that an add-on?
No.
It was a.
You had to order 'em
it was
separate.
a
Um,
This
I
is
miss everything.
why-
I miss
look at
everything.
Everything
I
that
just
you're
don't.
missing, Scott. I got you covered. Don't worry.
You got me. Oh, thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Such a
Oh,
nice guy.
really? I've been asking for a mat for how long? Oh, don't worry about it. You even like playing hard to get for like 3 weeks. I don't know. Maybe we can figure
I
something
got a
out.
Kickstarter going right now. You know.
He's a little busy. Some people actually
Scott
work.
shows
Like,
up, he's like, I don't know if I got. Oh, I got you covered.
Well, I did
Don't worry
buy
about
the
it.
game.
I got a mountain of them right back here. I'll send you 4.
You know,
Well,
it was
you know,
really
he
nice
runs
though.
the best con in the universe.
Oh, thanks,
So-
Peter. Oh my God,
Not this year.
so amazing.
yeah,
not
look
this
at
year.
that.
I know. I have to-
Professional butt kissing right there.
I
Lance.
know.
Learn.
I have
learn
to
something.
apologize though. I did not go because I just don't like the online cons. I just can't get into it. But you know, when
It
we go back
takes
to
a step. Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
Yeah.
but here, Scott, you totally could make your own
Deluxe.
versions of these.
Yeah, I would pay for that.
You could
Would
make
want to
I-
geek up those?
are they?
Geek up
Are
those
they
bits?
just? Are they not? They're not deluxe already.
no,
So
no.
what
But,
happened
but
was-
Are they just? Are they cardboard?
These were like basically you could only get these if you bought them
So
through the Kickstarter.
here's the
I'll let
deal.
Pete answer that question.
They're cardboard resources. We looked at doing it's like 96 of them, right? So we
Yeah,
looked
that's
at
a lot.
doing them wood, and the price wasn't there. And we already had backers that were like, listen, this is already highway robbery. What it wasn't, but it was a lot of money. I couldn't get them in there, but I said to Luke, I was like, I want wood tokens. So I came up with this idea that if enough people did it in the pledge manager, we'd sell them just basically for the cost that we weren't trying to make money. We were just trying to say, who wants
Make
wood
it happen.
tokens? So we did a one-time print job of these wood tokens, but there's people that would probably go for those for sure.
Yeah, because I didn't get the wood tokens, so I would buy Geek Up.
And then
bits of
there's
those.
these little circle wood tokens too.
Yeah, because the backer reminded me, wait a minute, you're gonna do the 98 wood tokens, but you're not gonna do the 10 circles.
Right.
Wood?
Well, it's another mold, or well, I don't know about wood.
I mean-
Do wood need mold? Does wood need molds? I don't know how it works. I mean, how do you?
They
I guess
just
you
cut
need the
a
wood
dowel.
shaped dowel.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They cut it like that. But it was a much smaller run to do those.
How many backers did you guys have?
5,800 or so.
Just around 6,000.
6,000.
Did you
plus
add
the-
more?
But
in
how
the-
many did you
tell
add
the
on
backer-
the pledge manager?
What for the tokens?
No, how many?
What
How
is-
many? How many?
How many
Oh,
total-
Probably.
How many
we
total copies in the
probably-
wild?
Well, we printed 10,000.
And okay,
Uh,
so there's some going to retail.
Some, but I will tell you that it's looking very rare because this is a longer story for breaking games, but I said this is going to be hot. I said, listen, you got to print more, and they have not. Though they were like, well, I don't know, this is very expensive to print this game, and it's a strategy game, but it's heavy. There's a lot of parts of.
That size box, it is tough for retailers
So
to find
they
a
were
spot
they
for
were a
that.
little
big old
bit playing
box.
it on they were playing on the safe side, and now it's like super. I mean, if you look at the
Sold
BGG
through.
rating, it's like you should
And the
order
thing
more.
The thing that sucks is that
So you
if
sold through the
don't-
10,000 already, probably.
I think it's going to be moments before we're done.
So they're going to be like, oh god, when do we do the reprint?
Well, so I have,
and
I have an
here's the
idea
thing
for
that sucks about that is that board game people are so damn fickle that it's like there's going to be something else that people are going to be like, well, I really wanted that Dwellings, but the new shiny, I'm already over here.
And they're
now.
going to want the Kickstarter version, and the retail wouldn't be able to have.
It's so
Right,
weird to
cool.
predict that, right? Like
It is.
it drives me batty because I know how much work these games have, and they're gone in 2 months shelf time,
Mhm.
like 2 months. 2 months.
If you're lucky.
Like, all the stuff that came out at the beginning of the summer is kind of gone right now, dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
My,
But I have an
my-
idea.
why?
So this is the idea that I'm going to pitch Breaking Games. We'll see how it goes. Dinosaur Island had that, they sold out really fast, and then
Yeah.
they came right back with a Kickstarter.
Yep.
I thought that was great. So I've already talked to Luke. He has expansions for Dwellings in mind. We could come right back and go, all
for
right,
the
this
expansion.
is the thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Plus, he's got the Heroes of Eldervale, and it's just so good. So we could come back
Wow.
and say,
Look at you.
we want-
There you go.
We'll see.
I would back that. That'd be insta back after seeing the first game. That would be an easy pitch.
Yeah, I would insta back that myself. So
I would hope you wouldn't
Tell you
have
this
to.
much, and I realize that
Why?
Breaking
'Cause I
Games
don't work there
owns
Not true.
or whatever. They own their own fulfillment. I understand that it's under. They've got to up their game there. I mean, they are.
well,
that is an
I
absolute
tried.
rickle.
I tried
happened?
to warn them. I said, listen, you don't understand. This isn't just a bunch of copies. This is a bunch of copies you got to do fast. You got to do this fast, or it's not going to work. Oh, God.
It-
How many
it's
do they
basically
do
like-
per day? Do you know?
So they probably got whatever it was, I mean, with Pledge Manager, would you guess there's 7,500 they got to send out total? I mean, somewhere around there, maybe.
I
I don't
mean, maybe for the U.S. no, because it's for the whole
Okay,
world.
but for the US, what is it, 4,000 copies?
Yeah,
5,000
4,000 for the U.S.
Yeah, so a place like Fun Again, a place like D6, a place like Quartermaster, they'd have all those shipped and sent 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
I know.
They'd
No
be
way.
out the door and they'd be gone. And here that those games have been sitting in their warehouse for now a month, and they are just
Terrible.
they are just trickling out. Oh, we said another 7 today.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you because it's the only part of the process I couldn't control, and I tried to warn them. I said, "Listen, you don't understand. I mean," and I said, "This is coming. Get ready."
How many containers was it?
I don't know, but
It's a big game, so
I remember like
it's like 2
Gloomhaven stories of like 10 containers.
Yeah, like two dwellings come in a case, so there's a lot. It's just a ton.
Oh wow! So
yeah,
that's a lot of pallets.
It's a lot of pallets.
That's a lot of pallets.
Oh, and hey, everybody, go give Board Game Geek your $15.
Is it that time of year already?
It is. It's December.
I gotta go do that right now.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, where did the year go? I mean, it's been a long year. It's been tiresome, but it also went fast for me. I don't know.
I'm gonna
It's
have
really
to
weird.
belly up to the bar and pay my tab here.
Yeah, me too. I'm doing
Thank
it
you,
right
Lance.
now.
But yeah, go and look.
Oh, by the way, we implemented new Richard's suggestions.
Yes, I saw that today. I was going to say it looks fantastic.
What suggestion was
It's
that?
interesting working in a team, like to convince everybody how to.
Oh, really?
Well, I just said like let's just. So here's the thing: when it was just me doing changes, I would just have thrown that out like in a minute.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say Kyle was dragging, but it was like we had a lot of talk about this, a lot, like an hour or 2 hours almost, and we talked about it even more today of how to like refine it. And we're just gonna let it go. We're just gonna let it be what it is right now and see how it does.
Yay, I'm done.
What is his? No, I think I asked this before. The argument that he would have against big, nice looking pictures and enticing text.
No, and it is weird because like so that original like black box with pictures in it that were really tiny was sort of left over from a previous design from a different designer.
Okay,
like, that's how long we've been working on this.
Right? Yeah,
it was years ago.
Vestigial.
And it's all a trade-off, right? You have text underneath a thumbnail underneath, and then there's another line on those that has the year and like its position in the rank of the hotness, right?
Yep.
Which has grown to be very important somehow. I don't know why. What was done on a very it's so weird how like if I had known that such things would have such impact in the world, then I would have thought about them longer.
Are you suggesting you aren't
1 hour of implementation to make that work? Like,
are you suggesting a faulty method for determining what is truly hot?
No. But just random thing that we came up with like a.
Are you saying it's random?
Years ago.
You literally just roll dice behind the scenes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all
You're
random. There's a random factor. Do you remember the New York Times needle on election night a couple of years ago, or the last 4 years ago?
No.
So
I know.
They looked at the code of that, and it was a random generator to make it wiggle.
Oh my! Wow.
Yeah. Which was then they didn't do the needle this year.
Peter, the screen printing on my yellow meeple here is about a 0.5 millimeter off center.
Oh god!
Send it back.
This guy.
Man.
Hey, Kevin.
Great Uncle Kevin.
And Lotto. Hello.
Ho ho ho!
Are you prepping for Santa time?
I just got my beard
trimmed.
Bleached, right?
Oh, bleached.
I gotta tell you, 2 hours of getting bleached beard is not fun.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is what real bearded Santas have to go through, just so you know.
Well, I've seen Santas that have the gray in their beard. I mean, like it isn't.
Yeah,
all
but it's all virtual this year. I'm not going to be in the big chair at the mall.
So can I ask you a question about being in the chair and do you make good money doing that?
No, but I enjoy doing
Not
it.
about the money.
Just a delight. Last year, those that don't bother getting bleached. Yeah,
I think Kevin is watching the stream.
Yeah, someone is.
Last year, my favorite.
You may want to switch over to the Zoom and turn off the YouTube.
Yeah, you don't make a lot. You make $25 an hour. I mean, it's not a lot.
There you go. Yeah. You'll catch up in a minute.
Hey, drunk Santa.
Last year,
Watch the Zoom
my
meeting.
favorite of all of the people that came to see Santa was a woman who came on her birthday, her 100th birthday.
Oh wow.
Whoops, I
He sees it now, I think.
That was great.
I know what the problem is now.
Yeah.
Watch the Zoom meeting.
It was almost like synced up for a minute there, right? Wasn't it? Like he was sort of like there.
I was kind of confused what you guys were off about. I didn't realize he was
Yeah, he was
talking to us 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. It matched up pretty well though.
Yeah.
You're in the Zoom now, Kevin?
Yeah, I killed the other
There
one.
you go.
That was the problem. Thank
No
you.
worries.
You just moved 30
Happens
seconds
to
into
the
the
best of
future.
us.
How does that feel?
That was amazing.
I know some people that well, not this year, obviously they can't do it, but in seasons past, they do the whole, I've got the 27 different houses I have to drive to and pretend to be Santa for the kids at that house or whatever.
Wow.
And they make some bank on those days for Christmas.
Yeah. You got to be a lot better.
What is the going rate?
I mean, it was
For
like,
Santa?
there was, I mean, it was like $75 a house, but I mean, they're doing, 14, 15 houses, just show up.
Those
The
days
parents,
are past us, unfortunately, at least for the next year or two.
yeah. But,
Second derivative casualty of the coronavirus.
Yeah,
Santas.
I do some like go to schools and stuff in the past, and this year they're talking about setting me outside and then having parents drive by with their kids.
I was just gonna say, you said I go to schools. It's like, the high schools, go make sure.
No, grade schools, high school.
I know. I'm just trying to get your goat a little.
Drive by Santa.
Hey Van, I apologize, man. You got your thing going on live and whatever on the Kickstarter as well.
Which one?
Where are you at now?
Oh, Sea Rovers. Yeah. It's not funded yet, but we're hanging in there. I'm actually working on.
How much more time do you have?
I've still got 2 weeks.
7 minutes.
He wouldn't.
Got 2 weeks. We're about 2/3 funded though, so I'm working on a section right now to put up there.
Kickstarter is so slow right now.
Finally, and wife gets paid tomorrow, so I'll be able to ship your game, Lance. So,
well, if it came down to that, I would have.
Lance, you got to pay for the shipping now. Come on.
No, I mean really.
That's no big deal.
No, that's for real. I had to wait till she gets paid tomorrow before I can ship it. But it'll be on its way tomorrow, and hopefully we'll hang in there for a strong finish. We got about 2,300 followers on it, so it's pretty good.
Remind me later.
And I know Scott's in on it. Appreciate that.
I'm in.
Scott.
I was in the first one.
Yeah, and
I remember the game. You guys talking about that game from like 15 years ago. Like 05 or 06 or 07 or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like my first post on Board Game Geek was about Sea Rovers.
Yeah.
And it brought everybody out. I think Richard Berg got in there, and it was fun. And met a lot of people just through designing it. So go check out Sea Rovers. And it's not 2 words, it's 1 word. SEAROVERS, Sea Rovers.
Well, good luck. What does 2 weeks put you to? What is that, the 15th? 16th?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it'll end on Tuesday.
Yeah. Cool.
Very cool.
What was the spelling on that again?
Sea Rovers, SEAROVERS.
There's another Sea Rovers for some reason live right now.
Yeah, it's not a game.
Just super. Yeah, it's not a game.
That is funny.
It's with a space in it though.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I was thinking about, I wonder if I put the 2 words in the subhead, if it'll come up in the searches easier.
Yeah, I think didn't we talk about it? Like if you throw it in the description at the bottom or something.
Yeah, I did it. I put it in the risk and challenges, but I don't think it's it's picking
It
up
must
on-
be going purely off the title.
Yeah. So I thought about in the subhead of the title where I say a card driven, I could put Sea Rovers in there as 2 words.
Why not? I mean, no one's going to notice.
It's
That would be
Yeah.
practically invisible as a
Yeah.
change.
So fix that and put my how to play section up tonight, which I'm working on right now. Should have been up there.
Do you have it on Tabletopia or Tabletop Simulator or anything like
No, I didn't. I worked on it, but and now y'all know I do everything. I do everything myself. So I'm like
Yeah.
a one person, and so I get stretched thin.
Peter!
sometimes.
There's a bed.
What is that?
What?
There's a bed. My first time setup.
Oh man, on the card that you're gonna throw away? Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna need at least 2 mats now.
Lance?
Funny about the tabletop simulator. So when Rise of Tribes was on, we were gonna launch Tabletopia, and I almost felt like if I showed backers what the game was like, maybe they'd feel like, oh, well, I've already just played it, or I just it felt weird to show it. But now with Mission Catastrophe, it's like I show it, and all those people go back. So it's
Yeah.
great.
Oh yeah.
It's counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive.
It's totally a proven thing that like if you can, by making the game available for free, you get more people to buy your game. Because ultimately people don't want to play the game on a computer screen. They want to play it with people in the room, talking to people, whatever. And so I mean, it just I mean, I
think you're muted, Cassandra.
I do like 3 streams a week, and it's just, and I can see our sales. Like I did a stream today for Reavers. At one point I had like 12 people watching us play, and 2 people went in and because we have a Cyber Monday sale going on all week, which got to go to greatfoxgames.com. You put in the Cyber Monday, the code's there. You can get free shipping and any order over $35 or more, and 10% off your entire order. But anyway, and people like bought, we sold 2 copies of Reavers, just because people watched it and they're like, this game looks cool, I want to buy it.
I didn't see.
Where did you
hardly
stream
any-
that?
I stream it directly to
Facebook.
the Gray Fox Facebook page.
Oh, Facebook streaming. Is that going to have a bigger hit than YouTube or Twitch? I guess so, because you have an
Gray
audience
Fox,
there,
Gray
right?
Fox has like 7 subscribers on their YouTube channel. So
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see I don't know what the right word is. Hardly any, not very many board game Black Friday, Cyber Monday deals. Did I miss them? Or were there
pretty
not?
much every
I didn't see
publisher just
anything.
did their own thing.
I felt
I
like
didn't
I
see
got easily.
I didn't even know
dozen.
you had one, Lance.
Well, yeah, that's just it. I mean, if you don't see our Instagram or you don't see, whatever, you just aren't going to see it, But pretty much every
I didn't see any forum posts from BGG or
Well,
anything.
and here's the deal too.
And that's free.
I told Shane, I was like, hey, are we having a Cyber Monday sale? And he's just like, I don't know. I was like, well, why wouldn't we? I was like, I was like, just give people
Spend money, make money.
just give people a little bit of money off, and they'll come and you'll sell some.
Yeah,
you're gonna get somebody who's
you gotta give them something.
They're looking for something to buy.
I was looking.
Aldi, I totally screwed up because we decided to give away like a coin on the Kickstarter. We decided, okay, everyone in this pledge, all the people who are pledging for a game, we'll give them something for Black Friday. And I thought of the idea to change our BGG ads just a little too late for Chad. I was like, oh man,
He doesn't work weekends anymore.
Yeah. Oh well.
And Friday night is early, like 4 o'clock is quitting time for him, I think, or 5 o'clock. He said he was just taking over his life, so he's got to do his hours better. More.
No, he has a reasonable work-life balance. I don't know what that is.
He's sort of stuck to it,
But
much to my chagrin. Because I'm trying at midnight, I'll write him, and I'm like, we used to have like long conversations at midnight.
Oh yeah,
like hours. But
you
could try to hit me too. I'm always around.
All right, well, I don't want to.
I almost know how to use the ad system. It's so complicated.
Yeah.
So my local
there's
game
new
store
sizes and everything.
Somebody mentioned local game store. I want to say this about local game stores. My local game store guy that I know, like he now forwards me, like he just asked, can I ask you whenever I get an email from a distributor or from a company saying, hey, these are our games we're publishing, you should buy them. and you can let me know whether or not you think I should put these games on my shelf. I was like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. You know, I mean, you know, and like he sent me one recently, and there was like the reprint of Glass Road, a couple of other like a party game I'd never heard of before in my life. A very lightweight game that I had heard of just in passing, but nothing exciting. And then the new Vladimir Sushi game. And I was just like, yeah, so if you want to order that Vladimir Sushi game, I will buy that from you. But that's pretty much the only one of those games probably anybody's going to buy, because it's just like it's just like somebody might come in and ask you if you have it, but you know, they're just not going to. And then I was like, and maybe put one of the get a copy of Glass Road and put it on your shelf, because maybe somebody will come in.
Maybe somebody that wanted it from 5 years ago.
Move a game, but other than that, yeah, I wouldn't get any of those. You know, it's just like, and it's just, I mean, because he has no idea. There's too many games. He has no clue, and he can't. And the people that he has employed, he's like the few people he's still got left that he can keep on. They're too busy taking care of his Magic the Gathering, and you know.
Does he keep track of what games he sells? Like,
well, like I've
analysis?
I walked in there numerous times, and I've just said, you know, it's like, if you want to clearance out the stuff, give me like those red stickers, and I will put a red sticker on every single game that you need to just sell at half off, and just get rid of it. And it's just like, and I did that once for him, and like, but those games are like I would say a third of those games that I clearanced out for him. And these are good games too. I mean, these are games like Yokohama and stuff like that are just sitting there on the shelves.
What is the population of this town that he operates in? I mean,
Good question.
No, it's the Fargo-Moorhead area, so it's like there's probably about 260,000 people here.
Okay. Is he the only game store?
No, but he's the best one.
Okay.
I mean,
is he the most popular?
You're like waving. What are you waving at?
What's that?
You were waving. What are you waving at?
I was trying to pat Kevin on the head because they tell me that I'm in the center, so I can be Brady.
Oh, okay.
So
from my perspective, you're patting Van on the head.
Yes, like Brady Bunch.
I have
Hollywood Square.
Mine as well.
You are in my center, though.
Aldi, you are the center square.
You are center square in mine too, Aldi.
I've got consent.
You guys realize you can actually move these around however you want, right?
And you, how do you move them? I can't. I don't know how to
click
move
and
them.
drag them.
Scott Alden.
Not on my computer, but
Scott Alden is the Charles Nelson.
Now I'm in the center. Everybody out of the way.
Now I have.
I can't drag mine. Why is that?
I can drag mine. That's cool.
Are you PC or Mac?
PC.
I can't drag it.
I'm on Mac.
I'm locked down, man.
Are you in Safari?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm running the app.
Special login for you.
Oh, I'm running the app too on a Mac.
Yeah, I'm running the app on PC.
Mr. Charles Nelson.
No, I like the other guy.
I'm gonna put Forrest in the center.
Oh, what's his name? I can always draw a blank on his name.
Who was it? Was he an actor? Was he?
Yeah. It was the. I'll think of it in a minute. God, what is his name?
I couldn't tell you.
I'll come back to it. Carry on. I'll find it. He's got the best one-liners.
When Triumph was on, he had good one-liners, and then I found out that all the one-liners were written for him. That was a little bit disappointing. Where it was just like they gave him all the questions, and then they had the people write their own stuff if they had one-liners, or like they fed them one-liners.
Paul Lynn. I'm Paul Lynn.
Paul Lynn, yes.
He's got the best, man. He was the best.
Oh, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went back and watched some of his specials because I think I was too young to kind of get the humor of them. Remember when there was like Friday night specials? A little
bit racy with his.
It was a little bit racy, quite a bit racy.
Yes.
Can't get away with that now.
Here and there.
I love Match Game. That was my favorite growing up.
Match Game was so good. I mean, they had such a rapport, all of them.
Match Game was good.
I was a game show junkie growing up, man. I watched all of them.
Oh, we all were, weren't we?
High Rollers, man, with the big dice. That was great.
What was the one thing where it's like
Joker's Wild?
When he tried
Joker's Wild Rock. Yeah.
When he tried to the match game or whatever, when he tried to remember his old friend from high school, his mind drew a blank.
Gene Rayburn, man, he was fun.
So it was a year or so ago, someone came to me and said, hey, we represent Wink Martindale and we want to make some board games based on these shows. And I'm like, oh my God, please,
Wow.
let's do it. But he didn't have the rights to Tic-Tac-Toe or all the stuff that
All the good ones.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Card Sharks. Remember the Card
Oh,
Sharks?
Card Sharks.
Oh,
Yeah.
Card
Those are
Sharks.
the best.
Freeze.
Yeah.
I remember I played Card Sharks myself as a kid with a deck.
Yeah, we played Card Sharks all the time.
What
Yeah.
was
Now,
the one with the whammies?
Wasn't Wink hosting the
Pressure Lock.
the
Pressure
big
Lock.
scandal?
Pressure Lock.
Wasn't he the host of that one?
I don't remember.
I don't think that was Wink Martindale. It was. I don't know. I can't remember the name.
Of course, there was.
I think it's the guy that went on to
It was a
host
dark
Joker's-
black hair guy with.
Yeah, did he host Joker's Wild? Whoever it was.
Oh, that was
Might
it
have
with
been
the
that guy.
whammies.
Yeah,
I
I
was
think
thinking
so.
it was that guy.
Can you
Well,
imagine
and then
memorizing
you
the
can
12
find that one
It was
thing
like,
about the guy that broke the Press Your Luck.
yeah, he memorized like
Yeah.
144
Oh yeah,
combinations of every space
That's
or
wild.
some kind
whammy.
of crazy random.
And,
the
and like
pattern.
he recognized the pattern and knew exactly when to stop it, and he'd always end up on like the 2000 and a spin or
Yeah.
1500
He
and
played
a
for like
spin.
half an hour, 45 minutes.
And
Oh
Jim
yeah,
West-
and it was just like, and then like when they realized that they were cool about it, they didn't even try to say no, you can't do that. They were like, good for you, you figured it out. It's keep the money. It was like, and it made for good TV. I remember I watched that live. I was like, as a kid, well, not live, but I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it was on TV. I was like, holy cow, look at this guy! He can't stop. They actually had to like stop the episode, and they said, it's
What
like
do we
you'll have
do?
to tune in tomorrow and find out where will he end up, kind of thing.
and name that tune, man. I can name it in 2 notes. Ding dong. Oh, that's
I think that was because the clues gave
Yeah,
it
the clue
away.
gave him the answers on
The clue
those.
gave him the answer. It's like
Yeah.
when you're figuring out the jumble, and like you figure out like I used to do the word jumble, like in the paper when the newspaper was a thing, and like sometimes you would be able to guess the answer
right.
by the clue and the cartoon, and then you'd be able to like backwards engineer the words.
Like concentration. That was cool.
That was a good one too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Liars Club, man. I loved Liars Club.
Remember the Scrabble
remember that one.
game show?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Scrabble.
Yeah, the Scrabble
How long
game.
was that on
I only
for?
watched a few. I mean, obviously, it's weird that the ones that are still, rest in peace, Alex Trebek, but it's weird that like Wheel of Fortune,
Price is Right.
Jeopardy, and Price is Right, and I'm trying to remember like the like there's only like 3 or 4.
Family Feud.
Family Feud,
yeah.
thank you. That's the other one. Family
I got
Feud.
stuck on a family. On Facebook when you go into their videos and then like keep playing you videos that you like it figures out what you like. I watched a Family Feud because of the title, and then it kept all showing me Family Feud videos all day.
So I have been trying to go in because there's an option in the videos thing on Facebook, which I hate. Obviously I shouldn't say I hate it because like obviously people will like watch our live feeds or whatever, but like because they're like the videos that get shown are just so obvious. These like idiots that just like, I'm going to take these like 7 minutes out of a movie and I'm going to present it to you like it's a real thing or something like that. They're just horrible. Right. And so you can click on the thing, never show me anything again from this person or whatever. And then you can click on that. And so you can like, and I've been saying,
Hone it down.
like sometimes I've been just sitting there, I'm just going to keep doing this over and over again. Maybe Facebook will run out of videos to show me. It just won't be anything.
Not likely.
So here's
It's
another interesting Facebook thing that I've been noticing. There's at least 20 companies now doing Facebook ads for Kickstarters. Have you guys dealt with any of those people?
Really?
Like
Gamers special. Here's a Kickstarter ad for a Kickstarter.
right. I've seen a couple of those.
Has anybody been approached by these guys?
I
And I blocked them all because I don't want to see Kickstarter ads on Facebook.
Is it
And
like
they just keep coming.
people?
What's that?
Is it like Jellup? Have you heard of that company?
It might be. I don't know.
We did use it. We did use a company for dwellings at the very beginning. Oh
Right.
man, they ran some shady stuff, and they made their own Facebook group where they cultivated these things and
Mhm.
got big groups of people that really are not good leads, and then they would just use those well-liked things and spit them back out. And I don't. They had some way of like, I don't know.
It does seem pretty shady because I mean, every time I
yeah.
block one, a new one pops up.
Yeah.
And it's always Kickstarter ads. Like, I'm just curious of the model, like if it's good or not.
Cut down the head and two will grow in its place.
It
Hail
does not
Hydra.
seem like a
Oh,
good
yeah.
model. The reason why I didn't want to use them for future is that I don't think they have good for a hobby industry. We like to research what game we're going to play. We actually like to figure out, it doesn't work, I don't think, for you just randomly spit some, generic ad.
Well, you can target pretty well on Facebook, but I'm betting they've gotten a hold of some email list and made a lookalike audience about it.
Hey,
because
Forrest, are you sure Ben
never mind, I guess.
Snowman aren't looking for you right now? Are you sure you got time to be on the internet?
Are you admiring my mustache? Was that a joke about my awesome mustache?
Don't make fun of Forrest. He's got to go deliver
You
pizza
down
in a
at the
few
OK
minutes.
Corral right now?
No.
I heard Doc Holliday's in town.
Lance, stop making fun of Forrest. He has to go deliver a pizza in a few minutes.
Did you order the sausage pizza?
I actually didn't recognize Forrest until I heard him talk, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Forrest.
Yeah, a lot better looking with the mustache. I know.
So you know
You
about
wear your glasses though.
your video that you just did with that game from what's his name?
The Grinch video?
No, he did a TV guy. What is the name of that video? You did it was like a one-player game or
Neil
something.
Patrick Harris, box 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted you to spoil it actually, so I don't have to buy it.
I did spoil it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. I did a spoiler gameplay. If nobody mind.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Okay, so your review, but didn't have spoilers. That's what I was.
Yes. What do you want to know? Because I can type it in the chat. I will put it like this.
Tell me what it's like.
It is a
Spoilers.
weird combination. It's an escape room game at its core, where you're trying to solve little puzzles and puzzle things out, put things together, and it gives you a couple that's really clever moments when you figure things out. But Neil Patrick Harris is big into magic, and so you can definitely see a little bit of the magic in there, where it's that's really nifty and quaint, and they got me there, and there's some cool stuff. And the other thing is,
7.
I gave it a 7.2 because for you, I would absolutely recommend it.
Is that a 100-point scale you're on? Okay. If I like that kind of game.
Well, no, it's just if $30 to get a really cool experience is not a big deal to you, then absolutely. Because like I said in the video, it is one of the most unique games I've ever played, because what it does is it uses a website, and it allows you essentially to explore a desktop PC, and you're going through the trash, and there'll be clips of Neil Patrick Harris talking to this person, and just the way it's presented turns it into this really interesting thematic experience. It has some issues. It's artificially padded, really big in one point, where it says, "Come back tomorrow to finish this."
That sucks.
And so but it's really a 90-minute experience to an hour and 20. But I liked it as a solo game, and I liked it 2 players. And it was like makeup on a pig. There was enough really good there to kind of distract from the fact that it wasn't spectacular. But I enjoyed it. If $30 is not that much to you, I would definitely recommend checking it out. And I do think it's cool as 2 players as well, as long as you're not great as puzzle games. Because that's the other thing. If you're really good at escape rooms and the Exit series and stuff like that, I think 2 players might be a smidge bit too easy. But for me, I'm always dead weight when I do those. So I really wish I would have shared the experience with my wife. But overall, it's I don't think anyone's going to hate it. I think everyone's going to be
$30 for 2 hours is not. That's $15 an hour, right? And then it's done. It's destroyed.
No, I actually got that incorrect. There's a video online. I just destroyed mine because I got stuck. I actually had to watch this 15-year-old kid do a video of it online to figure out what I did wrong, and I poked holes in the box and whatnot. But no, there's actually a video on how you can completely reassemble everything and gift it to somebody else, which is, I think, definitely adds to the value of it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's cool enough. It is cool enough, I think, that and it's short enough. I would recommend it.
Thank you.
No problem. And I tried to get him on the show, and he was not having it. But then again, I imagine if hey, who knows? Who knows? You never know until you ask.
Did he respond? Did he respond to you?
Reply?
He did not. He did not. But then again, also, I was completely ignoring what he said to do, which was don't share anything about this game with anyone. And I was like, here's 2 gameplay videos where I spoil everything. So I could see why.
You ruined our one shot. Damn it. No Doogie now.
Like,
Oh,
what is
and
he doing?
Richard, for
What is he
real?
doing so much that he won't come on the show?
Neil Patrick Harris?
Yeah, what's he doing? I know he's not acting.
Being rich, designing board games, being a master magician. I mean,
Oh, is he? Did he work with Rich?
no, he's rich. No, I'm just saying.
Oh,
he is-
Rich. Oh, okay. I thought he worked with Rich Summer because Rich Summer's into Magic too. Pretty sure they've met at the Magic Castle. The Magic Castle.
The Magic Castle's not the same these days. It's you drive up.
Can't
to
go
it,
in.
You can't go in. It's not the same. Ah.
Change my subhead. I wonder if it'll propagate.
Just just out of nowhere. Just
Oh, hey Richard, your
Yes.
comment that you gave me, like seriously, made my day when you saw that because I went and immediately like
It worked.
Google searched and I was like, oh my god, because I'll be honest with you, like I feel like I'm just being crazy talk when I'm talking about tags. I'm like, they work, I know they work, I can feel they work, and then to actually see like a tangible example, I was like,
Yeah, I mean, that was a genuine search. I hadn't prefaced it or anything like that.
So
I hadn't.
I heard that tags were dead on YouTube.
you shut your damn mouth, Scott. You
2 years ago, there was a video that basically said they did this in-depth analysis of tags and nothing changed, like zero.
Man, that worked.
And it was only titles.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, basically, I mean, the thing is, tags are a way to give yourself effectively an infinite title, a title that has every possible word under the sun in it.
But if no one's searching for tags, then no one can find it, right? I mean, like how?
No, the way the tags work, I'm pretty sure, is just when people type into Google, like it's essentially like just widening your net or YouTube. It's
I'll
just
send you the
widening-
video. I'll send you the video
Yeah, I'd be interested.
of the analysis of tags.
Well,
And
what-
I'm like,
what
well, why
I'm
does
talking
Google
about-
maintain? Why do they maintain this system? This
well,
tag
and because
system?
I think they think they do because people have been using it for so long, they'd be annoyed if they couldn't do it anymore. And YouTube does rely on people.
I hope they don't take it away because it's the way we run Board Game Geek stuff now. Like we have an all completely automated system where you can tag stuff and it'll upload automatically.
Oh, do you let everybody use that now?
Not everybody, but like we're using it internally. We made more features for ourselves, but all the stuff like,
I
well, it
want
won't
the
matter for
features.
you. Well, you can upload it to your you can actually upload to your user account now, which
What does that mean?
is sort of a stealth feature we just launched.
What do you mean by that?
So if you have a video that you don't have a game attached to,
Yeah, I
You
want
can just
that
upload it
for
to your-
years.
you can. Yeah, well, it's done. It was actually 5 minutes of work. I was really shocked at how easy it was.
Now I got to
We were
move
like, we
like
couldn't believe it.
500 videos outside the realm of BGG over to me.
Yes.
Do you have a tool to do that automatically?
If you have a
Probably not.
title structure, we could probably help, right? Because we could just pull your whole channel, maybe. I don't want to talk myself into that work that I can't do,
Hey,
but we could probably just do it with a tag.
do I
Yes.
have a way?
But then you would have to
search
bulk
for-
tag everything.
That would
Do
be
I have a way to search for every video I've got in outside the realm,
Right.
which is the standard that everybody
Yeah, like
puts
your
there.
monthly summary, right? Like you don't upload
It
that to
is
BGG.
it is really weird how
We're outside
like,
the scope, not the realm.
outside the
it's
scope.
weird how things have changed where like it used to be like when you posted a video on Board Game Geek, like that's where you got your comments and your interaction.
No, it's all shifted to YouTube.
Yeah.
Why is it all? Why is that though? I don't understand it. Like you,
Because people want
I
to
mean,
go over
YouTube
all
is a
the people
superior
are,
system.
right? Why would I go to people have the mentality of why would I go to Board Game Geek to watch okay, well this is gonna be a long story or a long opinion, so I apologize.
shocking.
No, really?
That's going to stop you.
Anyway, so they people live on like TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. I mean, I watch my kids, they live on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yep.
It's like
Oh,
just video. What do you suggest? Video. there's an app for it. There is a website. There's like 1,000 different ways for them to interact with it. YouTube regularly says, hey, there's a brand new video about Minecraft, Caleb. You better watch this one. You know, just like,
so,
yeah, so
social media is powerful, man.
So here's the deal.
Notifications, all that
Board
stuff.
Game Geek isn't saying, hey, Caleb, here's another video about.
We talked about it today, actually.
Well,
Really?
and that's
yeah.
So, but and that might actually help a little bit. But
maybe,
you know, here's the deal. It's like, you know, it used to be. It's still a great database. It's still awesome for like very, very like I want to know stuff about game whatever. It's going to be the best place in the world for me to go to and actually get the info that I'm looking for.
If a user rewrote your rulebook, like Alter Quest that just came out, where someone just rewrote the rulebook.
Did they really? I need that because
yeah. You got to read it. It's very important to read that. It's a post on BGG.
Is it?
But like, yeah, that stuff is obviously not sort of.
Yeah, no, this goes to the whole.
But nobody's gonna go to Board Game Geek and then post a comment. So what? The other 27 people that go in there and look at it or whatever can maybe react.
Yeah, the only way we would be able to capture that back would be to implement our own video system that had monetization for YouTube creator, like, or not YouTube creators, for video creators or publishers or something, like, right? Because they have an ad system.
I mean,
to compete
YouTube
with YouTube.
is insidious now because it's like, oh, hey, did you see that your comment got a thumbs up? You know, it's just like this.
No, it's like a drug.
It's a perpetuation of the affirmation that people want to see, right? It's just like,
yeah. Well, it's just because having transitioned from trying to figure out where Breaking Games community was going to be to making a new company and saying, where's our community going to be? It's like, are we going to go chat over a Discord? Are we going to go try and get comments on YouTube? How are we going to get people to talk, right? You could make a Facebook group for every game, but that just feels like overkill. Not every game needs one. I mean, some of them benefit.
I guess if I was doing it, I'd do Facebook because everybody is like addicted to that damn website, and you have all your people there. So why not?
did a Dwellings of Eldervale Facebook group, and I did a Rise of Tribe Facebook group, and I was considering doing a Letter Tycoon Facebook group. But at some point, then the actual management of those damn groups takes.
Well, then you need a community manager.
Then you got to be on there every time. Otherwise, the group is dead as soon as we're done talking about
a game.
Yeah,
I mean, if the game is big enough, then it makes sense. But or you use it by a company instead, and then the company has.
Well, and so we were going to do a company one, and I remember this one social media manager said, "Who wants to get excited about a company? Like unless it's a certain companies might be
like Apple. Yeah, it has to be a specific kind of.
But it's like, like when we were going to first do either a Breaking Games group or a Rise of Tribes group. Rise of Tribes had the theme. Like we could all say like, oh, let's show art. Let's talk. Let's make it, you're in the Stone Age. Let's do this whole thing. Let's do the shtick. But if you did a Breaking Games one, it'd feel like a company ad, which is exactly what, sadly, what their Twitter feels like. Is like watching them just go, please, which is
like me.
Yeah.
No, I think the individual game would be more easy.
Individual game works
to find people. Yeah.
But there's so many individual games. You don't want a group for every game. That's where it breaks. All of a sudden you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, then you need a manager of all your groups. a group manager. A group manager. How about that?
Right. So it's tough. I've ended up on Discord lately, just doing more Discord things just because it feels like you can be streaming your tabletop simulator and then move into another chat and kind of keep your community there. But that also requires, Discord's weird because, you get into a conversation with someone, there's no like off switch. You're not sure when is the time you're actually going to leave that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've kind of been thinking about like the way I use the web now, and I don't nearly do anything besides Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and Board Game Geek, right? And I know a lot of people don't even like consider Board Game Geek as a destination, right? Like it's Facebook only. Michelle, Facebook. Like I don't see her on New York Times, right? Like 2 websites. There's a billion websites, and we boiled it down to like 5. Like, and that's scary because then those 5 companies have complete control of I mean, You guys have seen the video, the Facebook
I have not seen that one.
documentary,
Social Dilemma.
Social Dilemma. I think we talked about this already, didn't we? Yeah.
Pretty depressing if you watch it.
It's super scary.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely am going on it too much. I know that.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna probably
But
limit my. I mean, when I see my screen time on my phone and it's like 4 hours a day, I'm like, what am I doing? Right?
Yeah.
Like, what am I doing?
You're working, homie.
No, because I don't work on my phone. I work on my computer.
Oh, yeah.
This is my phone.
Start
You're
working
spending
on your
4
phone.
hours a day looking at Facebook on your phone.
Well, I don't think it's Facebook only, but it's recording a YouTube. If I watch a YouTube video, right? Like that's time, right? I'll watch
Why
a
are you
video.
doing anything on your phone?
I don't know, just something I have it with me by my side all the times.
Yeah.
When you go to the bathroom, what do you do? I mean, come on, Lance, help back me up.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's a long
PG show, fellas.
water, I
PG
get it over
show.
with and done, right? But
4 hours is the extreme.
My phone
It's
is
usually like
for
half that, quarter that.
Hearthstone. I mean, I'm like, there's a pattern of I check Facebook, I'm on Hearthstone these days. Check the Kickstarter, and then
yeah,
it's pretty addictive, that stuff.
It really is.
I mean,
The funny
it's
thing about, I was gonna say Twitter, however, if I go on Twitter, I'll have like a period where I do a bunch of Twitter, and then like another week where I do none and don't miss it at all. Like I realize, oh my God, I didn't even need that in the slightest.
I think if I didn't have the company, I would delete it all right now.
Yeah.
I would be sad because the thing for Facebook is keeping in touch with people for me.
Yeah.
Like I want to see what people are doing.
what did we do with ourselves before we were able to
I don't know.
immediately tell everybody in the world exactly everything that we've done in the last whatever, because it was obviously
now it's
worth telling
posting,
them.
it's shares all the time.
They
right?
were called annual Christmas letters.
Yeah.
I still get a few that are like 3-4 pages long. I'm just kind of like, oh geez, great. I'm
What's
sure it
wrong with
makes
that?
them happy to fill it out, and it's like our argument that we had about having a nice signature, which I think is important. And everybody told me I was a dumb, stupid son of a bitch for caring about that.
Totally.
I think that was just Forrest.
But but it is my opinion that having a nice signature is important. Manners maketh the man, as they say.
Wait. Let's not connect manners in your signature there. Don't try and slide that one in. I would agree on manners. Don't give a damn what your signature look like. Like if you ever thought,
all right, Dorito boy.
Don't be jealous of my face.
So I've looked into making our own video delivery system, and the price is prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, I bet it would.
Like, I mean, you'd have to dump $100,000 a month into it.
Yeah.
Which
Well, I am curious though. I mean, as Lance was starting to mention before, and I've certainly noticed it too. Back in the day, I posted a video on Board Game Geek, and there was, at least as much chatter and commentary there as there was on YouTube, and now it's just completely disappeared.
Yeah.
Well, I think it
I don't know how
also
to
has
explain
to
it
do with how
unless
many
you've moved
games come
everybody
out.
to YouTube. Sorry, we talked over each other. What are you saying?
I was just saying also how many games came out. Like how many games are coming out now. So there's just less conversation to be spread around,
I mean, our traffic is the highest it's ever been. It's not. I don't know how to get the engagement on BGG, right? Except, I mean, we made
More
it
Geek
easier.
Gold. More Geek Gold.
I give out Geek Gold.
Geek
whenever
Gold's for
somebody comments.
posts.
I make it
I
rain.
actually thought about something like that today. I had a very productive day. I need to write this all down so I don't forget it. But basically,
You should.
some way to reward a poster with a Geek Gold flourish.
Mhm.
Well,
Right.
what would a piece of art on a wall care about that?
What?
He said reward a poster. I was being
Oh, all right.
Oh yeah. A
Moving
user, Lance. If you wanna
I
go
think
for the
you should
about it.
gamify it. Like I think it just like look at everything nowadays, and when things get gamified, people just are more invested.
No, but here's the problem. Unless you make it easy and simple, people are like, "Can I learn how to do it in five seconds?" No, fuck. Moving on.
Yeah.
Don't care. I can click on this button and I can watch the newest video about whatever. I can watch another TikTok video about this. Like, why would I want to go to a website, read something, and learn something when this place has already got it all done and it's just spoon feeding it to me?
Yeah. Well, YouTube, like once you get over to YouTube, once we lose BG, once you're lost, like when you click through, because BGG also doesn't let you go full screen on BGG. Sorry,
Right.
YouTube does not let you do full screen on BGG, like an
on
embedded video.
embedded videos.
Which I'm like, why? Why can't I do that? It's Chrome browser. It says your browser's not supported. Like, why is that? Why is that not possible? So people will click through to YouTube, maybe full screen it, and then they're lost, right? They're on YouTube and they're caught in that. I mean, it's a great system, right?
Down the rabbit hole.
I do it myself when I'm watching my subscription.
It is your
I mean,
browser.
I have
I can go full screen on an embedded video on Board Game Geek.
On your PC. Yeah,
on my
your
PC.
Yeah, not on a phone or a.
What are you doing on a phone again?
Tablet.
Tablet.
I don't sit. I'm trying not to sit in this chair all day. I might go
That's
over
what
there.
laptops are for. Sit on your
I've got an
lap.
iPad. An iPad is a
Ouch.
laptop. It won't go full screen.
I'm trying to think about.
I'm on a
how-
laptop right now.
An iPad is a laptop now.
Voice just
No,
keeps
iPads are
climbing.
shit. iPads are
They're just as strong as
so-
my laptop. My iPad is way faster than my MacBook Air.
Did you just say iPads are shit, Richard?
The new ones are
relative
really,
to-
really fast.
Relative to a
Really-
full laptop, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's a different ballgame.
Aldi, this is a
No.
really interesting topic though, because so just on this last one that I did, we went to 7 people to try and get videos, right? So Quackalope did a video and McGuire Review did a video. I literally just noticed yesterday that they all did their due diligence and posted them to BGG. But I didn't notice because that's not where I was trying to like share that it happened. And I'm trying to think about that for a second. Like, why am I not trying to go over there and say, go watch the Quackalope and click it over here, as opposed to, because obviously some of them have no comments, but then
Yeah.
for example, the McGuire Review, he's doing a giveaway. So he wants people to comment to win the thing. So he's
Right.
trying to build up his channel. So of course I'm sending everyone to his YouTube to comment because that's what I want.
That's the way it should be, right? I mean,
Right.
that's their home.
That's their home. I get it. That works, but I'm trying to figure out how could this work? Because I really like what you're, obviously I love the site. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way that
Well,
makes sense?
Pete, you were mentioning earlier, where are you going to try to, get people to congregate to talk about your game? There's no
Yeah.
better place than Board Game Geek. I mean,
True.
at the end of the day,
Well, I
It's
mean,
public.
very-
Yeah, I mean,
I am
Facebook.
shocked every day when I go to Board Game Geek forums all the time to look stuff up. I've subscribed to a bunch of games, and publishers are just nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And it would take minutes
okay,
a day
okay, here's-
just to juice them by saying, "Oh, look, here I am. I was the developer, I was the designer on it. Let me answer these questions." Spend a few minutes a day, and you will get them coming back because so few do. It's amazing to me. I mean, questions just sit there unanswered for weeks.
we're
months,
actually
years.
really seeing the benefit of that on on Dwellings of Eldervale.
Yeah.
I think Luke Laurie is there every
Answering.
second. I mean, he is there on every single question.
Good man.
And
probably
that
hasn't
definitely
subscribed.
it is paying off, right? Because
but
people
here's
know they can
okay,
go there.
and once again, and Scott's going to get mad at me for saying this, I'm sure. 'cause
I already
I'm not,
know you're a
I'm not
BGG
trying to
hater,
poop
Lance.
on his. I'm not trying to poop on his website.
You're not convinced.
There's such that percentage of people that are going there and asking questions is so minor compared to the number of things that we get through our website, through like directly to me now, because through our Twitter, I get more questions through Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook than we do. I mean, we probably get between 10 to 20 requests for, hey, when is this coming out? When can I get this? Can I change my address for this? Can I do this? And then, oh, okay. So like I have people that are actually seeking out my company. They're sending me messages like in multiple different ways and asking for a response. So, okay, these people are looking at me like literally going to Board Game Geek, a completely separate entity, like, and just like it would be like if I walked into the middle of a mall and even though the store that I wanted the question for was over there. It's like me saying, doesn't anybody know how I can get this from them over there? And it'd be like somebody saying, well, why won't you just go over there and ask them?
I mean, here's the thing. You've created that system to answer questions on Twitter, answer questions on Facebook. So fine, do it.
Well,
But
yeah.
there, I just looked at your Reavers of Midgard page, by the way, and there's a whole bunch of questions like unanswered. FYI.
Okay, but here's the
busted. Yep. I wonder why you only get a small handful of things from Board Game Geek. Maybe because you never go on Board Game Geek.
Is there an official posted errata? Posted. What was the date? Can't even see it. October 20th. No response.
Cold-blooded.
Wow, waiting 2 months for a response.
2 months.
There's no response there because they've obviously moved all their customer support to other pages.
Basics of customer service for their people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bet you money that those people have, like, those people that ask those questions,
Or
they
customers.
don't ask them there. They ask them
Well,
via
they've asked in 5 places.
Okay.
Sure.
They'll ask that question 7 different places. I mean, and
Sure.
until they get an answer. I mean, because like I'll get an email from somebody and saying, hey, I need to change my address for this. Okay, cool. I send them an email. Yeah, I changed my address. And sometimes they'll say, yeah, just so you know, I also sent it by Twitter, this, that, you can ignore those. And I'm like, well, it's because literally they send it one place and then they don't get an answer within 10 seconds. So they go somewhere else because they think there is.
Yeah,
And
the problem I would think for you is if you ignore all those, sooner or later, some potential customer comes along and says, oh, they don't bother answering questions. This question has been unanswered for 2 years. Well, fuck them. I don't want to be their customer.
Well,
I would
I'm pretty sure
imagine
they would
that'd be
say,
not, although, like I said, you answered them in email instead.
I am not. I mean, nobody is ever going to tell me, and nobody is ever going to convince me that Board Game Geek isn't important, and it is probably the #1 tool that supports the hobby more than anything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
Preach.
No,
Don't sell yourself short,
yeah.
Lance. You're the #1 tool.
Well, I mean, okay, #2 then. But no, but the thing is that, I mean, seriously, it's like, oh, well, we've got like what? We've got 24 games that
Are you subscribed to all your games on BGG?
check
or
every
not? You don't-
thread. Did somebody ask a question? Did somebody ask a rules question? How many threads am I supposed to go through and make sure I'm covering all my bases?
Depends on how much customer support you want to offer for
Yeah,
your
and you
customers.
just said there's not that much, so it's not
So
going to take you that long.
literally, Gray Fox Games is down to 3 people. The 2
Yeah.
people
No,
that
I
own
mean-
the company and me. So I'm supposed to go. Not only am I supposed to that pledge manager you spent the last week putting together so we can launch it on Friday. Well, hey, did you go check out 2,700 threads on Board Game Geek and make sure nobody asked any
So
questions?
you're saying there are questions on BGG?
I'm sure-
Look, it's a matter of priorities for the company,
Here's
and I
the deal.
don't
Here's the deal.
judge.
I'm already answering close to 24 questions a day anyway.
Yeah.
For everyone else. It's like, I'm sorry. I mean, why it's like going to a plumber and asking them what kind of sofa I should buy. No, you don't do that. If you have a question and you need something from my company, you contact my company. That's why we have
So
a
you
website.
guys don't respond to at Twitters? Like if someone ats you, like for customer support, do you respond to
Yes,
those?
we do. We
Okay.
respond to
Why
that.
did you choose Twitter versus Board Game Geek? I mean,
Because
there's a dozen
Twitter-
unanswered questions on Midgard right now. Reavers, just FYI.
on,
I mean-
at Twitter,
On BGG.
on BGG.
Yeah.
So, here's the deal.
You've chosen Twitter as your factor because you have 140 characters or whatever, and it's easy and it pings your phone.
256. But so you have
It's
Twitter.
gone up.
It's okay,
A little
Lance. I
tense in
understand
here.
how you've made the decision to
Little
do it.
tense
It
in
makes
here.
sense.
No, let's keep this going. Don't
No, no,
back.
I accept it. I'm not trying to.
die
it's
on
not-
this hill.
It doesn't bother me at all.
But you
Excuse
do-
me, I have to go ask some questions about Reavers real quick.
Yeah, why don't you answer the guy looking for the errata of the game,
You do realize,
or the component damages question? Sorry.
But isn't
There
the
is
beauty
always,
of Board Game Geek the fact that, except for new games where it's obvious that people are looking for new information, but there are now so many experts out there of playing certain games that they're able to answer those simpler questions that people do ask in Board Game Geek.
That's a good point.
Say that again.
But
Kevin?
that's certainly
You can
true.
do
But I apologize. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, Lance, but if you just subscribe to your games, all you got to do is spend 15 minutes every day checking, and you'll see 2 or 3 dozen posts come in. Most of them will be covered by diehard fans.
Thank you for telling me how to do my job. All of them.
He's already subscribed. He just marks them red every day.
Yeah.
So, but here's a question, Lance. Why have you decided as a company? Do you have an answer? I'd be really curious. Why have you decided as a company to support Facebook and do live streaming there instead of YouTube, where you could take the video and post it on BGG and have it always be visible?
Because we have thousands of people that subscribe.
But you said you had 12 viewers.
What?
Right. I mean, is 12 viewers good? I mean, can people watch the video after the fact and all that stuff?
Yes, they can.
On Facebook.
Do you have stats on those?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And you're happy with it?
It's.
I guess you are because you keep doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Like I'm not happy unless a video gets 10,000 views.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, why bother if you're not, if you're getting, I mean, here's the thing, spending your time. I'm not trying to judge you, Horace, because I understand that. Like,
sounds like he is.
Just you spend, if you're spending your time and you're maybe like, I don't know. I'm digging myself a hole, honestly.
Yeah, you are.
I just don't want to spend time on something that is not going to.
Her channel is worth.
I could go do something else, honestly. Like I could go program instead of doing.
Everybody has a number.
We will
everybody's got a number.
Because I got my number, and if I don't hit it, I get pissed off because I did all that prep all week, and I'll be like,
I just want people to. If you're happy and you're happy, then fine. But if you're unhappy,
if you're happy, then you're fine. What you're doing is shit.
But I have making changes on BGG next year. I haven't announced it yet, but I'll tell you soon. Well, I'll tell you guys later.
You'll tell us right now, and you will like it.
We're not doing. All right, I'll tell you right now. We're not doing any more. We're not doing any more convention coverage. We're not going to go to conventions.
Oh wow!
To do the videos.
Oh, that's
done.
That's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
God, I could kiss you right now because next year at the conventions, I am going to fucking destroy all of you. No, I am serious.
Knock yourself out,
I'm
dude.
gonna have my tag game down. I'm gonna have my thumbnails down. I'm gonna have
Less competition.
Forrest is gonna have cameras attached to his body. He's gonna have like 5 camera arms attached to him.
He's gonna look like Dr. Octopus.
We got 360. Yeah, he's got 360 coverage. 4D.
With the Grinch costume.
No, we did a. You may have seen this if you're on Board Game Geek. We did a poll of how many people watch our stuff and how many people even know about it, and it's extremely disappointing.
Well,
like,
I think
to work for 10 years on something and still have no push through on it.
Scott, so here's the thing. I think my numbers would argue with that, but I break them down. I don't like you guys do these long streams, whereas mine is like a minute and a half in and out. Like we do
5-minute videos for conventions. We did like 90 games a day. They're like 5-minute long videos.
Yeah, I mean you stream it all as one long thing, and then
they stream all day,
and then they break it up
50 videos. Yeah.
How long does that take to break those down though? Because I've noticed that when I wait even like a week, the buzz is gone. Like
then why bother? Like why work your ass off so hard to get something in a week? Like I mean, like if it's dead after a week,
he gets them out that night. He uploads them.
Sure. And so you're telling me that if you don't,
here's the thing though,
kill
Scott,
yourself to do a 5-minute video, it's not going to have any impact.
And I'll give you a perfect example. I got this video called Dad Joke Face Off from 2018. And it got me 360 views, an interview from last year. Like these videos, sometimes some of them have legs, but I mean, your number's a lot higher than my number in satisfaction. So I completely understand where you're coming from. Because the convention coverage is so hit or miss, and so many of them are just absolute.
It's all miss.
Really?
I
you had
believe it
no
is.
breakthroughs at all.
It's all miss.
Scott's pretty cynical.
So would you say you get comparable numbers to Dice Tower, since you guys are often
running the same?
We don't do reviews, but so I mean I don't know. We don't.
No, I mean they do the. I mean for the last few years they've been copying your MO of doing.
Oh no, they stopped doing it.
Having a all day long.
They stopped doing it.
No, they stopped doing that. They stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, are they?
Maybe I should like doing that.
So I mean, I'll break it down for you. Like it takes like 3 employees to make this happen.
Oh yeah, it's
like
amazing.
This is before we even get there, and then it's 12-hour days, right? You start at 7, you get done by 7-ish, working all day, streaming, making sure all the tech works. Incredible expense. The internet at these shows is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We have to bring all the tech. That's a huge movement, right? And we don't charge for it. It's free. But so I was kind of hoping that the momentum of doing it would help grow the video channel or BGG's thing. And I don't see any of that. Like, after like, we've been doing it since like, how long has it been? I think our first year at Essen was like 2012, doing the shows.
Well,
That's 8
You've
years.
been doing it forever. Yeah.
here's my
Yeah.
question,
Yeah.
Scott. Have you considered just retooling it? Like potentially doing what I do, where it's just like 4 groups of 2, 4 squads of 3 walking around doing it actually on the convention floor.
So you have 12 people doing it?
No,
so
I have.
12
I
people
myself
do it?
have a squad of. Well, my squad expanded up to 4, but then again, I
Okay.
have people that just go around and play.
But you don't
games.
pay for the. Do you pay for their expenses to get there and hotels
Yes.
and you do? Okay.
But we all sleep in the same hotel, and
Okay. Well, that's
in
not
the
possible.
bathtub. and
That's
all
not
that.
a. That's
No,
not an
we all
acceptable
They
sleep
thing.
share rags. They
I know
share,
that's-
food,
down
they
by the
share
river.
everything.
If
It's,
you're
No, but
only
I
paying for
just-
one hotel, it's
we are one. that
3
whole time.
pairs of socks, 2 pairs of underwear.
Who gets the shower first?
We go to
Destructor or
Target.
whatever.
We split $15, and then
I
So-
get the
We're
shower
rocking
first, but that's just because I'm up early, like posting.
Yeah.
Like I literally get like 5 hours of sleep, then it's like right back to posting and stuff.
Look,
That
I
is
want
a
the
shame.
product.
I
I,
mean,
wouldn't
that
do
was-
the product if I didn't. I wouldn't do the product if I didn't want it. Like I want to see every game covered,
Yeah.
every
And
single
it's
game.
fantastic what you guys pulled off. So you're going to stop that officially.
Bless
Are
you.
you going to be putting more of an onus on Eric and Lincoln to be like Forrest said, a 2-man team, and they just hit it? I mean, I know they already do that at like
No.
the game fairs and stuff like that. Are you going to be still pushing that into Gen Con or Essen or what have you?
No.
Wow.
Still
Just
gonna have-
So just
No,
no
we'll
more
do
coverage
something
or
else.
anything.
We'll do something else. Like,
Are you
we'll-
still going to have a booth?
oh, that remains to be announced.
yeah, we have to figure that out.
Oh, you haven't
You
figured
got
it
any
out.
suggestions?
Well, I mean, I was curious.
Hire Forrest.
Last year, I was, not this year. The previous year, I think, is the first time Essen had those dedicated setup video booths, right? That
Was that last year? Yeah,
you-
last year they
Yeah,
hired the pro
year.
company to do Essen, and then you
Yeah,
know
that
Fantasy
seemed
Flight had their
really
own
pretty
thing.
slick.
It was really slick, yeah.
I mean, and if they're going to continue doing it again, it seems like that's something. I mean, you could, your live coverage could live on, but they do all the work for you, basically.
Well, can
If it was in English,
I go off on a shitty rant here for a second?
No.
There was plenty of English.
Oh,
I mean, because
please
they were
do.
like,
oh, did they do English? Okay, I watched the ones I saw were all German.
Oh no. I mean, they pushed me hard to come and use it because I hadn't gone for a few years and I used to do a lot of coverage for them. So yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I'm sorry, what, Lance?
Can I go off on a shitty rant here for a moment? Is that allowed? Well, it's my show. I can do whatever the hell I
think
want.
so.
Whatever you want.
So,
Last
sure.
I checked,
Can
yes.
pull the plug.
He's the chief of police.
yeah. It's like my kids were on that beach too.
My kids were on that beach too.
I am both incredibly inspired by the people that are creating board game media content right now. I am incredibly inspired by the fact that these people are like they've discovered they've discovered the hobby, or maybe they've been in the hobby, or whatever reason they decided to take the time to like make videos and create things. And there's lots of people out there doing really, really good work. And no, okay. And but here's the deal. Man, are so many of them little bitches.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yes.
What?
I think I know the exact thread.
Get
you're
off my
referring to
lawn!
the reviewer page, Lance.
I have never met a more and there are and admittedly this is a small minority of people, right? But they are the loudest, bitchiest little groups of bitches that I've ever had to deal with ever. That
What are
are
you
like,
talking about?
like,
Don't you know I have 150 subscribers? Don't you know who I am?
yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's like I even went to the trouble of like coming and playing the game online, or I sent them 4 emails and they never responded to me once. I did this, that, and the other thing. Why am I not getting picked? Or why doesn't my video get 10,000 views? Or why doesn't it's like, it's just, well, because one, I mean, it's just like, and again, and I'll say this to the cows go home, like my level of subscribers has, the vast majority has to do with the fact that I started when I did, when there was nobody else in the game, and I just was doing it and flying by the seat of my pants.
Oh, gee.
And I have done little or no work to try to improve it. I've done little bits of it, and but I mean, it's just, I'm too fucking busy. I mean, I've never with working for Gray Fox, it's like doing all the stuff that we do. I don't have time with kids. It's just like, I couldn't do like the hustle jobs that like people like Quackalopes does and stuff like that. Just basically, busting and breaking their ass. But I mean, also I look at the people that are like working really hard that have it as their one thing that they do. It's like, a lot of them are these people that are like, oh, well, you don't have another job. You aren't married. You don't have any kids. It's like, you got nothing but time. And this is your thing you're going to do. And all the current world. But like, I get emails from people. It's like, yeah, I sent you an email like 4 days ago asking for like 7 review copies of games. And I haven't heard back. I mean, is this email even working anymore? Is my email working? Just like, well, Mr. 7 subscribers, I'm not going to send you $300 worth of games. I said, why don't you go and buy one of our games and do a video of it?
Yeah, make it good.
And then make an awesome one. Show me what an awesome job you can do. And then I'll think about sending you something. And it's just, and here's the deal. I get it.
Guy,
it is a tough racket to break into. I mean, there are the, like, let's just say there's 10 channels worth of damn out there that a publisher is going to be like, I want to send you a game and I want you to get this video done and I want it done by this day. And those people are like, I'm going to do it because, you know why? Because you have entrusted me with this game and I'm going to get it done by this day and I'm going to make it good and it's going to be awesome. And then I'm immediately going to forget about the game because I've got another video that's got to come out the next day and I'm not going to ever play that game again. And it's just going to go into the massive pile of stuff that I have behind me, but it doesn't matter because we're all on the same thing. We all get the game. You send me the thing. I make the video goes out. Everybody that like follows me wants to know my opinion about game X. And once that is done, then I'm on to the next thing. And it's just like, but it's this churning engine that everybody knows exactly what's going on. And it's everybody's happy. And it's just, and for somebody to come in from outside and to like try to bust into that machine and get a spot in the line, it's effing tough. You're going to have to work 80 hours a week doing nothing but videos and spending a ton of your own money buying those games, like, and getting them like first run and all that, and just, getting like basically, hey, the release date for the game that everybody wants to know about is tomorrow. I'm going to go to my local game store. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to bring it home. I'm going to do an unboxing video. I'm going to play it once. I'm going to do a video and I'm going to have a video, all that video and content done the next day. And most people don't have time for that, but they still want to be like, where's my 10,000 subscribers? Why am I not getting, all these free games and all this shit, handed to me? It's like, because it isn't worth it to send to you. It isn't. This game here will cost me $20 to send to you. And you aren't going to sell any of this game for me. It's not worth it for me to send an old game to anybody anymore. It just isn't. Nobody, if I send a copy of Champions of Midgard to like whoever, it's like, and you give me your new take on Champions of Midgard, a game that came out in 2015, and you do something with it, and even if it's the most beautiful video in the entire world, I mean, people have bought that already. They've bought that game already. They're done with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask
you. You don't see any value of staying current in the view of the content creator?
I don't agree with that at all.
No, you don't?
I don't either. No, I don't either.
Well,
sometimes an old game can use a reinfusion of life, even if it's a couple years old.
Being sold.
Especially if it's a game that got shot under the limelight of other big title releases and people just missed it, but it's a good game and it gets a second.
Who are you going to send that to that's going to give it an infusion?
Yeah, because Lance is talking about these guys with 150 subscribers.
No,
And
Yeah,
of their
yeah.
150 subscribers, 10 or 15 people will watch the video.
right, but I also feel like that's also something that could pay off over time. Like you can have a small video, and then the next year you realize, oh my God, this thing has got 3,000 views on it somehow.
I
you
would
know,
say
like,
the chance of
but-
that is like
but-
1
but-
in 100.
Well, I mean, like Jesse started his channel with, you know, he didn't have 1,000 subscribers. He was around for a year and a half. So I mean, with
Well,
all his production, all his work, he
If
still
you know
didn't have
Jesse's
views in the
background behind
beginning.
Jesse, I mean, he
Like,
no,
I'm
he
just
put in
saying,
the
I'm
work.
just saying, there are people who do just as good as work as Jesse you don't even know about yet. The
Well,
thing
no,
is
I
that
actually know
Jesse
about-
has done a constant groundwork to show you that over time. So now we can say quackalope, right? But we also have people that start like that and they don't get traction because they're caught up in the, you know, the cycle of so many people. I mean,
Well, yeah, you
They have to-
also you have to get crazy lucky now.
Right, you do
It
have to get
it almost
crazy
doesn't
lucky.
matter how good you are. You also have to be
Right.
incredibly lucky.
there's some people that
Yeah.
are doing some
Oh,
like
there's some amazing
badass shit
content
and they
creators
just
out there.
can't like
Yeah.
they're just
But
they're
okay,
like
but
500
here's-
subscribers. There's people who do Kickstarter, like Kickstarter weeklies and stuff. They're great, but everybody watches Alex.
Okay, but
so
Jeremy-
it's you
Jeremy-
know it's not.
not to be the guy who takes a shit on that, but I mean, it's just like, what job is it of me to spend my company's money and my company's product and send it to somebody and hope they get big? I mean,
I'm not saying
Well,
they hope to get big, but I'm
you
saying
have
like okay, but you can understand what type of content. You can even say like, what kind of content are you going to create with this? Like,
oh,
and if they come back with you with something that sounds interesting, then I would say that might be worth it to you if it sounds interesting to you. Because if they say, hey, like,
you contacts me to say, hey, I want a review copy of X, Y, and Z, I go and check out their channel. I listen to their
Yeah.
podcast. I watch their videos, and I check
Yeah.
out what they make, and I see if it's worth my time. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like I don't. If it isn't like, oh, Man versus Meeple
Well-
didn't contact me, so I'm not going to
Yeah.
give.
Well, Lance, how many
Also-
review copies on any given title do you put aside to send out?
Oh,
Like, what's
shit.
your number? I'm curious because I know what our
no,
number
no,
is.
ask him TMG. Ask him when he was with TMG.
Well, I was just going to
'Cause
say,
you got
Lance,
numbers
I
for
wanted to
TMG.
hear- This
No.
is such
Yeah,
a huge
Lance, tell us your
shift
numbers for TMG.
from Michael's perspective, and you often would talk about how Michael would say, "Send it to everybody." You never know; there's always a chance.
Yeah, there's always a chance, and well,
And so
you know,
you've seen
there's
that,
a reason
you've
why
lived that.
TMG
And there's
is
a
like
chance.
in
Right.
complete hibernation mode right
Yeah.
now. So
Yeah, are
'Cause
they okay? I saw Orleans was like deep/discount on Black Friday. Like,
Well, that has to do with
well, I
inventory,
mean,
though.
they're
That's
looking
That's
for
inventory.
using the license
That's
to
just all
early on.
inventory.
What's your
Yeah.
number now, Lance? What's the number? What's the number now?
I don't know if I'm.
Clear.
I
Me.
find
All right, I'll tell you what.
myself-
I'll tell you
I
what
have
my
own
number is.
discussion.
Yeah,
I'll tell
let's
you
hear
what
it.
my number is. You just tell me if it's higher or lower. All right. With CMON, we do 12 copies of a new release title at launch, and then I get another 12 to cultivate middle to small reviewer channels to kind of
24
check
total.
test the waters. So we hit
24.
12 of the out of the top 20 channels will get a copy of our big hit, and then another 12 over the next 3 months to cultivate new
Do you
relationships.
just send them to them automatically, or do you?
I have all their information on a list. I send it to Asmodee. They shoot out the review copies. Yeah, I have all their information on
I
file.
know a crazy number. So on
So
Rise of Tribes-
24 in the first 6 months.
That seems low to me,
Mhm.
just
Rise
for
of
a big
Tribes
company like
did-
Cool Mini.
No, that seems smart right there.
Yeah,
It
Rise of Tribes did
just
24.
seems
That's my
smart.
program, by the way. Thank
It
you.
just
Jim.
seems smart. Like I don't like that. Just makes
let's
business
have
24
guest talk.
copy-
I want to hear about breaking.
But-
I want to hear.
But let me. Yeah. All right.
let Peter.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I'll just
go-
tell you
no,
really
Peter.
quickly because I heard a number that kind of shocked me. So on Rise of Tribes, we did 24. On Dwellings, we did, I think, 12 to 16 because it was much bigger and much more expensive. But
A lot
then
more
I
games
saw,
like that, too.
then I heard Lucky Duck did like 98.
Yeah,
for
they
Kingdom
no,
Rush. So
but
it's
they have
like-
a different
which one?
strategy. They have a
For which
different
game?
strategy. They do 60. They do
Kingdom Rush.
60 prototypes. They do. It's like they have a number that they've used as a buffer. I watched what's his name talk about that. Vince talk about the
Yeah.
number. He actually had like a real good presentation of how he uses his money for marketing. He doesn't use as much on ads, so he uses it like as power of voice. So like anybody who wants it can get it until they run out.
Mhm.
And he knows that he has so many out there, and people want to be on Kickstarter pages. So a lot of content creators want to be on Kickstarter pages. It's a good way to bring people to their channel, and it's worked for him. It's worked
when you
for
think
him.
about it, the quantity does work because if you look at what happened when I used to be in a Stonemeyer ambassador back in the day, because
Yeah.
I would be like, hey, can I try viticulture? And he'd be like, hey, here's the parts. Like, I'll give you like what I've got. But then I was loyal. Like I wanted to play the thing and expose the thing for him because I got I didn't get the box, but I got parts. So then, of course, if you get more people in, but I hear what I hear what Lance is saying, which is that there is this entitlement right now that says I'm not going to do any of the work and I expect the same. I would
Treatment.
like the thing.
Yeah.
Give me the
There's a
thing.
lot of pouncing on just like pouncing on every opportunity instead of like finding what fits you,
Right.
or like doing research on the publisher, like, I mean, just how to establish relationships with folks instead of just sending a whole bunch of blind emails.
Well, yeah, that's the worst thing.
Proof of concept.
I really
proof
like
of
your
concept is
idea of
important.
this game. I'd really
So,
like to do something.
Yeah, I mean, and you get more privilege as you move along because people know what you will do or what you can do, or they've seen some
Exactly.
results. So it's like, do you even own any of our fucking product right now? Like, like I've even said, like, I remember, what was it, CG? They were like, well, we'd like you to review this. I'm like, I don't own any of your games. I don't own any of them.
Not the right fit. You're not.
I was just like, I don't. So like, if you're going to send me these games, this is what I do and this is what I don't do. And like, why do you think this fits me? And they were like, oh, well, I'm like, send me some videos, send me links. There's some reason I've gone this far, not even playing any of your games, like not playing them at all. And I mean, we worked it out. Now they're making some awesome games now. But I just feel like there was also a time where I would just be like, yes to everything, just cause, so I know what it's like to have been there, I know what it's like to have been there, but
here's the deal. Like, I mean,
still got to show proof of concept. That's how I'm big on that. Is you still have to show proof of concept.
I'm all for, like, I know what it was like to like, when like I understand the whole, like, I'm on the outside looking in and I can see everybody else is getting the cool toys. I understand that. I get that.
Exactly. Yeah.
But just because you're on the outside looking in doesn't mean you should get something. I mean, it's just like, it means that, make your channel so amazing that I can't ignore you. And I'm going to be the one that comes to you and I'm going to be like, I really want you to do this game. I really want you to check this out and make a video for this. And then you're going to have the luxury of telling me, you know what? I don't have time.
But Lance, I'm not saying you should be doing this, but I'm just saying a lot of publishers do not scout for content creators. And there's a great way to make a relationship with a content creator by finding the content creators and going like, holy shit, these guys are doing something really cool. We'll partner with them. We'll use them because they make these videos that I want on my website. And guess what? I don't have to pay MVM for a round one.
Well, I will tell you,
fucking guys know what the fuck they're doing
so
too.
I'll tell you what.
And like, it can happen that way. I just feel like there is a risk there. But I mean, like, you're also going to have someone that you may be propping up that works out really well. And that's happened too. Like Jesse he's like working on something exclusive with
trust me,
like, you can have things like that with a smaller guy. You could, like, if you see the talent, but sometimes you got to scout this talent.
A
little bit. I'm
not to be a jackass here or anything, but Jeremy, I found him when he had nothing, and we were sending him stuff, and he was doing videos for us all day long, and like we were hitting him up. He was doing Kickstarter stuff for us. I mean, because I recognize the fact is I do that. I mean, I know who has their shit together and who doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, like a Hungry Gamer, he's good. Like,
yeah, I sent him one for sure.
He's
getting better too. He's actually getting better. He's getting better.
He is going to have a good following. Yeah. He does a good job.
Well, I did this research and I wrote to a whole bunch of people and I said, who wants to cover sci-fi? Who likes this style game? Who has this many player count? And let me tell you, he wrote me this long thing that said, here's what I'll do. Here's, I'll send the prototype right after. It was so compelling. I couldn't not send him one.
But here's the deal. Here's the other thing is that
what's like the cost of sending someone a game? Like under $50?
No, I mean, if it's in the US, Shane won't even blink. He'll say, yeah, just send it. If you think they'll do a good job, just send it to them.
Shipping
but if they don't do a video,
not even shipping, because if you're a medium-sized company and your rates are a lot cheaper than normal rates anyway, so we can ship out a game for $12. So
and then like
if it's somebody in like Europe or something
10
like that,
to make,
it's like $20.
You're spending
total.
$22.
Yeah, roughly maybe
never
depending on one of our size
$20.
games. Yeah.
Yeah, per
But
person.
here's the deal: like, if it's somebody like in the UK or like in the EU, and they're like, "Yeah, I want you to send this like 12-pound game to me," it's like, "Yeah, you can pay for the shipping. Happy to send it to you."
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not gonna.
Well, of course.
Well, that's also died because I actually was working with something at the beginning at the time, and I had talked to Jamie Stegmeyer about it, and he gave me some great advice. By the way, what's the name? Alex gave me some great advice about return on investment when I asked for a copy I should not have asked for. So I've learned those lessons because of saying no and whatever. But like, I remember Jimmy Stegmeyer, he said, "Hey man, take damaged product," which I used to write in my emails. I'll take damaged product. I'll take, I'll pay for shipping. I'll pay half because I like to cover games from overseas. Well, some of them I knew I could never even possibly reach. So they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll, have you cover these games." And I was like, "I'll pay for half the shipping." And I feel like if you do those things, if you're willing to go the extra mile, then people will actually throw you a little bit of a bone sometimes when they don't see it, But like, I don't know, like I know, once again, that's like, I know how some of that stuff works business-wise. I always started with that mindset, like, what's this business like? If I was going to take it seriously, And I don't know if gamers do that all the time. And I often find that content creators who don't see it as a business, but yet they put so much time in their life into it. I'm like, I hope you are, because you're actually taking away from valuable money that you could make in your life, outside of board games. So, really, really, and understand that, understand what that means for you, your company, your family, the company you're reaching out to, your family. I don't think people think about all that stuff. I just think they just say, "Hey, like everybody should just love board games." I'm like, I love them too, man, but there's a lot of other factors here, and I need to take it seriously when I do these things. So
I work for a guy that he's bottom line. It's like, how much is this going to cost?
Yeah, he does. He's so bottom line.
And it's just like, and it's like, and it's also one of those things where it's like, he tells me I did this for TMG back in the day, and Scott actually alluded to it, where I actually kept track of the people that I sent games to and they didn't do videos, and I showed him the spreadsheet. And he's like, "Why are you even tracking this? I don't want you, this is a waste of your time. I don't want to pay you to do this. This is." He's like, and because Shane's like, if they don't do a video within 6 weeks, they're dead to us.
It's not too much to ask, quite frankly.
It's like, I don't care if it's an unboxing video. I don't care if the guy jumped up and down in the game in front of his camera. He's like, he's got to do something.
There's a channel.
If he doesn't do it,
that channel now.
If he doesn't do it, he's dead to us. We're gonna move on. He's like, there's gonna be another one coming around the corner the next day. He's like, I want free games, and he's gonna come out and he's gonna ask us for some stuff. And it's just like, and I mean, I guess I get angry because I figure that, it's like, I think people get into it because they think it's going to be fun. I'm going to talk about board games, and I'm going to get all this interaction with people, and they're going to be like, "You rock," and I'm going to be like, "You rock," and then people get into it and they're like, "Well, I'm not. I'm just yelling at the sun, and nothing's coming back to me." It's just like.
I think that's really evident in the board game reviewers group. Like when you see those big group chats, like pat yourself on the fucking back Monday, then say what you're doing awesome Thursday. Like it's just, I've never contributed to those more than once or twice, but I scroll through them and I get what you're saying. That being said, I don't think this is a new development. I remember a lot of pretentious,
but it's getting
the first
worse.
time I covered Gen Con too.
It's getting worse and worse and worse, honestly.
I can see that.
I feel like a couple of the companies are really good to smaller channels. Like, I don't know, Jamie was a great, from Stonemeyer. I think I reached out to him and he was like, so we have a couple, you still have to pay shipping, of course, because you are smaller, but here, which of these 4 do you want? And it was like, it's really nice because it is harder sometimes to get some of the newer games that you want to help bring people to your channel.
Yeah, I honestly, I believe it should be a combination of both as much as possible if you can. People want to know, they want to know about the new hot games, but they also want to know what games you like, and sometimes that's not evident right away. So even when you're starting a channel, maybe pick 5 games instead of making a top 5. like actually pick 5 games that really represent you and possibly what content they should look for in your channel. And people will just dig into that. It's like, why did they even make a fucking video about Catan? Well, maybe you explain it in a way, or like you explain how you love the game. So people go like, okay, now I know why she likes Catan, or why she stopped playing Catan, you know, and what did you play in place of Catan? You know, that kind of stuff like that. And then people know what's going on in your channel. Like they get a vibe. You like Unfair. Well, Unfair is a very mean game. I wonder why they like Unfair. So let me go ahead and watch their video on Unfair, you know, and, you know, over time you find out if that person's a 2-player channel, a cooperative channel, solo channel. Like those are the things I think sometimes you got to set the groundwork for. You know, like when I had my blog, I was covering games from Japan and Taiwan. Like people love that. But I carved that part out too. Like I separated that part. You just have to find those things when you start your channel. And I feel like some people, that is a major flaw, is like, we don't know who the hell you are. Like, what are you doing? Like, what do you provide? So, you know,
and here's the other thing
that supports what I was saying. You were saying before. I should say that supports what you were saying, Lance. So,
I agree. Yeah. I mean, earnestness on the part of the, there's a difference between like interest and earnestness on the part of the reviewer, and there's a level that's like, hey, this person's like really excited about our stuff, and you can and you can't bullshit a bullshitter. So like when you get people that contact you, you can see through it. Like if somebody's just being like, you know, oh, this is copy and paste, and but like when you get like Peter mentioned, like, you know, from Hungry Gamer, like he takes the time to, like, you know, he's a person, you know, behind the thing, right? And it's just like, and I think one of the also things is that like people have to have a pretty good like process now. Like it is the rare individual that can just throw up a video with like minimal editing, minimal audio, minimal anything, and like expect people to react to it. I mean, everything is so polished now, as far as and really there's no excuse for it. I mean, there's so many good video editing softwares out there. I mean, like
free video
video editing software. I mean, there's so many things out there that people can be using to make.
We came up with in that group, we used to have this thing about equipment, and like after a while, I just got tired of hearing. I was like, I'm gonna give you a kit that's about just over or just under $100, and that'll be what I started with for the first year and a half. And the cell phone in your hand or an iPad that you have will be your camera. Like you can do it, and it'll look good. Like you can actually make it look very good with just your camera, you know, like your phone camera. Like I did that for a while. Some of those things are competitive with some of the cheap cameras that you buy. So you have that. You have like a $15 lapel mic. You can get a $70 light kit, $60 light kit now. You know, like you can have all kinds of stuff and just get started. It should look somewhat clean. You don't have to have the best PC ever.
And also,
you don't have to have all that glitz and glamour. You can just, you know, make solid shit, man. You can make solid shit.
Also, it is tough for people to like Brad.
Brad in as well.
Oh, well, nice of you to let us know. Jeez. Hey, Brad, how's it going, buddy?
Good. How y'all?
We're complaining. You got any grievances you want to get off your chest?
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
We'll give you time to think of something. Maybe somebody cut you off in traffic.
Right now we're talking about Lance went on a rant about the folks that do videos.
And like I said, the vast majority of them
he doesn't like content creators, specifically ones that look like me.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Damn,
it's going off the rails right now. It's early.
It's
going off early. I don't know what he's got under there.
I mean, for example, do you remember those people? The chalk? Remember them?
That was spectacular, but that was so much work. That was a stupid amount of work.
Oh, that was great though. That was so much work.
But the guy that
They
was
do.
in charge
I
of that
forget.
was
Dead
one of the
chalkboard?
biggest turds. If you ever met him, he was one of the biggest turds you'd ever meet in your entire life.
Yeah.
Like when Yellow we're like, hey, come to our annual Gen Con
Yeah, that little
like meeting thing, and you'd go there, you get a you get free beer, free food, and they giveaways, and you just kind of hung out and talked to people.
Swag it out.
And then he literally, so the entire world could see in the he did a reply all message is like, if you're not going to give me free review copies, I'm not going to bother showing up.
Wow.
Reply all.
It's just like, really? I'm pretty sure
that right there is that's straight up a bitch move, man.
Yeah, it is.
That's not even like, I'd be like, man, you act like a bitch, man. That's some weak shit right there. That's really weak shit right there.
That
I
is.
think one thing we haven't mentioned though is there still
I look him dead in his eye just like this on the side. Be like, you a bitch, man. For real.
I think
Fuck
that's
it
the
up.
best way to break in nowadays is you got to try new stuff. Like I feel like just the typical review, the group review, it's just really hard to do. Like for me personally, like I have latched the fuck onto these Kickstarter critiques because they are completely like it's like this huge jump in the arm for my channel.
Yeah.
Like you got to try new stuff. Like thank you so much for recommending Etherfields. I posted that this morning.
Yeah.
Got like 400 views on it
Yeah.
today. And it's like, damn, for me, that's
Yeah.
great numbers.
Yeah.
I'm putting
So
those
I-
out once
Oh
every
yeah.
day.
No, it was a great idea.
Yeah, I think
I watched it. I watched your Etherfields review.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
By
good,
the
man.
way, Bauer or Forrest, could I please request that the little picture you put of yourself, could you go back to putting it down at the
It's in the
bottom?
corner.
of the
Bottom
screen?
Corner. Bottom left
Instead of
corner.
putting up at the
Bottom
top
left, man.
corner.
That's
You
industry
get that
Bottom
standard.
left.
Bottom left
line
corner.
that just looks
Bottom
like
left.
shit.
Bottom left. Okay,
Yep.
this is
Or
this
bottom
is
right.
beautiful.
And smooth out your background,
Yes.
and try to
Yeah.
get the light on it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if that can be ironed or.
You're like 80% there, but then that last 20% you're not bothering with, just makes it all pointless because all anybody sees is, your green screen is casting shadows, and you've just got that hard, ugly line because you put yourself at the top of the screen instead of the bottom of the screen.
Okay, these are things I did not even notice. Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
There you go.
And lose the porn stash.
Oh no! Also, curl the porn stash. Curl
Yeah,
it.
curl
Curl
it. One,
You know,
either
you
go one way or the other.
hey,
Either
you know what,
lose
Forrest?
it or lean into
it's
it.
either all in or all out. Quit doing that half-ass shit.
This is
All
so
right?
surreal because
You know?
one of the very first people I sent one of my games to was Forrest, right?
How about
And
that?
Nobody put in as much passion as Forrest. That was like
Hey,
insane.
$20
passion.
is $20, man.
$20 is $20.
I mean, it was
All
like the
French
only
costumes.
person who got my game or like said, I'm gonna deliver like I'm just gonna give you this super energy, right?
Yeah.
That to me is more valuable than now. Of course, camera does matter and angles and all sorts of stuff matters, but that passion you don't get that very often.
No, you don't.
Perhaps,
No.
but here's the deal. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, it's like, it's easy for a lot of us to kind of sit back and just be like, oh, let's see what you're doing, ball. Just like, and we come across as being kind of like shitty, or me for that matter. I shouldn't throw all you on the same boat as me. Just I come across as being shitty, but it's something where I don't know. It is hard damn work, and I think that's the biggest thing is that people don't realize that it is hard damn work to make a successful channel. I mean,
Really hard, man. It's very hard.
oh, I mean,
Very, very hard.
Jesse is a perfect example. I mean, that guy is getting 2 hours of sleep a night, basically, just so he can make sure that he is getting his videos done.
We've talked him into sleeping 6 hours. So we've talked him into it. He's now sleeping. He's sleeping during the day. He actually sleeps more during the day now. So he just
Who is
works
this
through the
Jesse
night.
you're talking about?
Jesse is
Quackalope.
Quackalope. Yeah, he works
Quackalope.
basically through the night until like 4 a.m. and then he goes to sleep. So when I'm up late at night for
the YouTube
doing
channel?
a video, I can call him and he's
That's what
up.
I do.
So he's in the middle of editing at all times.
Totally
So,
remember those days, man.
yeah, man.
It's
I'm like,
now I'm up until 4 a.m. talking to somebody in China, trying to see if we can get our shit on a container.
Yeah, I'm over having meetings. I'm over having meetings across seas at 1 a.m. I'm done with those days. just send it to me in an email, man. I can't do that anymore.
Is Forrest
man.
actually ironing his green screen while we're speaking?
I can't even
I am
handle this
still
guy.
listening. I'm
Just can't handle this guy. Handle this guy.
Working.
He is gonna.
Where people work. I'm actually gonna time it next week to see exactly how much time I put in a week to Bowers Game Corner. I'm really interested to see what it's gonna be.
All right.
I would not want that. I would say, oh my gosh, on an average week, I probably put 60 hours.
60 hours into your channel? 60 hours.
Easy.
That's a lot of hours.
60 fucking hours.
If you play the game, you can't play in the game too.
Yeah,
you can't play in the game.
Yeah.
Because that's part of it. But I put a game a day or a video a day, so I have to, and I count reading the rules and things like that. Anything that is about it, and so I have to unbox it. I have to edit that video. I have to read the instructions. I have to play it at least. I like to play them at least 3 times.
Yeah.
So, and then it's like have people over and they play it with us. So that's really a 4th time. And it's like, no. And then I do the editing and then I have to write a script if I'm doing a how to play. And then I have to film all this extra stuff. Yeah. It's like, I'm probably, it's a second full-time job.
I can't even, you know what? I can't even, I don't know why I'm fucking acting like this is insane, but I don't sleep. I've just halted it. I had to halt it because I didn't want to crack, because I did crack and I almost cracked to my detriment, to my family's detriment. So I don't live everybody's life, and some people have a lot more time, but like, I would just say as time moves on, find out what works versus the effort that you're putting in, like that's time for, that ain't got nothing to do with board games. That has to do with like life, just like fuck cardboards, cubes, and plastic. I'm talking about life, like having time for things in your life. Like, that's the thing. It's like, even if board games are your favorite hobby, just like I love to play basketball and work out for 3-4 hours, 5 hours a day if I could, but it's like, there's still more, man. There's still more, and starting a channel, I get it, like, because it's your passion, you want to do it, but like at some time you gotta like, what is this working? Is this not working? Are we cutting these videos down to 2 more minutes? Like taking a look at the watch times, like are people fading this off? Am I keeping this content? Like these are the things that like where we are, because we have so much more data, it's like, are people paying attention to that data or just putting stuff up? And I think sometimes I watch people there, I'm like, I think you're just putting stuff up, which is fine if you're experimenting with stuff. But if you've been doing this for over a year and you're doing the same stuff with very minimal returns, that does say something. Like
we are so gone. We are so gone from the days.
Talking about me, right? That was me.
but no, here's the deal. We are the days of like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna do what the videos I like when I want to do them, and I'm not gonna care whether or not.
Which is fine, but what's gonna come in the end, right?
Yeah,
that's
which
is fine. That's your life,
You can't do that and expect to get any following, right? It's like,
you can't expect it to be successful. Just no matter.
I'm gonna.
But that's a valid thing to do too.
That's what I did. I mean, and the reason why that I'm still here when so many others have gone to the side is because I never burnt myself out. Like I never burnt myself out stressing that much about it.
Have a creative outlet.
What was that?
I mean, I do a video on Saturdays, and I don't care if anybody watches it or not. It's nice to have a couple people watch it.
Actually, you do. Actually, you do. 2,500 at least, minimum 2,500.
This is me though. No, this is me personally. The business side is a different standard,
man.
But it's like a creative outlet, and I don't care if anybody watches it or not.
I'm fucking with you. You know that.
You are.
Yeah, but it's also, I think, a different time. like I lost my theater job in which I was working probably 80 to 100 hours a week and went to nothing and was like,
what do I do now?
I'm dying. I don't know what I'm doing.
Let's have some fun.
This was the perfect outlet to switch. And, I've got more free time. Like I might still be doing 40 to 60 hours, but comparatively, I have so much free time. I go out and like go to a restaurant and, you know, I'm at home right this second. I would never have been able to do such a thing.
Yeah. And that's you know, that's your truth, which is what matters the most, right? I'm just saying overall, like when you get to this point, you're like, all right, like what the fuck's not working or what's working? Like, well, people don't like my unboxing videos. Well, fuck unboxing videos. You know, like, like it's just like that's another video on my docket. You know, like I'd rather just have one where I'm just being a talking head. At that point, like let's try something else. You know, and that's what I fear like some channels have done, because I used to say unboxing. I used to feel like unboxing videos are the laziest form of content ever. Well, in the last year, I have seen some unboxings that will change my fucking mind in a second. All right, like
I want to see people do the boxing video.
I've seen
more relevant
videos that
Put it
are
back
like
in the box.
fucking
Yes, there's more relevancy in how to put the damn game back in the box properly than I care about opening it. I want to see
there's actually there was people who did that too. It was called reboxing videos.
I want to see
very
reboxing.
good. They're very good too. Like reboxings are great.
Like that Dwelling of Everdale game. I want to know how to put that shit back in there right.
In the box. Oh my god.
Is there unreboxing?
Man. But I like I mean, I've seen some publishers do it too, which is great. Like they do a great job of doing that. Frank West does a great job of that. Like he does these deluxe editions, and he knows how tight how tight they are.
I've got,
but you know what? He did it though. He did it though, and he did it. And I was like, I did it right there with him when I was watching it right there with him, putting stuff back. And it worked. It worked. You know, like
that's a fun one.
But I respect that. Like I definitely respect that. Or like I think there's one for smartphone too. Like it was hard to get the stuff back in the box the way it was. There's a couple of them like that. But
I want storage solution videos.
I do too. That'd be nice.
I would
love that too.
Yeah.
I just got
especially because there's so many.
I don't know how to put the
game
game back together. Yeah.
That's a niche that just hasn't been filled.
Yeah,
but you'll see a lot of that.
That requires an investment because you have to buy storage and some.
Or come up with your own.
Yeah, something.
I mean, honestly, like I've seen some of these videos where I'm like, they must have hired somebody to do it, and I feel like a lot of these companies that make those assembly pieces, like Folded Space, like eRaptor, all those companies like that, I think they're starting to collaborate with people just to have them put them together and talk about how you put them together. I found that really interesting. I was like, I guess so, because even when you buy something, let's say from IKEA, some people just like to see a visual instruction of putting it together. You know, like when I got this chair right here, like when I got this chair, like I was like, you know what? I'm sitting here looking at this nice, and it was beautiful. It's huge. Is that the secret lab chair?
Oh yeah, it's like it's as big as the box, the instruction manual.
But Mandy told me this, and she said, when you put this thing on the actual stand thing, she's like, it's a little tricky. So then it triggered me, and I was like, I need to watch the video because I don't want to fuck it up. And it worked out because it was exactly like what I thought it was. I was like, oh no, that's not what I was going to do. And she's like, it could fall and it'd be ugly. So I'm glad I did that, and I'm glad that people have those for these types of materials. But I think for board games, like, yeah, just a storage solution channel, like a channel that just does that, you know.
Like, tell me what to buy from the Container Store. Tell me what Plano box to use.
Yeah, either custom or either custom or
stuff.
bought. Yeah, off the shelf stuff.
Someone that shows me how to put together those broken token inserts that have 80 billion pieces, and you got to know exactly. I'm
surprised they don't have that themselves.
That person could literally live stream it. They could do an instructional video on it. They could do all kinds of stuff. Like, I'm serious. Like, because some people are so good, just good at it. Like, it's just like a person who paints. Like, they paint miniatures. Like, they talk about the techniques and da-da-da-da. It's the same thing. Like, some people just do it to a science. They'll tell you what to buy, you know, to put it together. They'll say, hey, pro tip, you don't want to use wood glue on this. This one, I use this on this. It's like, it's just like that. It's like referring to gloss. Like, I want to use matte gloss, or I want to use this gloss. You know, like that's a lane, man. That's a lane that I'm not going to touch because I'm not organized at all. So not organized at all.
Anyway.
Good times.
Fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna be a Kickstarter expert before this whole damn thing's over.
Hey,
you'll be consultant. Yes, sir.
Scott, is FIAM coming before Christmas?
I hope so, man. I want it bad. I think it's going to be like a game of the year type
I
game.
want to talk about
From what
it,
I've heard
man,
about
man.
it.
I wanna
What
talk
Yeah, I'll get you
about it,
guys
man.
copies when it comes in.
I want to talk about it, man. I man, this end of the year shit is getting.
Did they send you one,
rough.
Rado?
Nope.
What game is it?
It just came
Bio.
off the presses, so it's very
What is
Yes,
it?
I'm very excited about it.
yeah. It's
Bio?
Friedeman's another Friedemann game called
Oh, the other
Fiam.
one.
The other one, it's
The
a reverse.
Egyptian-looking one?
It's a you shuffle the deck. It's got like 200 cards, I think, something. You draw a hand. You draft cards. It has a market, so the cards that are it's from Power Grid, right? So the higher cards are more expensive. It's not an auction, but they cost more. And you can buy any card as long as you can afford it. And then you play the cards, and then when you want to draw back, you draw back like 8 cards or some number, and then you pay for more to draw out of your discard pile. So as you play them, you're setting an order to draw them back to your hand, but you don't draw the whole discard pile back. You only draw the top 8, and then you play those again. You buy new cards. You keep playing. Eventually, you're going to get to the whole deck is going to be gone, and then that's the game. So it's kind of different.
Okay.
And from what I understand, it's like pretty great from the couple reviewers that already had the copy. And I haven't seen it yet, so I'm hoping to get one soon. And then we've got them shipping in from BGG store.
Does that have a one
Hopefully.
on it? Does that have a one on the box?
Does that what?
Does that have a one on the box?
Sold
A
on.
one?
Yeah.
FAIYUM.
No, I'm talking about this.
The solo game. You're talking about a solo game.
Oh, it
right?
has a solo game, I believe. I'm pretty sure he
always
added the
does
solo.
a instructional first. He writes a really silly thing for solo stuff.
They did the Fire Robin solo last minute. Took them a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
It plays pretty well. I played the solo.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't take much. I streamed it I streamed it a week or two ago.
Oh, did you put it out? Is it on? Is it a Facebook?
Yeah, it's Facebook.
need to check that out.
I think I took it down though.
Can you export it?
No, I took it down.
Okay.
I took it down.
There's an
Yeah.
idea for
What
new
is Brad
content creator.
do?
Go
Is he
get
there?
504. and
Oh, I know. I want to say why though. I want to say why because I made a critical error of how I was
like a role
playing
play.
and it was so small. But then I realized over time I was getting pretty lax on it, and then I was like, no, this is not sticking around. So I took it down. I'm gonna play it again though.
Oh, two things.
And then I will link you. I will hook you up with the link.
Yeah.
I will hook you up with the link.
I still have copies for sale.
So two things. One, Jeremy, did you see that who won Listicuffs by any chance?
Lance, did you win?
Oh, geez, here we go. You know what? On that note, I'm gonna go. I'll see you all next week. I gotta get some sleep. I can't handle this story again. Good night, all.
Thanks, man.
Peter, what happened? Oh, Peter, what happened?
So yeah. So you're looking at the Listicuffs World.
Oh my god,
shit.
The what?
Listicuffs World Champion.
Oh god.
This I'll say this for
intergalactic champion
for Kevin. Kevin, man, he like I it was I eventually beat him, but man, he didn't take any of the categories, but we tied.
Oh.
On I think it was 2 of them. We answered all of the questions and had equal amounts.
Whoa.
Is this a show?
Yeah.
Where's it at?
It's on Twitch.
Jeremy was supposed to be my
On Twitch.
contender to the throne, but he
Yeah.
fumbled it on the 1 yard line and
I fumbled on the 1 yard line. I was so hurt.
What
oh
question
my
did
god.
you fuck up?
Oh, what was it? Because I was just like, I
Why is
said
that-
something.
why is
I
that
actually
so
said an
embarrassing?
answer. I
I'm the
said
one who
the answer
won.
wrong. I just said it wrong or something like that. And they were like, no, we can't take it.
Oh no, not
I
a fumble
fumbled. I just fumbled. I was like, oh my god. I was so looking past the competition to Lance. Okay.
Are those
Yeah.
hundos?
I didn't
hundos
make
for
my.
us?
I caught the ball. I dropped
once.
the ball. I did not make a football move with the football. Therefore, it is a drop pass. It is a drop pass. Yeah, man.
well, I
Next year, goddamn it, I'm coming for you.
well I at the end of the thing I said thank you. I'd like to announce my retirement as undefeated champion of
Oh my god.
Listica.
Oh my god.
Like to thank my fan for their support.
Did you say Van?
I don't know. No, I won somebody a ton of
You
games.
said for the one person who hashtagged.
Like I won somebody like $200 worth of games. So
Oh my God.
I said, what do I get? They said fortune and glory. Yeah.
There you go, Fortune.
It's a pretty good game. If you can remember all the rules.
Oh my God,
And
Peter.
if you don't
Peter,
play with more than 3 people.
Peter,
That too.
Peter, man, how are you doing? Dwellings is you know what it is. I mean, you know, right? You know, right?
Yeah.
You
He
can't even
was-
you
he
can't
knew
even
from
side,
the
you
get-
can't
from day
smile
one.
out the side of your goddamn mouth. You know.
I do.
How are
know.
you feeling? How you feeling about it, man? How you feeling about that ride?
I'm glad it's out. I mean, you know, that was a game that I was making 7 years ago with Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
I know
was-
that. Like, I just know this game is like a great feeling.
Isn't
It
that
has to be,
insane?
man. Yeah.
Like that comment right there. That was a game we were making 7 years ago. It's like
Yeah.
nobody else would put 7 years worth of work into something. And then it's
So
like,
fucking
and
good.
now on to the next thing. Forget about it. Moving on.
You know, we were gonna. I'll tell you a funny. So Luke and I, we were driving home from KublaCon, and he said, "Tell me all the, you know," because he's like, you know, game designers have 8, 10, 12, 16 ideas in their head. Tell me the ideas that you have in your head. So I started telling him about this idea, that idea. He's like, that one sucks. That's terrible. So he was just doing this thing where he basically said they all were awful. Then the next day he called me and he's like, I can't stop thinking about that one with the 8 elements. I can't. It's driving me nuts. I want to make that game with you. So we were going to pitch the game that year to Jamie Stegmeyer because Jamie had just said he was going to start taking outside designs. And I felt like we had bonded with him a little bit with the League of Game Makers. And I felt like we could pitch this game to him. And we were there at Gen Con and I was going to pitch it. And Luke said, it's not ready. I don't feel like it's ready. It's not, we can't do it. So we didn't show it to him ever. And actually that was about 5 versions ago. It wasn't ready. It sucked. Actually, it was just not good. And then Luke did about 4 versions and they all just had this flaw. There was something about them. And I just kept saying, I guess, no, it's not right. And we were going to give up. And then he showed me a version in 2018 that was like, holy, that's the one. It was the version that's now out. It was it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so cool.
That prototype, man. I still have it back here. I think I still have it back here. I just think I played it so much. I was so excited about that game, man. And like when you see a game, like this is actually one of the few games. I remember when I opened that box and I just looked at it and I was just like, God, I just know this is a great game. Like that was the thing when I played it before in the prototype. There's like a couple prototypes every year where you're just like, yes. And that was one of them where I was just like, yes, oh my God, this game is going to be great. You wait for that final copy because you know it's going to be good and like it's going to be polished. And you have all 7 8 minis, not just 1 or 2. So
Luke used to play it with like his old D&D minis.
But the minis that you have in there are just absolutely nuts. So yeah, what a game, man! What a game.
It's funny because Game Trace was telling me like they're like, can you shrink these things because this doesn't fit in the box and it's just a mass because the Living Storm was so big and I was like, no, they got to be like that.
Yeah,
they got to be these big things because I had played Blood Rage and I was always mad at Luke because I played Blood Rage at BGG. I think the con that it was in the hot tables, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at it and I was drooling over Blood Rage and I was like, damn it, our game's called Dwellings of Eldervale. It doesn't have that same ring to it. It's not Blood Rage. And I was telling Luke, we got to put bigger minis in it because we got to
wow.
We got to be like Blood Rage. So they only have 4 minis. We got to go 16 minis.
Is it fully delivered now?
It's not. There's still
Almost.
US delivery happening, sadly, but it's almost done. Oh,
So
and there's
tell us-
also some Asia delivery as well.
So that's assuming that's the end of the
Way to
breaking
bring
games
up
thing.
a good memory there. Way to go, Scott.
So
It's fine.
I was just wondering if the reviews are rolling in yet. If the
Have you
if the,
made your backers happy? No, thanks for reminding us.
So, I mentioned
what I know about
I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't do it with Brad on there. So Brad and I obviously we're starting a new company.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. Yeah.
And we are thinking about, well, we'll see if Breaking Games likes this idea, but we are thinking about maybe asking Breaking Games if we could take Dwellings expansion to market, because I mean Luke's already got 5 expansions done in his head for that game, and they fit in the box as it is.
Like, get the fuck out of here!
really?
They don't fit in the damn box. You got to be kidding! I got that. I got that legendary. Get the fuck out of here! You know that's not gonna fit in the box. Whatever. Without the trays, with the trays or without with the trays. Man, get the fuck out of here! I gotta see that shit.
It fits. Amazing. Anyway, so we'll see. That would be a really exciting one. But we're still talking to Luke. Also, he's got tons of ideas as well.
That's sweet.
What's the name of the new company?
Yeah, new company. What's going on with the company? What's the move?
It's called Cardboard Alchemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Brad and I started together.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Brad, are you the looks or the brains, or both?
I
see you hired an intern named Peter.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think what it's come down to is I name things. I think that's pretty much what my job is to name things.
Yeah, that's the logo.
Good job.
Do you have a Erlenmeyer flask in there?
We did.
It's
There
alchemy,
actually was a lot of discussion about the curvature of the flask, and should it be more this or should it be more that, or
There was a whiteward meeting that got ugly.
Well, I have to tell you guys
exactly how should the wisp go?
No, it's like this.
The original game idea for the company name was One More Game. Because I love that feeling of just like, we're gonna play all night, we're just gonna play one more. But there was
just
this
one more. Yeah.
We had that set, and then this big video game company came in with a ton of money, Twitch money and all sorts of stuff, and they just took the name, and I was like, they better use it. They better use that name because it was good.
What was the game that you had sent me that I couldn't touch at the time? Is that the first one that's
up right now?
It's okay. Is it on Kickstarter right now?
Yeah, right now.
Yep. Mission Catastrophe.
Mission Catastrophe.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
What just left in that? How many days is left?
Got like 7 days left.
7 days left.
What the fuck? Man? Come on.
Plenty of room.
You got too big for us. I couldn't.
No. Don't say that. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Oh no, I mean, okay, time out. You might
I
say,
saw this earlier. Yeah, this looks
don't
cool.
say don't say that, but a lot of people don't have a budget to pay, for the video.
Is this the first project?
No. I want to be clear. I want to dead that one because it's not that. You know it, Peter. You know it's not like that, man. You know it's not like that. I still am who I started when I started. I'm still Sparkle Kitty, motherfucker. I'm still Sparkle Kitty. All right. I'm still Sparkle Kitty.
Sparkle Kitty for life.
Sparkle Kitty for life. All right. So let's not do that. But I have a publisher. I mean, a company that I work for. So there's ways that certain things go. But if I'm on my own volition as far as retail and other stuff, yes. But when it's Kickstarter related, I only exclusively do stuff with a company that requires pay. And that's unfortunate sometimes because I really do like to attach myself to some projects. I do a thing around that though. I will play your game for the hell of it live. That gives some coverage, but I don't I don't necessarily, I feel like it would be more purposeful to give it to someone who's really going to put all their love and work into it as a content creator who wants to be on a Kickstarter page. And that's just the truth. I mean, it's absolute truth. I hate it. I hate it though, because some people who have been rocking with me and they know I like their games, and it's like, shit. Like, what can I say? What can I say?
I mean, it's all good. This is an interesting year because solo became so important, right?
Yeah, no, man.
And
why is that?
It's been very.
When the pandemic started, I honestly thought that I was going to Zoom games of Dwellings, where we were going to get like multiple cameras, and I was gonna, have Luke and I play and whatever. And you realize how much work that is to try and have these games non-tabletop simulator. But yeah, it was tough too because we sent the game to Man vs. Meeple knowing that they're also busy. I mean, everyone's busy. I also knew it wasn't, like David and Jeremy loved Dwellings. I knew that was their style game.
Yep.
Obviously, Mission Catastrophe is a little bit lighter. I knew it wasn't necessarily it.
You'll hear a lot about that at the end of the year. I can tell you that. Everybody loves Dwellings on our team. Everybody.
I mean,
yeah.
The reason why I knew it was good is because people would play it and they weren't necessarily like heavy gamers, or they would play it and I could see it getting in their head and they'd come back. They'd be like, I gotta play this again. Like I gotta see what happens if I play a little differently this time. That's for sure.
Yeah, man. I'm always looking for games like that. I like games that just like, let's just play this real quick again. Like that's the thing. I adore games like that more, even though I feel like, let's say like Dwellings would be really high on my list, but I just appreciate games more that I can just like, hey, put this back together, let's play again. Put this back together, let's play again. And I like that potential.
Yeah, Brad and I we wrote articles for League of Game Makers about fun density, and because we played. I remember the night we came up, we were talking about it because we played Mansions of Madness.
Uh-huh.
I think it took us like 3 hours to play that game, and then we capped the night off with about like 10 games of King of Tokyo or something where it was like ridiculous how much game we got out of something versus how much game we got out of the other thing. And I used to play Arkham Horror, where my buddies and I would sit there and we'd play Arkham Horror, and it would go 5 hours, and we'd be like, what did we do tonight? We just played one game of Arkham Horror. That's all we did. So I think that what we started to do with Cardboard Alchemy is see if we can make like that sweet spot where it's an hour. We were playing a lot of Quacks this year. We were playing a lot of Space Base this year. Like, how can you get those kind of games where the whole game group can totally get into it, play it? Granted, I think a lot of people could play Dwellings too, but Dwellings is a commitment, right? End of the night, you might not pull it out because you might be like, oh, geez, I don't know if we could
do not start it at 10 p.m. That's what I would say. After 10 p.m., don't start it.
I'll do that. Like someone pulled out.
I'm gonna put a bedtime on that game.
Someone pulled out City of Big Shoulders one night at 11 p.m. That's when I learned it.
Oh my god!
Like, let's go. And
make sure you eat dinner first. Make sure you eat dinner first.
Right. So I don't mind doing that, but I know a lot of people are like, the first question is, how long will it take? And they look at you like, do you know the rules yet? Because if you don't know the rules yet, I don't know if I'm in for,
right.
Like I don't want someone learning right now when we're going to play.
I just, when you said fun density, I love that because I just had a conversation about this. It's like, I just want games to be fun, and fun shouldn't be that hard to get to. Like it should not be. Like if it's a 30-minute game, you shouldn't fuck up fun. It should be fun right away, right? Like if you fuck it up, like I'm going to rail your game just because like that you messed up. Like you messed up. If I'm playing for 30 minutes, I should have fun every damn minute I'm playing. Like that round is over, I'm like, ooh, if I didn't get these points this round, I'm gonna get them next round. It's like Tides of Madness feels that way. Air, Land, and Sea, an 18-card game. Sprawlopolis, 18-card game. Like these games, Inca Gold. Like Inca Gold. Like how many games of Inca Gold can you play in 2-3 hours? Quick hitters that are fun. But even big games, if you feel like it's coming, or you feel like, ooh, I'm doing something that these turns are going to be more pleasing as the rounds go on, or I see a big strategy happen, there's fun to be had at different levels. But I just don't feel like fun should be hard to find. And I feel like some games, they try too goddamn hard they're trying too hard to make it too innovative, trying too hard to make it too complicated just for the sake of, and they just forgot about the first rule. Is it fun? Is it fun? Challenging is fine. Complex is fine. Still should feel fun though. Like figuring something out. Like I had fun figuring out a labyrinth with the little roll dial. I had fun. It was hard. I sucked at it, but I would still be up there for 2 hours rolling that little marble in the labyrinth. Fun shouldn't be hard.
I mean, that's a good point, and I feel like one of the things that's kind of funny because Lance, when we did the Rise of Tribes reviews, right, we were trying to make sure that the game had, because I had just played Eclipse, which had the advanced side and the not advanced side, and we were trying to make it so you could just jump in and play and kind of get to the core of the game, and then you could add the powers and stuff like that, right? There was a whole theory behind, we were trying to get quick play and then the stuff.
Yes.
But what reviewers tended to grab when they were looking at that was, this is gateway. And then Lance even said it in his video. He's like, this is gateway. And then it was like death knell. People were like, oh, I'm not going to back now because it doesn't look like it's not advanced enough for me. It's like, no, this could actually, simple could be good.
Right.
We got you to the core fast. And then when you figure out that there's actually a lot of stuff in there, that's...
You also have to
shave off the fluff.
And I honestly, I try not to do this, but I also try to understand, like, I am a gamer that's going to be trying to find the more advanced versions of games.
Yeah.
But I always try to make sure I play the beginning so I understand the meat and bones of it, because I know that that's what most people are going to end up playing anyway. It's like if you get a heavyweight game, like a heavier weight game, and you're playing against the AI, like when I play against the AI, I always choose the easy mode. Like I may not be able to beat the hard mode ever. So I kind of treat every board game like that. I just kind of say, hey, like I'll play the easy mode. And if I'm just kicking ass, then I'll bump it up and I'll add some of these features that I see. Like it makes me more interested in what's going on. Rise of the Tribes is a really good example of like how you can make a game that is family weight and then take it up a notch. And you have some really interesting strategic layers going on there. But like, I know what you're saying, because I feel like at that surface level, people were just like, where's the strategy now? Oh, I'm chucking dice. Oh, I'm doing this. I'm like,
what's really funny about when you do that, cons are not a thing at the moment, but when I would go to cons, I would have to explain the basic version of every game. Like you would never get to tell people the advanced cards, because you'd always have to do each demo like this is the basic one. So what's funny about that is for Rise of Tribes, I almost never played with the advanced powers when I was doing demos, because I just didn't get there. I was like, let's teach you the game and then we'll get there. But it's like when I was when I'm playing with my own group and when we were playing Seven Wonders, we almost never played leaders, because it was like first we had someone new to the group and we had to explain to them Seven Wonders. And then we were like, hey, does anyone want to play leaders now? And be like, nah, let's play something else, or it would move on. And then it'd be like 2 months later before we're trying again. And there'd be someone else going like, can we just play the base? Because I don't know, because I have to catch up. And so you would almost never play the other one then. It's just tough.
Yeah, I just want to squeeze all the fun out of the game, man. That's the thing. It's like, I want the thing I'm looking for is just like, what were you trying to show me? Like, what is this design trying to show me? Like, what's the full, like, let me squeeze it all out. Like, what works here? What doesn't even belong in the box? I just want to find it. Like, I need to find it all so that I have an idea of what the product is and what it's trying to do and what it's hitting and what it's missing on. I try to do that as much as possible, because there's a reason why there was a mini expansion in there. There's a reason why that this was there. We can all find out whether it was fluff or not. That's the thing. It's like I want to find out.
By the way, I have to mention this because this is a funny that Rado's in this chat. But no, seriously, because you'd covered Tricarion, right? And you covered the extras Tricarion, and you said, it's not that bad. I would just mix them right in. And I remember feeling like, I'm a gamer. I could just mix these right in. And I remember going like, holy crap, I have no idea what's happening. And there's a black market and shit. I'm like, there's stuff going on. But I don't mix things in when I first try it, because I realize that even though I'm a gamer and I can handle it, it doesn't mean that their user interface is going to grab me immediately either.
I don't know that I would recommend that these days either, when it boils right down to it. And by the way, I just wanted to say, I just spent the last 10, 15 minutes looking through my old emails, and I realized I have like passed on like the last 4 or 5 games you've contacted me about. And it's nice to meet you.
I know.
And I'm sorry, I keep missing out.
I have this now objective of like, because I keep making games that aren't your type of game. So there is going to be a game where we're going to say, we got it. And it has
been fairly uncanny. I mean, the Catastrophe looks really cool, and you have cooperative modes. And I'm afraid that you must have just given up because you never contacted me about that one.
I have to admit, I just felt like because the competitive mode is
the heart of the game.
Take that, and it's in the game. I didn't even like like I said, I've lost several times. I thought Dwellings was going to be it because of Luke. Because I thought,
Luke is fantastic. Yes,
right. I was like, we're gonna get it because Luke is fantastic. But then you were like, I'm not gonna pass. I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But
It's fine.
I mean, definitely contact me in the future because even if I don't want to do it, that's why I have Shay now. I have a full-time contributor who does my exact show, and he would have loved to cover all of your last 4 games that I said no to.
Okay, good to know.
We'll send him over now.
Yeah.
Now, how far backed up are you, Richard? Don't you stay pretty far?
How far am I backed up?
Yeah,
I don't know. I've usually, if I were to go into the next room, I've got 60 or 70 games I've got to cover, which will take me several years to get through. So yeah, that's pretty much my mountain at any given time. I don't know. I cover about 20 games a month, I guess. 20 to 30 on average.
That's good.
Yeah.
I remember one time I bought
One time I bought into the level on your Kickstarter where we got to be in the private group. So we were doing the whole.
Yep.
That was a lot of fun because we got to say, no, cover this one, cover that one. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you were really involved. Not everybody was. A lot of them were just there. Oh, well, look, we support the show. Well, I don't.
Yeah, no. That was half the fun was like digging in. Like, what are we gonna? What should we? How should we wreck the show?
Memories. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, okay. And with that, I am gonna say goodnight. I just was waiting for an opportunity to jump in and say, "Hey, Pete.
Hey, thank you very much.
We've been ships crossing in the night all these years, and so it's nice to say. And yeah, definitely the next one you're working on, because they've all been great. They just haven't been good for me. But my channel is much broader now than it used to be.
Richard.
Yeah, well, not only that, but when Mission Catastrophe is all polished up, it does have cooperative and team, so it would be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Richard,
Jay?
You want to do something for the end of the year?
What do you mean?
Together? Like, I don't know, like do some top 10 shit or something like that. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out something.
Okay. My next top 10 is
way too many games to talk about. So
my next top 10 is top 10 favorite designers.
Whoa.
You want to do that?
Ooh. Yeah, why not?
All right. We will arrange something this month.
All right. Sounds good.
There you go.
Very well.
The Alaboom making things happen. Bringing people together.
Preach.
Also going to bed. Have to wake up early.
What?
I'm also going to bed because I have to wake up early on this coast. It's strange.
Yeah. It's a big country.
It's a big country.
Cool.
Everybody's such a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. Good chat with you.
Yep. Yeah, good night, everybody.
I'm still here to watch Forrest. Get that green screen night.
Forrest is straight.
Yeah.
I cannot believe he is
You gotta stick it out for that, definitely.
A steam clean cast.
How many people have those steamers? How is it that you have one of those?
You know what, Scott? You are so right. Not many people have them.
I've thought about buying one, but I'm like, what would I ever need it for, right? Like,
except for wedding halls.
I'll tell you what. I got mine when we got bed bugs. We got bed bugs a couple years ago.
Whoa.
Most traumatic period for me and my wife's relationship. We talked about divorce more in that weekend in Bedbug than we have in 8 years. I'm not even joking. It completely just destroyed our lives for 72 hours. And so I bought a nice steamer and just steamed. I took the day off of work and I spent a legit 12 hours steaming every square.
No, it's serious. It's serious.
So you don't just throw the things away? I mean,
I can't afford
enough.
That, man. I mean, you could do that too, but it's like, it's our bed. Yeah. Like we can't, it's a lot. But yeah, bed bugs.
And some people go and they do that bombing and it still doesn't work. You got to it doesn't matter, man. My brother did it and he tried to dismiss it. And I was like, bruh, like, no. Just because you paid somebody, just because you came to pay somebody to come bomb all your shit, like you have no idea, man. Like it'll be really weird because you'll be cool about it. And then like 3 months later, it'll be worse. So yeah. And then your friends will go home and they don't want to talk about where they got bed bugs from. And it's just...
For 6 months, anytime I had an itch after that, I was like, oh God.
Yeah. You should have just washed your balls, man, but that's all right. Stop itching them, boy.
Where'd you find this artist, Peter? Or or Brad?
So the art in Mission Catastrophe is also the same artist from Rise of Tribes. Our friend Sergio. Chavez. He's amazing.
US based or foreign?
No, he's actually in Colombia.
Colombia.
Yeah. When I first found him, he had this amazing painting of a valley in
it was Yosemite, wasn't it?
Was that?
Wasn't it Yosemite?
Yosemite. It was a gorgeous background. And I remember we contacted him and he said, yeah, my dream is to someday, illustrate for Disney. And I thought, dude, you have the gift. This is amazing. And we were going to use him only for backgrounds on Rise of Tribes. But he said, can I take a crack at the characters? I want to do characters. And my God, they were amazing.
It's awesome. Self-taught person, I guess.
What was that?
Did you go to school for it or self-taught or?
He's went to some illustration school in Colombia, because I remember saying his CV. But
in the end, our project has had the modeler is in Peru, the animation team is in Brazil, and the illustrators in Colombia. So apparently we got the South America
covered.
Yeah.
Damn, this is good.
We won't ship to any of those places, but that's where our team is from.
Right. It's impossible to ship to South America. Everything we do is gone. I mean, it's all stolen.
I had this thing where so many people wanted Rise of Tribes that were in Brazil. They were like, oh my God, this is gorgeous. I really want it. I was like, yeah, I can't ship there. And then in the end, I finally said, all right, here's the deal. If you are willing, I'll try shipping one time, because I talked to Fun again. And I said, look, I'll try shipping one time, but if it doesn't work,
you're out.
I mean, like, I'm hands off. I can't try again. Right. So then they had all these Brazilian backers were giving me instructions like, okay, hide it in this type of package, in this type of box, and label it this way, and then it'll work. And it was crazy. It's crazy.
Did it work?
I think a couple of them received it.
He's like, do you? Yeah, I want to get a ship to South America. Do you have a helicopter?
Right.
Can you fly the plane?
Right. Do you have a Huey?
I mean, there's part of me that goes, is there a business there? Go down to Brazil. Get like
it's a big problem.
Yeah, it is.
Like a catapult. Just get a catapult and like
do some
the other thing that was
Costa Rica.
The other thing that was happening with Sergio is he kept saying like, hold on, maybe hold on, the Colombian dollar's not great. Just don't pay me this week. Pay me next week because it'll be maybe better.
You pay him in Colombian dollars?
Well, no, it's just that I think his dollar exchange was always like
terrible,
fluctuating all the time.
Yeah.
So
is it auto converts?
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
So it was always just it's tough. And not only that, but like we'd go to pay him, and then the bank would just reject it. Like, why are you sending money to Colombia? It's like,
oh yeah. Well, now you're a drug dealer now.
Oh my God.
Just paying for
a lot of awkward conversations.
So we have. Do you know what internet researchers are? Like website researchers. You ever heard of that term? That try to find bugs in your systems, like they're trying to hack the site. So, and it's called security research, right? Internet security research. So I've got a guy in Turkey who's doing like amazing work, like found P2, like it's P1 through 5 is the severities. He found 2 P2s in a day that had been there for like over 10 years. And we're like, I got to pay the guy. Like, how do I send money to a guy in Turkey?
Right.
Turns out there's a system. It's called TransferWise. I don't know if you've heard of that one. It's a new wiring type system where you can pay with a credit card and it'll wire the money to them.
Oh, okay, cool.
Pretty cool.
Oh, interesting.
On Dwellings, we had an artist in Serbia, an artist in Russia, and an artist in Philippines. So paying all of them, definitely I learned that like, okay, this I got to do several forms over here, and some of them were like PayPal doesn't work in our country, so you got to do this. Yeah, it's totally different.
Interesting.
Recently, the artist that did the cover for Dwellings, he's in Serbia, and he said, hey, it's great that you wanted to get me a copy, but the government wants a piece of paper that says, why am I getting this copy? And I said, you can't just say that it's a gift because you're the artist. And he's like, oh, no. That will not fly. It has to be a totally different reason.
Mm.
I was like, okay. He says like, I want you to write a letter that says like, whatever this random reason is, that will get it through customs. It's like, geez, all right, I'll do it. No problem. But weird stuff.
Yeah.
You could
We're
say
pretty
I'm
lucky.
Maybe you're going to get
recording
pulled
your
off a
money.
plane at some future point because of the letter you wrote.
Right. I don't know that we can even send. I don't know that the artist in Russia for Dwellings. I don't know if we can get her the game because as of right now, we can't find anyone who will get it there.
Not even FedEx.
We went to Spiral Galaxy and then they just recently said they can't do it, and so we're gonna try the U.S. fulfillment via, I guess, something.
I have nothing but negative things to say about Spiral Galaxy.
No. Personally,
You're not allowed to talk about your competitors, Lance, like that.
Well, I mean, okay. First of all, I would say this. Prior to me having anything to do with this, I had so many people tell me that they wouldn't. I mean, maybe things have changed with them. Maybe they're amazing now, for all I know.
They are amazing. You're incorrect.
All right. Then I am wrong.
Well, you know what's funny is, so I found their name because you this is why I love the board game industry, because you're trying to figure out how to do this. So you go to like other Kickstarter creators and you ask them who they used, or you find out like, okay, how'd this work? I don't know how to do this. And of course, Jamie Stegmaier posted all of these. Oh, I shipped over here. I tried this one out. It didn't work. This one, it did work. And that's how I originally found Spiral Galaxy, right? Because he said, all right, I tried them out and they worked out great. Yeah. And so I don't know what happened in your case, but they have worked out great.
Well, it wasn't me. It was just the people that referenced them to me, I should say. So,
gotcha.
So hearsay or whatever. But they were dying. They were deathbed confessions, so that's admissible in court.
Deathbed. Oh, Lance.
Lay it on me.
He's like, avenge me.
Yes. Make sure that Spiral Galaxy goes out of business.
Lance, I put a curse on them, and all I need you to do is take this battle axe and finish them off.
That reminds me of this one time several years ago where I had a very
battle axe.
No.
Go look up, Lance.
What is that?
Oh, it's out of focus.
Is that Galaga?
Well, hold on. It'll start talking in a second.
Sweet, man.
It's weird. It's totally, you can't read that, can you?
No.
Dragon's Lair?
Oh, Dragon's Lair. Wow.
I can't get it out with the glare, unfortunately.
Oh, that's awesome. Where'd you get that?
Yeah, that is killer.
Yeah, I just saw an ad for that. Is that the little one? That's what it was for? I thought it was like for the machine.
Replicate.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
Replicate.
Huh. That's wild. They've got Dragon Slayer though. That's small. That's cool.
Okay, but the problem is like, what?
It plays real well too.
30 years later, there's only really one part where they need to clean up like the double jump right before you get to Dragon's Lair, and that little that little down part where you're ducking to get your sword back or whatever. There was total bullshit in the arcade.
Oh man, yeah, that was like
total
that's where all the
bullshit in
money
the
went.
arcade. Are you kidding me, man? Like I
could beat that on one quarter. I could beat that.
Well, we can now, but Jesus Christ, man!
I wish I could get it to show up.
When have you played the GameCube version? Did you play it when it came out?
No, you know what I played it on.
That's cool.
I want to be. I think the last time I played it, it was actually on a DVD player. I think with the remote.
I think the GameCube version's different.
What I'm trying to do with my wall is make all these calyxes where there's open spaces, and then there's these smaller arcade consoles that were premiered at the CES show.
Yeah,
where they're just like half the.
They're
just like the thing on the wall that's like a picture frame size of the arcade. That's what I want to get those mounted in between the calyxes.
Ooh. I like that.
So, it's like joust on the wall is what I want.
So here's the deal. I'm gonna tell this is how cool I was back in the 80s or whatever.
playing
So
playing
cool,
video
so
games.
cool.
I could beat dragons
Chuck E.
in
Cheese.
quarter.
Yeah, I'm seeing the hair flying right now. I just see the hair flying.
So Dragon's Lair was so popular that they put the monitor on top of it so people could watch you play without having to look over your shoulder and watch you play.
Yeah.
And I would beat the whole game. Like I would start playing it, and people were like, "That guy can beat the game in 1 quarter." You know, they'd actually say that. I hear people say that, and then I get up there and I'd play the entire game. I wouldn't lose a guy the entire game. And when I get to the end and I hit the button to throw the sword into the dragon, and then there's like the minute-long cutscene at the end, I was so cool. I'd see it. I just turned around and walked away. I didn't even put my initials in.
Mic drop.
The mic drop.
Mic drop.
Oh, no,
How good were you at? How good were you at Space Ace though? Space Ace was tough.
Space Ace was
impossible.
tough.
Space Ace is tough.
I put so much money into that.
Once again, the jump scene, when you jumping left or right, when those things are moving in the little world and then they don't match the colors up, bullshit.
The biggest thing about Space Ace was that there was like 2 or 3 times when you could become Space Ace if you wanted to, and was actually better for you not to.
Yeah.
Cliffhanger was the one that was tough. That was the one that was.
I had a notebook with Cliffhanger. I wrote down all the moves.
The ninja.
I brought it to the arcade and I was
the entire game was pretty easy. It was the ninjas. It was that one.
Oh, the ninjas were ridiculous.
I liked Berserk. Remember that?
Yes.
Get out of here with your Berserk.
Oh, Berserk was cool, man. It was like Cylon.
Evil Otto, right? Evil Otto.
Robotron 2084.
Robotron.
Let me see. When I was just started arcade, what was I playing when I was a little kid? I think it was probably Tron. I mean, like I played Robotron 2084 and all those things. Like when I was like little, when they used to have a cigarette tray. Goddamn. But
burns on them. Yeah.
But I think the remember first game that I really was like, ooh, I'm playing this on my own was Tron.
And Gorf.
I remember one birthday party where it was like, I don't know, the birthday parties at the time, you could actually rent the arcade where you didn't need any quarters, and all the kids would have like 1 or 2 hours of just like, of course once they built those big multiplexes of arcades, it was the same, but
that sounds insane.
That was just a dream when I was a kid.
I would
imagine the arcade. You didn't need any quarters.
Oh my god, I would lose my mind.
I did everything.
All the hours of Burger Time was so good.
Dude, God, I loved Burger Time. Oh,
up in the upper Midwest, there's a chain of arcades called Bump and Tilt that they actually had bumper cars inside the place as well.
Wait, Lance, you didn't have Sega's Timeout?
No.
We had Aladdin's Castle.
Aladdin's Castle. Yeah. Aladdin's Castle.
But I remember the last Bump and Tilt. I remember I stumbled upon it while I was traveling somewhere. I don't even know where it was, but I stumbled upon it, and they literally just had just pay to come in, and every game was set up on free play. And the bumper cars are broken. You couldn't use those, but you could come in and just play all the games for free, and half of them didn't work, and it was they were on their last legs.
They're on their last legs.
There's
just one car on fire over there.
They're so far gone that it's not even COVID that killed them. It was something else before the COVID.
There's nothing sadder than
clearly this place had lost hope years ago.
If BGGCon happens next year, you got to come out early. We got to go to the Cidercade. It's like a warehouse filled with everything, every classic game. Tons of all like 30 pinball tables. It's amazing. Me and Lincoln Nikki went there, and we're like thinking it was gonna be a couple hours. We're there for like 5 hours, and standing for 5 hours. I haven't stood in an arcade for 5 hours. I'm like, I'm sore. Can we leave?
They have one up the road from us. So we have to pay like $30. You get unlimited soda, and this guy was really good because he actually took like all these machines and he restored them, so they work really well. The controller sticks are tight and stuff. He's like, I treat these things like gold, and I haven't been up there in a long time, but goddamn, he had everything. He had all those 4-player games, so like Ninja, like he actually had X-Men, the X-Men one. He had the one that was what was the one that was the Captain America one? He had that one too. Like I never see that one. I always see Turtles and Simpsons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He had the fucking Captain America one, man. I mean, he had the Alien versus Predator 4-player one. I mean, he didn't just have all the gun games and shit like that. He didn't have just those. He had Operation Wolf though. He did have Operation Wolf. Do you remember that? That was like the first one with the metal, gun that didn't calibrate.
Yeah, man, have you ever been to the Midwest Gaming Classic?
Gauntlet was cool.
Gauntlet,
yes,
man. I want a gauntlet when you walk in my place. I want just a gauntlet. So
I go
One
to
of my
that
high
every
school
year.
friends
If you
had a
ever hit
gauntlet.
that up, we should
Oh, and what was the one with the wizard?
Wait, Lance. I don't want to lie to you here. When is it? We have something that's called it's called Midwinter. Where was the Midwestern Game Classic? Maybe I've been.
Midwest
Maybe
Gaming
I have.
Classic. Right now it's in Milwaukee, but it used to be in.
I just want to make sure it is in Milwaukee because yes, I have been there. Yes.
Yeah, I go to that every year. We should hang out one day. Some games or something.
I'll be on the floor.
The dungeon
just
crawl wizard.
I'll just be laying on the floor when you get there.
Oh yeah, I hang out with these guys called Guys Game and Beer, and all we do is drink pretty much.
Yeah, I'm seriously. Yeah, when I go to those conventions, I'm like, I'm doing press early because I'm gonna be here late at night having a good time. Yeah, I do press shit early.
Which convention are you talking about?
Midwest Gaming Classic. It's the only gaming convention of the year I go to that I don't work at. It's in Milwaukee. It started off as like an Atari Jaguar convention, but now it's like a huge pinball convention.
So they bring machines and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah. And they show like all the old systems and stuff like that. Like they have it like just everything that you can think of, and they
need to go to one of those. Condition. Obviously,
post-COVID. It's not just to look at either; it's there to play and just to get back.
Yeah, I want to go to one of those for sure.
Yeah, it's so good, man.
We should
that Coleco. It's that Coleco back in the day with the buttons.
Oh god.
Oh man,
yeah, baby.
I had an Atom computer. Remember those? It was a ColecoVision computer made with
ColecoVision rock, man.
Built into the computer.
It was pretty close to the actual game. But there was a game that had like a wizard in a dungeon crawl. You remember that?
I do. It's called Archmage.
Wiz War?
I hadn't seen that in years. Well, that's what I thought it was.
Wait. When you said
Wizard of War?
No, when you said Archmage,
I thought it was.
Are you talking about? Wait. Are you talking about the Neo Geo one? The Neo Geo game that was like.
There was a game that you were just a wizard and you were walking around in the dungeon.
That's it.
And it was and like pit traps were like the most devastating thing you could run into.
Okay.
Was it
if you went to the
top
wrong
down?
spot, it would just kill you. And
was it a top down thing?
No, it was
it was
view.
First person.
It was ahead of its time, completely and totally ahead of its time.
I thought it was Wizard or something though.
Was it Wizard of War?
That's the one I'm thinking of.
WOR.
That sounds like it. Let me look at it.
That is a game, but it's not as good as what Lance is saying.
Right.
No, and then so in the game of Archmage, like there was this thing where you would, if you fell into a pit because your wizard carried the staff, you'd put your staff up and you'd catch each side of the pit, and if you jiggle,
I think that is a Neo Geo game.
Yeah, I think that's a Neo Geo game. That's why I was like, hold on, man.
Yeah.
You understand, dude. I was up in them arcades.
I played it on a Mac.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's a Neo Geo game.
You had to time it perfectly, and you had about 1 second to kind of push your joystick back and forth the exact right spin times, and you pick yourself up out of the pit. Otherwise, your staff broke and you fell down into the pit.
That's it. Now the Immortal on Genesis was a killer game. I don't know if you ever played it.
Yeah, Mortal.
Mage Lord. That's what it is. Mage Lord, dude.
It was like an isometric dungeon crawl, multiple levels. It was really cool.
That's what I was thinking about, Lance. Is it Mage Lord?
That's the one for the Neo Geo.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wrong.
We have no clue what you're talking about, Lance.
It was a freaking.
I was an arcade rat, man. I was there every minute when I could be.
Oh, me too.
I even got in trouble. Like I would ride my bike there because it was kind of far. Like,
yeah,
it was past two highways, right? Like you had to cross two highways. They're called highways, but they're really like 2 lanes on each side. And I got in trouble so many times.
Let me tell you something. I had to ride 3 buses to get to the arcade on the other side of town. You know, back in the day when parents just didn't give a shit where the fuck you were. Like,
I know
we got
away with everything.
I was clear on the other side of the city from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with like $5 to $7 in my pocket
and no
for
cell
the
phone
entire fucking day.
Yeah,
and I would spend every single cent except for the $1.25
to get
I
the
needed
back.
to ride the back.
So if you
home.
lost that $1, you're like, how am I
Oh
getting
man,
home?
I was fucked. I mean, I asked people for money.
Yeah.
Like, can I have a quarter? I left.
I would do collect phone calls to like
Dude.
call to get a ride.
Oh my
we would
god!
I'm like out of money. I don't have a
As my
quarter.
mom used to say, "Hey, don't call me. I ain't coming to get your ass. You got there, you get back."
We'd steal bottles from behind stores, take them for the deposit.
Oh yeah, that was a big part of our lives in Florida. Driving around the
Your
neighborhood trying to
parents
find
say that
bottles.
now, like
I've told this story before, but I used to like because
Did you deliver papers?
I did, but but we would ride
big
bike
money
over
back
to the showbiz or Chuck E. Cheese or whatever because they had the good things and they gave you like 6 tokens for $1. It was like that which was like might as well have been gold that they're handing out, but you couldn't they had a rule where you couldn't be in there if you weren't with a party. Like you couldn't just show up
just
as a
walk
kid
in.
off the street. So
yes, I remember the story now.
So me and my buddy we'd ride bike there and there was a thing on the back end of the place that you could there was like their generator or whatever and we'd put our bikes back there and attach them to the bike lock and then we'd hang out and look around the corner and wait for like a family to show up with for a birthday party and there'd be like a ton of people and we'd walk in with them to be in there and pretend we were part of the party. And then
oh my god.
And then we got caught so many times that the guy finally was he's like, I'm gonna next time you're gonna come in here, I'm gonna take your picture and I'm gonna remember who you are and I'm gonna make sure you never come back to the showbiz again.
The Chuck E. Cheese police.
Yeah.
Whatever you do in life, you're not going to be successful, sir. Just chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out.
And I was scared. I remember
God.
I had to go back there for because he said you're banned and if I catch you here again,
calling the cops.
Passing,
you're banned. Oh my god!
And it was just and you're 12, and so you're buying into that. You're okay,
you're in trouble.
That's a real thing. And then I remember I had a birthday
permanent
party
record
to go to there, and I was just like, oh god, he's gonna see me, and he's gonna throw me into showbiz jail or.
Did I tell you the story when I got
he's
thrown
gonna
out of the
throw
mall
you
by a
inside of the
cop?
machine. The machine. He's gonna throw you inside of showbiz.
Yeah, he didn't.
You know where the kids go when they get banned? Inside the machine.
Yeah, he didn't care. But I remember at the time, though, I really bought into his. I was believing what he was laying down. So
did I tell you the time when I got thrown out of the mall by an actual cop, not a mall cop?
Oh, really?
Did I tell that story?
What'd you do?
Yeah.
I got chased out of.
It's like the only time I've ever been in trouble with a cop. You got chased. Oh my god!
I used to steal stuff all the time, man. I used to steal stuff all the time.
We'd ride our BMX bikes through those back hallways in the mall.
Man.
Oh yeah, those are awesome.
I dove through a window. Go. I want to hear it.
So I'm in the mall and I meet my friend there, and he comes up behind me and jumps on my back, right? Like to scare me or whatever, just roughhousing. And I didn't know what was going on, and I threw him off me, and this cop saw us do that, and he kicked us out. He's like, "Get out of this mall!
Oh my God.
Get out of my mall," or something like that, and don't come back. And I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." Well, he's a real cop, so I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess we got to go." So we go, and my friend's like, "We should just walk around the mall a couple times, and then go around the opposite side and come in that way." Yeah. I'm like, "Okay." Of course, we walk around. I mean, we spend a good 10 minutes to try to get there, slow, kind of waiting it out. Maybe the cop will leave. We walk around the other side of the mall. We go in, and he's standing right there when we walk in. And he looks at it, he goes, "Didn't I just throw you out of here?" And he goes, oh, and we're kind of we freeze, and we're like, he's like, "Get out of here, or I'm taking you to the jail." I'm like, "Oh shit!" God. So we bolt, so we leave.
Oh my God!
I was so scared. I was like, "Okay, well, I'm supposed to be here for 3 hours, and my mom's coming to pick me up. So what are we gonna do now?" So we went and watched Police Academy, which is an R-rated movie. So we're 12, 13.
There you go.
So get into Police Academy.
You also used to go there and that was back in the day. And I don't know if some people did this. When I was young, you just go to the movie theater and just be there for the day. I would just duck in and out of movies. I didn't give a fuck when the movie started. I would just go sit in the movie.
I do that as an adult.
My friend, sister worked at the movie theater. I would get there on a Saturday and just get there at like 10 a.m. when the movie started, and I would just
be there all day.
Yeah,
they didn't recognize you after a while. Like, this guy.
What you gotta do is you gotta chart it out. I used to chart it out. I used to take numerous paths and be like, all right, we can go see.
Yeah, I would just duck back and forth. People didn't care about that shit back then. They
I used to look for the half
like that threat that people thought like, oh, they'll catch you. I'm like, most of these people are like 16 years old. They do not give a shit at all. They'll even laugh at you. They'll be like, like, look at this guy. He's been here all day. This kid's been here all day.
Have you worked in a movie theater?
Yeah,
no, my friend's sister did, but no, that's why.
I had like almost every odd job, and I had a movie theater job, and the nacho cheese is serious.
I do remember when my buddy who worked at the movie theater, it's like if I was bored, if I was bored in an afternoon, I'd be like 19, 20 years old, and I was like, just doing nothing, and just like I would drive by the movie theater, and if I saw his Bronco parked outside, I would just drive in and like he'd see me and he goes, "Oh, sir, you're looking for your coat? Yeah, you left it over here." And he'd just walk in.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'd go sit down in a movie, and then he'd just come in and sit down with me and just screw around. He's like, "Yeah, I got a couple hours to kill. They think I'm stocking popcorn or something. I'm just gonna." We'd sit there and.
Peter, did you guys do the Roy Rogers collections?
Roy Rogers.
What?
Yeah, the Roy Rogers collection. Was it Roy Rogers? Yeah, he had like a charity that like they would go, like the ushers would go in the movie theaters and collect money.
No.
You never do that? My friend, the same friend that got me in trouble with the cop, he had that job. He would just take the money.
No way.
Yeah, it's the Roy Rogers Fund.
I like your friend.
Roy Rogers was.
I'm friends with him on Facebook. I haven't talked to him in like 30 years.
I like your friend.
Get him on here.
Like
No. I do not. Like I don't want to get back together.
I had a couple friends like that growing up, and I think that's what that I got that way. I started thinking I could get away with shit because they were just the type of people that rules just actually didn't exist somehow.
Didn't apply for them,
right?
It just kind of like, and you would hang out with them, and you'd be like they just got away with that. Like I'm with them, and I'm watching them do something that's totally wrong. They should be exposed. And I'm watching them not do it. I'm like, fuck it, I'm doing it.
No, I mean, what that was
flawless that way. It's weird.
I've said this about a lot of people is that like there are certain people that just kind of figure things out like earlier than others. Like when they realize it's just like when they realize that like the teacher that's teaching the class in high school, you're like
has no power.
You have no power over me.
Yeah. He was that guy. Yeah, he was that guy.
Yeah, there was a time when I worked on the Disney actually with Brad, and there were the movie studio lots that I was afraid to go over. I wasn't going to go over there and poke around, but there were guys that would be like, "I'm just going to grab a clipboard and act like I is supposed to be here."
That's totally me.
And tell them like, "Oh yeah, you were supposed to get that. Where's that costume?" And they would do. They would just do it. Just get into it.
Social engineering is a strong skill.
I mean, sometimes just being nice can get you in a lot of spots, that you want to be. But I thought about this thing when I was such a big shopper, and I got this from a podcast. I just can't remember what the name of this podcast was because it was like one of those little tips and tricks, kind of like this types of things. And they were had an episode about the good guy discount. So it was about people who would ask for a discount. Like, do you have any discounts? Do you like that kind of thing? Okay, man, you got something that you can hook me up with or whatever. And I just thought that was total bullshit. Well, like back in the day, they used to have all these things that felt so exclusive before they were like, they're not common, like friends and family stuff, right? Like friends and family, employee discounts, like extra coupons that you're supposed to get if you had an email. But before they were email, they had those coupons too, and I just started asking, like, do you have any of this stuff like this? And they'd be like, well, I'm going to grab these coupons out. I mean, if you ask people, they will find stuff to give you discounts. And I did that. And I was, shopping for my lady or some girl at the time or whatever. That shit worked out. All you got to do is ask. Like, and I applied that to a lot of things in my life. All you got to do is fucking ask. So some people don't have the balls to ask. If you ask, you never know.
There's the reverse side, which is the asshole filter,
yes,
right?
Yes,
where you go and you deliberately. I remember I was in some Kinko's and this
Happens in a
guy,
restaurant all the time.
threw a fit, and then of course the manager comes over and covers his whole thing because he's throwing a fit.
Covered his ass. You cover, yeah.
Oh.
You always do that.
If you're okay with
Or you
being
could be
outside.
like Forrest and
Yes.
steal the popcorn.
Popcorn bucket out of the trash.
It's
Oh,
not
God,
stealing.
that guy. That
It's not
guy.
stealing.
Coke.
I
And
love it.
don't. If you're
The
gonna
Coke.
paint
Nope,
that picture,
nope.
paint the right color. I get the soda out of there too. Get the soda.
Now hold on, Lance. There's nothing wrong with that. As I tell people, sometimes you have to have less rules. You know, like that's the thing.
And that's
Sometimes you gotta
what
let that
we
shit
got
slide. Yeah, you got too many rules.
Forrest,
Get that shit out of the
Forrest
trash.
was on a date with some girl, and then he got there and I don't know how he got caught, but he said something like, "Oh, hey, hold on, I'll go get the refreshments or whatever." And he got up and he went and dug through the trash.
Refreshment.
How'd you get caught? I forget
He got
the
tub
outcome of that one.
and the drink, and then he came and he had got the refill that they offer, and then he came back and the lady girl was like, "You left your wallet here. How did you get that stuff?" And he was just like, told her, and she was
comped
like,
me.
"Yeah, I'm out of here."
I know
Connection.
somebody. I went to school with that guy.
I used to go on a lot of dates that I didn't care that much about. So it happens.
She's like, "Oh, you got two? Yeah, this one is for you."
I had a buddy who who there was this girl that we worked with and he had no interest in her whatsoever. This is horrible. And but she kept on asking him to go out and asking him to go out and asking him to go out and asking him to go out over and over and over again. And so finally he was like, "Yeah, sure." She's like, "Well, let's go to a movie. Let's go to dinner. Let's go to a movie." And he's like, "Okay, fine." So and he walked by my cube and he handed me, because we lived in the same apartment building, he handed me his wallet. And he said, "Do me a favor and throw this in my car when you leave," and then so she drove and he was like, and so they got to the restaurant. He's like, "Oh man, I must have left my wallet at my desk, whatever." And so he made her pay for the whole meal and the movie and the whole thing. And he was just like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, I think we should just be friends." I was like, "So what did you do?" He's
That's
like, "Well, I got a meal and a movie out of it. I mean, that wasn't bad." And he's
Well,
like,
the fact that he premeditated it as well is kind of.
Hey.
By the way, earlier you guys, I want to tell you about this one time where you guys were talking about Chuck E. Cheese earlier, right?
Work there? Did you work there too?
No, I did not work there. But I have to tell you this about this time.
I just
when
pitched you
got
with a Chuck E. Cheese uniform on too. It's like, oh no, he was that guy.
I went into a Chuck E. Cheese as a teenager with 5 minutes to go. We didn't realize there was only 5 minutes left, so we converted a bunch of money to Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
Mhm.
And then they were like, "Hey, we're closing, and so you got to get out of here." And we had this bucket of tokens or whatever. And I forget, we were on some high school trip where we were staying at a hotel. And that's where we were. That's why we couldn't go back the next day or anything like this. We had this bunch of tokens. And one of my buddies thought to stick the token into a vending machine just to see if it would work. And the 25-cent token registered as $1 in the machine.
Wow.
And we were like, for a brief moment, we were just all like, considering what the hell we were going to do with that. And then we emptied that vending machine. And then it was like we bought everything in there. And then someone hit return change and 4 quarters came instead. And was like, okay, so we were teenagers and we just,
and you emptied the coin slots.
Yes. Someone's getting fired. Yes. No.
I think about the person who opened that vending machine later. It's like, what the? There's just all these Chuck E. Cheese tokens in there.
You gave them a story that they could tell for the rest of their lives.
Maybe.
You also fixed a security flaw.
You're a good man, Peter. You're a good man.
So I remember at my old job at US Bank, they had the when I first started working there, the vending area. I worked overnight, so the vending area actually had those machines that you'd hit the button to make the thing turn around in a circle until you found the crappy turkey sandwich you wanted, and then you put the buck
sandwich
in, and then the door would slide open. And
Okay, sandwich spinner. Yeah,
that whole process, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is that nobody took care of those machines really well. And somebody was like, every once in a while, if you push on it really hard, it'll open up. Right. And so somebody's like, look, you can just, you can take a sandwich. And so I think I did it once and I felt bad about it. I was like, why would I take a $1.50 sandwich? Just I felt bad about it. And, but I mean, and then, so and every once in a while I'd see somebody do it and I was just like, you really shouldn't do that. Cause they did actually have cameras in there. Right. And then, of course, somebody mentioned it to some guy. I don't remember. I can't remember who it was, but literally, like, mentioned it to some guy who just, well, a shift's done at 3 o'clock in the morning, heads down there, and they had him on video camera, basically had him opened up, took his backpack, opened it up, and just started taking everything out and stuffing his backpack. I was like, maybe 2 or 3 you can get away with it. And like, they come the next day and they're like, so we sold 117 sandwiches last night and got $3. There's something weird going on. Pull up the camera. Let's see what we got. A guy that like has a backpack wide open. He's just going to each one, just tossing the stuff in. I got food for days.
That reminds me of when my first son was born in the hospital, and the nurse comes in and she's like, oh, since I know your hours are going to be crazy, if there's anything you want to eat and it's not like a meal time, there's this room over here, and we just restock that all day. And I was like, geez. I could just take whatever I want. And she's like, yeah. And so I went in there and I would just load my this is so bad. I would load my backpack up full of stuff, and I was still working at this time. And then I would just dump it all in my car. And then when I'd go back to visit my wife at the end of the workday, I would just fill it up. And I filled that thing up probably 6 times just with Pop-Tarts and juice. And yeah, wow. So I feel for that. That guy, he's got it going on. That's the way to do it.
This sounds a lot like the
nachos.
No, I was gonna say this sounds a lot like the room at BGG Con. Just keep loading up the sodas.
Oh yeah, well, the sodas got refilled like 90 times.
Oh my god.
$26,000.
No, it was it was 50,000. What didn't I say? Or what was it?
50,000. I still can't believe that. I mean, like
something like that.
Earth, it was 50,000. I mean, it was.
God, what was the number?
It was
many thousands of dollars that I was very glad not to have to pay.
Wow.
And they just wanted to show us how many free sodas that had been drank.
Oh.
Yeah, because what was the deal? What was the name of that room? Exhibitor room, like a break room.
Yeah.
It had soda and snacks and coffee.
Yeah, good snacks.
Yeah, it was nice. So you could just go there and like just hang out.
Yeah. Candy bars,
candy bars, chips, everything. And
amazing. The color.
It was all comped by the hotel. We're like, oh, this is awesome. Wow. So they showed us the bill one year. It was like, there's a 5-figure bill for soda. I'm like, okay,
wow,
how is this possible?
Because literally it'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and you'd see like somebody from like
someone go into the room after hours and like with their entourage or whatever, and all empty out the soda machine.
Soda? Who needs a bag of chips?
You say cunts. People go nuts, man. Our wedding, I'll just never forget my mom did this. She was just like, Jeremy, it's your wedding day. She was in like a great mood. She's like, it's her wedding day. All shit's on me. She's talking shit. And I think she said I said, well, what do you, she's like, what do you want? I said, well, I want to buy some of the top shelf stuff they have. We're in a really nice place. And she goes, all right, cool. You got like $3,000 or something like that. I was like, cool. And then I let my boys in. That shit took an hour.
It was gone.
And people just taking shots. I'm like, man, put the other one down before you fucking... You let people loose, man. You let people loose on your dime, man. It's amazing how money disappears so fast, man. It's so crazy. I'll never forget that. I was like, how do we spend that much money in an hour and a half?
You put 1,000 games on the floor.
If you remove like any kind of like, if you tell them, yeah, go ahead, take everything you want. I mean, people will
just gold.
Oh yeah, they're like, tell me twice.
I remember one year at BGG Spring, we had a Cryptozoic promo for the DC Heroes deck builder. I forget which. It was like, I don't remember the hero, but we sat him out on the table like, take one, like with a sign, please take one. And some dude took them all and then started eBaying them. So we actually called the cops. Like we got Cryptozoic involved. We called the cops to see what to do.
Wow.
Like, you give stuff away, people will take it.
What happened? Anything happened from it?
He sent them all back to Cryptozoic and donated the money. So he says.
Oh shit!
Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, he was selling for like 10 to 50. I think it was like some rare thing that they had given us to give out at BGG Spring. And I mean, I had no idea that they were. If I had known they had that kind of value, I would not have put them on a table. I would have had them handed out or something.
That's a weak ass move, though.
That was crazy.
There's been a lot of cases of that though, where like I don't know how truthful all those stories are, but I've back in the wild days of Gen Con, if like you were on the inns with like Fantasy Flight and stuff like that, like you could get like their special promo cards or whatever from them that were for like whatever, like that customers. Literally like you couldn't get them anywhere else, and they're like, it's just like, and then they they turn around like within 2 days it's still a Gen Con, they'd be on eBay.
Oh, trust me. How about the Command? I was gonna say, how about the Command promos? How about the yellow King of Tokyo promos? I'm like, how the fuck did you get 3 of those, dude?
Yeah.
Like, really? How'd you get 3 of them? Like,
well, and some of the stuff, like I remember I heard it was like,
thank God I don't like promos.
You can only you have to win an X-Wing tournament, and you can get this special card
players map
for a winner. It's like, how do you have 5 of these? You know. Just because they had, and because people knew somebody within the company that just, give me those. Okay,
I give all them shits away. I don't see the need for promos. I don't. Whatever. It's fun. It's cute. It's fun, I guess. But goddamn,
I wouldn't even know how to.
You can have them.
I have never sold anything on eBay. I just think it looks like a giant hassle to me. I don't know.
Can be.
It can.
I sold all my Star Wars figures on eBay.
There was a period of time when I did eBay.
Yeah.
I look more than I do on eBay now. I still look at it. But.
This is so embarrassing, but I turned around Beanie Babies. I would buy them.
Oh, really? You flipped them, huh?
And I would.
Oh, tell the story of that. That's exciting. Did you make some money?
Oh yeah, I made so much money, and the reason why is because they were hot in Chicago, and here I was. I had come out here for school. I was at USC, and no one knew what they were here. So, but they were at like the LAX airport, and they were in lots of places where like the rare ones were not picked up yet. So I had like my mom at the time was like, you got to get down there, and you got to buy this one, and you got to buy this one. And then we had this whole eBay scheme where we would take the very hot one and we would stick it with like 3 other ones. It was
you had to buy the crap ones to get.
You had to buy this bundle. I was like, it got old. I definitely did not like the whole. This is my early days of trying to fulfill, and as Brad and I have discovered, we do not like self-fulfilling because the amount of work involved. I mean, our first Kickstarter that we did for Cardboard Alchemy doesn't involve any fulfillment houses. It's all
digital.
It's all sitting in my garage.
It's Brad and his very kind wife who are sending out all these rewards. And I remember working with people who do a lot of eBay, and I'm like, God, I just would not want a package center in my house. I'm sorry. That's just
my accountant does it, or not my accountant, my bookkeeper does it on the side.
Wow,
she loves it. She has like 20,000 things listed. Jeez. It's all in the house. Yeah,
that's amazing.
Crazy, yeah. Yeah, eBay. That's interesting. The Beanie Baby. There's a documentary out there about the Beanie Baby crash and how some people like put their life savings
what's crazy
into
about
it.
I love it.
Company, the Thai company, they knew what they were doing with that whole like.
Oh yeah, it was all.
And we're gonna put this one out, and then we're gonna retire it. And it's like all of a sudden, kids were not getting those things. It was adults buying them from me, and they weren't going to give them to kids. They were going to flip them for even more money.
Yeah, they were speculating and
and like the
tulip market.
Some of the most
like the tulip market. I love it.
Some of the most expensive ones in all of creation were the ones that you could only get through like McDonald's.
Yes, the McDonald's one is where it went because what happened is I went down to a McDonald's. I went down to a McDonald's and I said, hey, do you have this one Beanie Baby? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, can I buy that without buying the Happy Meal? And they're like, sure. And I said, how many can I buy? And they looked at me like, what do you mean, how many can you buy? I'm like, can I buy all of them? They were like, they had to go talk to the manager and be like, this guy, are we gonna let this guy buy all of them?
Isn't
Or
that that was like the age of innocence is over at that
Yeah.
point, right? Like that was like the first, I think,
right.
wreck of the scalping of everything in the world. Like you can't buy a video card right now. You can't buy a PlayStation 5 right now because of the scalpers.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, if anybody has an RTX 3090 they want to sell, you want that, an Xbox Series X and a PlayStation 5, you can't find any of them. You can't find any of those.
Oh, my wife is so annoyed because she had like counted on being able to buy me a PS5 for either my birthday, which is coming up, or Christmas, and like
it just wrecks the world.
I have to get my son one. I just have to. I just have to.
Wait
I gotta
6
figure
months,
it out.
they'll be out.
Walmart's getting more Xboxes and PlayStation 5s tomorrow. I got my fingers crossed.
You're never gonna get them.
You're never gonna get them. I'm gonna
they
get
will not. They will not stop the scammers.
No, they won't.
They have people who
I hope,
click
honestly,
that
I hope
shit
they eat
super
them.
fast. Like,
I hope they eat them.
Yeah. So
there was that one guy who bought it was years ago that I saw it, that like when a new system was coming out, he'd buy two and he'd go and smash one right in front of a whole line of people who was I was like, that's so fucked up. That's so messed up.
It is fucked up.
Like,
it's just people losers like that, man. I can't. I don't acknowledge
What they don't see is the guy being beaten to death by
right
by the crowd.
Just a walking L, man. Like those dudes are just walking L's. Fuck that. Man.
I actually, what I was surprised at is I just got the kiddo the Oculus Quest, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It took forever to get it on Black Friday because the site was just down. Like I couldn't get it. And then the messed up part is my card went through twice, so now I have two of them that just arrived today.
Oh no!
I'm like, no, I only want one of these things. So now I do have to figure out what the heck I have to go. I can't get a hold of Facebook.
You go outside and you smash it.
Yeah, right.
It's a video.
Huh? I have to contact Facebook to say like, how do I get this back to you? They got they don't have a good customer service line.
Just go to Oculus.com.
Seriously,
because I had an Oculus for my son and it stopped working.
Yeah.
And they actually have pretty good customer service. I mean, it'll take you
better than PS5, PlayStation,
but they'll take care of you.
Yeah.
You never
PlayStation. What do you want?
You never got your dog thing, did you?
I never got my goddamn chicken. No. And PlayStation customer service, those people can go. I'm trying to be nice.
And honestly, there's nothing you can do.
Thoughts, but and I realize that as customer service people, they are hamstrung by the guidelines that are put forth to them by their masters. Their corporate bean counters. So not the people that are handling my problems, but seriously, the people that are giving them like the jurisdiction of what they can or cannot do when it's like, you didn't give me the thing. Okay, prove to me they didn't give you the thing. Here's my proof that you didn't give me the thing. You're right. We didn't give you the thing. Give me back my $10. No. You've downloaded the thing. I can't give you the $10. I was like, so let me get this straight. You agree you didn't give me the thing? Yes. You agree I gave you the money for the thing? Yes.
Take them to small claims court, Lance.
Yeah.
You got time, don't you?
Dude, be petty as fuck and go to small claims court.
I was like, but you're not going to give me the thing. No. I was like, this is insane. Thank you for contacting customer service.
Did they ever try giving it to you again, like putting it in your account again?
No, they wouldn't. I was like, try it again. Then they're like, no, we've already seen that you've downloaded it.
Wow.
And then the customer service they said was like, because you've actually done the download,
they couldn't give you a code.
Can't nothing? Give it to you again. And I was like, but I did the download, but I didn't get it. And I was like, well, it's like there was obviously an error. And I was like, well, how? And they were like, but we can't give it to you since you downloaded it. But there was an error. So how does that even work? I couldn't know that I didn't get it until I actually tried to download it. I was like, this is the most asinine.
Did you escalate I can't
Oh my
because
God,
you
yeah.
always escalate, don't you?
The final guy that I talked to, was like, the final guy that I talked to,
Lance,
There's no
Lance has it
de-escalating
down.
Lance.
He's like, just let me talk to the manager.
No,
Whatever.
no,
it
and
is.
I-
Oh, that's what I do.
No,
You gotta, you gotta.
and
do
I
what
did,
you
and
did.
that guy fucking stonewalled me. He was just like, you know, it's like you were speaking to the highest level of customer service that you
Oh,
could
I
possibly
love
speak to.
them. I
I was
love
like,
those.
I guarantee you have a boss.
I
Yes,
like
you have a
that.
boss, but you're not going to talk to them. You don't get to talk to them. You get to talk to me.
You gotta ask for their number. Like, what? Can you give me your ID number real quick, man?
No,
Like,
no,
give me corporate's office.
Dude, I have the entire change log. It gives you you are talking to so and so, supervisor so and so, located at so and so with their ID number of so and so. They don't give a shit because their bosses have empowered them to say, tell them to go fucking sit and spin. I have your back. So they're gonna go, fuck you. You don't get shit.
You don't get your $10 chicken.
You don't
I
get
had this
$10
one
chicken.
great.
I hope you joke. I hope you cry all night long because you didn't get it. You mother
way,
piece
I
of shit.
always-
I hope you
I-
die. You know, that's what they're thinking.
Look,
And then they hate
Peter's saying Peter's saying something.
That guy
That's what it-
sucks.
I am like Lance. I'm a fighter. I will go down these roads with these customer service for a long time. And I had this one that was very fun because I was a hospital bill. It was when my wife had a baby and they had wrongly charged us with no insurance coverage. And I went down there and I was like, no, it's covered. And I was going to fight my way to it. I got to the top, so the hospital didn't want to pay it and the insurance company didn't want to pay it. But I got to the top of the insurance company, and the top of the insurance company said, if I give you the phone number to the top of the hospital, like if I give this to you, will you leave me alone? And I was like, yes, we have a deal. Like we're going to do
We have
this.
a deal. That's cool.
So I was like, I'll go bug them now.
The fact that you have to do that
Make
just
them
pisses
turn
me
on
off,
each
though.
other.
Yeah, I know. It's messed up. The whole time at the
messed
end, they
up,
were
dude.
like, do you want a job? Because you're really tenacious about this.
Well,
I just want.
I
good
only
service,
want what I'm
man.
promised. I mean, you
Right,
paid for
I only
insurance.
want what I
I
promise.
paid for the chicken.
You paid for the goddamn chicken. You want the chicken. Chicken ain't all that, Lance. It doesn't even do anything. It just follows you around.
I got
It's
it
not-
for my son because
I know. I'm just. I've played that game
That's
once,
fine,
finished
that's
it one
fine.
time, never gone back to it. It's like the
What
most
game is
boring
this?
Minecraft game ever.
What game is this?
It's Minecraft Dungeon.
Okay.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's a terrible game.
It's terrible. It's
It's
terrible.
not good for the resources that Minecraft or Mojang or Microsoft have. It's not a good game.
Yeah, it's not.
all you had to do.
My
all
son
you
was
had
just
to
like,
do,
"Screw this
honestly,
thing."
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, he was like, "No."
all they had to do was just say, "Here's a $10 credit. You can use it to buy something else."
Yeah,
on
you're
our-
gonna give me a $10
That's it.
gift card.
And I would have said, "Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for like
So-
giving a damn about how I
Yeah.
feel."
It's weird how companies are like at the beginning of COVID, like we went to Sam's to stock up for food, and which was exciting, and I didn't have the deluxe membership card, and the lady just
Oh,
gave it to
boy.
us. She just gave it to us.
Oh wow.
She entered in a discount code. I mean, I really don't have a use for the deluxe thing because we don't do tires or whatever.
Yeah.
Like my wife already prepaid for all that stuff for her car. Like, okay, well, I'll just give it to you. Here, just type the code, and they gave us the card.
Oh,
Like,
Jeremy,
I didn't have to pay for it.
Good guy discount. I told you, man.
Good
Good
guy
guy
discount.
discount.
So
Good guy
Jeremy-
discount.
Well, you just have to
I'm
just-
trying to tell you, it
Yeah,
works.
it's so weird.
No,
It works.
So two stories about the good guy discount. One, there were all of these restaurants. My old job at US Bank, there were all these restaurants that were nearby within like a 5-minute drive of the place. And if you walked in there and just said, "Oh, hey, do you have a US Bank discount?" Like every single one of them they'd be like, sure. And they'd give you
And
like
just give it-
15% off.
Yeah.
They would just give you money off. Because they just had a code. They just had a code that said give them 15% off. You know,
no
just
button.
whatever.
Just
and just be
ask.
done with it.
Just do it.
The other thing that like I had was and I'll never forget this. It's a story about my stepfather, but I remember as a kid we would play wiffle ball in the backyard all the time. And I remember we like I think it was like the last, we had bats, but the last of the wiffle balls finally cracked. So when we were hitting it so much that it finally like cracked, so you couldn't throw it anymore because the wind would catch it and it wouldn't go anywhere. And so we had to get more wiffle balls. And so there was this department store doesn't even exist anymore. It was called LaBelle's, and it was located near our house. And so we drove over there to see if they had wiffle balls and bats. And what they did is they had a bat with 2 balls, like a little combo. Like, okay, you get a bat and you get these 2 balls with it. But they didn't have the wiffle balls by themselves. And they had, I think there was like on the rack, there was like 2 of them. And so the guy so he flagged down a guy. My stepfather flagged down a guy, and he was like, "Hey, so I noticed you got 2 of these. Do you have any more in the back?" And the guy was like, hold on. And he goes, "Yeah, we got like 5 more in the back." And they were like, whatever it was, like, $250 for the set or whatever. This is 1970s prices, whatever it was. And I remember my stepfather just said, so you got 7 total, that'd be like $20. If I buy all of them, can I have them for 15? And the guy was like, sure, why not? And so he went and got them all, and he just handed him $15 and he left. And I was like, and to this day, I was like, how does that work? How do you manage to, like, in the middle of a department store, like where how do you just manage to, like, just convince a guy, yeah, so how if I give you $15 and give me all these things? Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And I remember we had bats and balls for days after that. But I mean, but that's true. All you got to do is just, what are they going to do? Like, punch you in the face for asking? They can just say, no, we don't do that discount. And you're like, oh, okay. Thanks for your time. I don't know. Jeremy's right. Always ask if they have a discount.
Yeah.
Unless you're at Subway. They just won't give you the free sub.
Always ask a bartender hey man, I'd like you to tell me a story. Buy me a drink. Hey man, buy me a drink. Let's do a shot together. Tell me a story. I was, when I was a bartender, people asked me, hey man, buy me a drink, or hey, let's have a shot together. I usually didn't drink the shot. I would actually just give it to them. Like, yeah. I mean, people, like, if you just ask, if you're good company, if you're kind, if you actually fucking mean it, people sense your energy, like, people sense your energy. If you're a fake fucker, we know that. You feel it. But, or you get by one time, like you get by, so what? But yeah, man. Log the vibes.
By the way, Aldi, this is in regards to our earlier conversation. We convinced our designer for Mission Catastrophe to post his designer diary to BGG, because we're trying to start a conversation on BGG. So we put up a bunch of stuff over there today.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How does that stuff go? Man, I'm about to get in this conversation. Lance, what are you punching?
Dwellings.
2. How are designer diaries, like, do they connect? You feel like they do connect? Do you feel like they help?
I can answer this one. To the people that give a damn about it, they really give a damn about it.
Yeah.
Most people don't give a
like
shit.
To see
a lot of reading
during the campaign, before, like, I don't know, like, I maybe I haven't dug deep into enough to know, like,
I got this one.
Here's the thing, though.
It depends on the people writing it. I'll let you talk here, but the guy, Jeff Cornelius, the designer of Campaign Trail, like, he wrote up really good designer diaries he took pictures of, like, old prototypes, and, like, he shared it. So like, when he shared that stuff with us, like, we were able to then make really good updates, and people really responded really well. Like, they were more excited.
Oh, he's got a good story.
But
I will say,
but in my opinion, it isn't gaining you new backers. You're just confirming the ones that are already excited about your game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that one of the things that I think is really interesting is that James Hudson tried to do narrative updates.
Okay.
And then for dwellings, I actually said, let me see if I can use BGG in the same way, and let's tell stories. So we had a writer who would come up with these different stories about dwellings, and I would go on and we would try and, like, tell the story of the ogres and give everybody sort of like a it was an experiment to see if anybody would come along, and unfortunately it just doesn't get, the best thing I ever did on BGG that was interactive.
That sounds cool, though. It sounds like corny, but it sounds cool as fuck. It just sounds cool.
Really fun. The best thing I ever did on BGG, though, I think I did it with Brad. It was way back when someone hosted this, like, massive role-playing choose your own. It was basically like you would decide, like, you'd play this adventure with a DM. Basically, someone would send everybody the same instructions. Do you want to climb up the hill? Do you want to go inside and equip a sword? What do you want to do? And then you would type your answer back and then get feedback on if you went to the next chapter or not. It was an interesting idea.
Oh, did Bradley run that?
I can't remember what.
Gosh, I remember that. Was that
Remember those
RPG
things?
thing?
Those were so interesting.
I remember a lot of fun days when it didn't matter to get backers. You know what I mean? Like pre-Kickstarter was so innocent and fun, and now it's
Right?
all business.
Oh,
Yeah.
So funny how things
I
have
wrote like, what was it?
I got a jet shot, but you have a good night.
Yeah. Have a
See
good
you,
one,
Jeremy.
man. Good seeing you.
I wrote like 6 short stories for Arcana Rising, and like we shared it with backers and things like that. And like, you know, there was a handful of people that cared, but most of them were just like, whatever, reading, see you later.
You got to be already in to care about it. It doesn't work the other way around. It's not going to bring
and it was
anybody.
like, okay, so we're kind of confirming our backers, and then it came down to it's like, well, you know, we had
in
spent a
social,
lot of time
social
writing
media,
this
your,
stuff.
your
And
backers are your salespeople.
well, true.
I mean, they will post that link, right?
My
if you inspire them to do it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like I'm sure there's a way to market it, you know, and to get people excited, but in a lot of ways, there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't. I mean, it's man, getting backers is you have your few that you're gonna get, and then like
you have your regulars,
and then you kind of fight for all the rest of them. Right?
Acquisition is tough.
Absolutely.
Especially with so much competition.
There's this one. I mean, I have so many good backer stories, but we were very lucky on Rise of Tribes. There weren't any like real. There wasn't anyone. Sometimes you get angry walls. We didn't have an angry wall, but every once in a while there'll be this one backer who you have to like. I mean, they'll say, "Can you just trot everything out in front of me?" And then I'll think about it. Like you're doing so much work for
the swine.
And you're like, oh my God, you know, just never mind. We'll take 15 people who aren't questioning me, but like we're gonna do all this stuff for you just to see if you'll go for it.
Yeah,
But you have to think like before crowdfunding, you had to pay your own money to do this kind of. You had to believe in your own project and front your own money and do all your own. I mean, it's still a little bit like that, but I mean, your time is money.
Oh, I don't think anybody's arguing that against you. Oh shoot, I don't think anybody's arguing about that. It's just that
that's what I did instead of buying a house in 1998. In 1998, man.
To quote the great Travis Chance,
instead of buying a house,
you know, he said, he goes, I would like the moon with a slice of right the fuck now. Signed Kickstarter backer. You know,
well, they have the power.
I love
the power has been transferred to the people. So what are you gonna do?
You invited them in.
But I love the community. What was interesting to me about when we did Rise of Tribes, we did social goals, but they were a week into the campaign and we got really good involvement, right? But then on Sparkle Kitty, we did social goals immediately and got almost nothing. Because we didn't have the people built up yet.
Yeah.
And I went to go talk to Exploding Kittens, and they pointed out that their social goals didn't go till a week and a half in when they had the numbers. So if you have the numbers, people are willing to like go to Starbucks or do a task or do whatever the heck they got to do. Yeah. So the numbers make it possible and to have fun. But otherwise, you put out something and you're hoping that another person wants to come with you, and that person's looking around like, are we the only ones doing this? Because if we're the only ones doing this, I'm not going to do it.
I'm not doing it. Yeah, no, you need the social pressure.
You do. You have to have
that peer pressure.
So start with success. Then you can do all sorts of things.
You can do all the fun stuff, yeah. Or you can also do a web comic for like 20 years and build an audience that way and then monetize it.
Do you remember that one campaign? I'll never forget that one. It's called Machine of Death. Did you ever see that campaign?
I did. I backed it. I have.
Yeah, I backed that too. Now, what was amazing about that one is they did have a web comic and a book, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, they were able to kickstart a game without even telling you how the game really worked. I mean,
was there even a game there?
There really wasn't. But
I don't even remember seeing a rule book. I mean, I remember getting all the stuff.
They didn't even have the rules figured out. They just posted the funniest video I had ever seen for a Kickstarter video, and I was sold. I was like, I don't know what this is, but
I
I'm
like
back.
The concept of Machine of Death anyway.
Yeah. It was a great great concept, great video. They nailed it. I remember that campaign because they did stuff like, okay, they didn't expect to go 500,000, and back then that was a lot of money coming in for a Kickstarter. And what they did is they did goals like, okay, 493,000, we cancel the campaign. 494,000, it's back on. I mean, it was stupid goals. They did stupid stuff because they were just having fun. And they said later, if someone had told us that we were going to make 500, then 100 would have felt like a failure. But since we only thought we were going to make 5,000, 100,000 felt like, you know, the world was open and we could do whatever. Yeah.
Definitely keep your expectations low.
Yeah. It certainly is good to remember.
Yeah. I mean, I should reflect that onto myself. That advice. I always have high expectations for everything. Like doing this for 20 years, it's like if I do something and it doesn't immediately work.
Well, Scott, when you only want half of a glass, when you're a glass half full, you're pretty fucking happy.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, it's true.
It's interesting what you said earlier about how if a video is not going to have 10,000 views, right? Why bother? Why are you doing it?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
when I first started showing, I had a person who worked with me in LA, and she took a look at all the board game videos that were out there, and she's like, "These are nothing. These numbers are like." She's like, "This is the best."
The big ones are small.
Yeah, she was looking at even like Dice Tower and going, "This is the best amount of numbers that there are in board games."
Like Shut Up and Sit Down and.
Yeah. So
I think Tabletop was only the real true successful board game video.
Yeah. Tabletop. I remember the time I would alternate between watching a tabletop episode and then coming over and watching a full playthrough that you guys were putting up because I didn't want like the edited 30 minutes where I couldn't get the juice of the game.
Yeah.
Well,
Lincoln always questioned me, why do you want a full playthrough? And I'm like, well, I watch video game playthroughs.
Right.
Like I want to see a board game playthrough, like every move.
Yeah, because otherwise you don't know what's happening.
It's a super niche video series, right? It's not it's not for everybody.
Well, you can also, the person watching it can fast forward as they want. If you don't put the content there, they can't
DVR,
open it up.
There was something about Tabletop though. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I watched every episode. So I think near the end I dropped off a bit, but
it was addictive because I think also he had he picked only certain games that fit the format, right, with the right amount of players and the right kind of style with the open information. He definitely curated it the right way. It was fun to watch. But then after a while, it was like, oh, they're not showing me the parts that I want to see. Though, to some games.
Yeah, it turned more into like what did I made a comparison to like Real World because it was all testimonials.
Right. Because originally it was supposed to be like Celebrity Poker Showdown, where you got to see the action and there was someone commenting on how cool this was. But it didn't turn into that. It was more like The Office or it was something,
Yeah, Real World was my first thought of it. But yeah, like The Office, where it's sort of
we're just going to talk to the actors.
Testimonials and talk to the camera.
We're just going to talk to the actors, and we're not going to actually play a game. But. Yeah, but that was good stuff. How about the is the show with Lincoln? I mean, as what's going on with that show?
Well, it's in COVID problems, right? No one can get together in LA, so and it's not a good look, I don't think, to
be playing
in the room playing game with masks on, and also somewhat dangerous. I mean, still dangerous, unless they're all quarantined and all tested. It's like, well, we just pause it. So Lincoln and Nikki are doing like 2-player stuff.
Okay.
Call it game night, date night. We wanted to do game night, date night like it. I want to say like 2 years ago.
Sure.
Just never got around to it, and now finally it's here. And it's tough because two of the guys, Dave and Aaron, who were part of the original cast, I guess you want to call it, are so talented as far as teaching and learning games. Like it's a gift they have. Yeah, they can read a rule book like literally the day before or sometimes hours before, internalize it and prepare it and get it right exactly on almost like the first take.
Yeah.
Like, we hardly ever reshot game explanations. Like maybe we'll fix like pieces, parts, but not like the
That's
whole thing.
amazing.
Yeah, they were great, and they, Dave moved to I always remember the name of this, forget the name of the city. It's in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's a small city. Right on the bay.
Yeah.
But he moved with his parents to help them out.
We used to play test with Aaron.
Oh, did you?
Like,
Okay.
yeah, because the LA playtest circles.
Oh yeah.
He played Letter Tycoon, and he played maybe early Rise of Tribes.
Did you play test with Stephanie Kelleher or Bennett? Oh yeah.
I played games with her. I'm like 2 miles from Lincoln and Nikki.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Hills? Nice.
I'm West Hills, so
West Hills. It's all cool.
Adjacent. Yeah.
Do they know you or?
Yeah, I used to. Why am I forgetting his name? There was somebody that was in the neighborhood who used to have Wednesday night game nights.
Oh, is it Jonathan?
I met the. Yes, Jonathan. Dagon, right?
Yeah. Okay, you were part of that. Oh, awesome.
For a little while, yeah.
That's how they got into gaming, through Jonathan. I think. Man, I forget the story now, but Dave. I think Dave, or he got invited somehow to Jonathan's game night.
Did Jonathan go to Friday Night Dice? Or no? There was a thing for
I
a
don't
long.
think so.
There was a thing for a while that was so great. It was like at this church where the church wasn't using their facility for Friday nights or something.
Church.
Right. I don't really know, but some guy basically worked it out that we could have it for Friday night, and it was all these people, it was potluck and games would happen. It was so good. I miss things like that. That was so.
Oh, I know. We took it all for granted.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the meetup we had here in LA is, no one's posted, and I don't think if we post again, we'll get anybody.
Did you guys go to Games Day?
I used to
go.
Yeah. It was fun.
Yeah.
But once we started actively testing, it became like I was testing games at least at the Breaking Game Studio. I was testing so often that I didn't have any time to go anywhere else. I couldn't even play a commercial game.
The business of games takes you away from the gaming.
Yeah, right.
It kind of does, right?
It does.
Oh yeah.
100%. In fact, Brad and I were talking about this, but like my dream for a while was always to run like a cafe or something. But we actually saw the two guys that run Game House.
Yeah.
They never get to play a game
because they're working behind the counters, right?
I'm my God, you guys never get to play.
It's got to always be open. Yeah.
Yeah, God.
Is that going to survive the COVID?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
That's outside of my house. I don't know what's going on with it.
Outside the world, what's going on out there?
I did talk to Geeky Tees, which is our local.
I met Geeky Tees the last time I was out there. Yeah.
They're doing okay. They said that they had they're surviving, but obviously their play space has been shut down, and for a while they were going to let me sort of, I don't know, take a room as long as I was careful and brought only certain groups in. But then LA cracked down again, and they're like, nope, sorry, we can't do it, can't risk it.
Yeah, it would suck to lose that store too.
Yeah. They said that they're hoping for a big holiday push, but they don't know what they're thinking is we probably can get a bunch of sales in December. It's January that they're a little bit like, is this going to be completely dead?
Yeah.
So that's where
I'm a little. I mean, I don't think there's a game store here called Madness Games. It's a huge. It's like a supermarket sized game store, and Magic and comics and everything.
Yeah.
And they've been pretty hammered by it too, because they used to have like massive Friday Night Magic, all the big Magic stuff,
sure,
the tournaments and stuff, and then board game days, like Saturdays were the board game days, where like it would just be filled, and it's obviously not happening.
Yeah,
but hopefully they survive it.
I
think it's a deeply funded store, so I don't know if it matters.
Yeah.
For those that are able to survive, it's probably going to be, they'll get all of the resurgence traffic once people are comfortable being around each other. It'll all get poured onto the small number of places that have
survivors.
Survived.
I was wondering about that. Like, do we go back to normal? Like, how has that ever happened again? I don't know.
I think people got a short memory.
You think
I mean,
so?
how many people went back to normal in the summer? I mean, people were like,
yeah.
the heat's here, we're good. Like, how many people already tried to do that in the middle of the shit? I don't think there's going to be any problem. I think once like 80% of the population is like, yeah, we'll do it, everyone will be just like, okay. Like, I don't think it's going to be like Asian countries where you see a lot of people wearing masks on the bus and at the grocery store and just in general.
It sort of made me think though, like about conventioning. Like I would always get sick pretty much every. It would be rare if I didn't get sick, and I'd be like, "What did I do this time that didn't get me sick?" Because I do the fist bumping. I try not to hug.
Right.
I walk around with sanitizer 100% of the time, but it's all airborne. So what are you gonna do? Wear a mask, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to go to a show and wear a mask.
Right. Boy, I tell you earlier when you
Heard
were
it here first. He's an anti-masker.
But earlier when you were mentioning BGG next year, I was already thinking like, oh, they're all toast, except that one's so late in the year, maybe that's not toast.
Yeah, we thought we might make it through. I got my Crayola mask, man. Crayola crayons.
It's like you said, Scott, you don't want to be first.
You don't want to be first, right?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. It was a great reply that, not to get political, but it was when Kamala was like, I'm not going to be first if it's so-and-so who says that they're ready.
If it's called the T virus, or the T vaccine, I'm not using it.
But yeah, I would like to see some studies for sure to make sure that they've actually not just rushed the thing.
No, they've rushed it.
They've absolutely 100% rushed it.
Is that going to become a thing though for like the first conventions? Is proof of vaccination going to be like a criteria?
I feel like it would be a good.
Is there going to be like day one like patches where it's like, oh, actually, you're going to be getting 3 additional shots. This one that'll fix everything.
Well,
there was already like an article on like CNN.com about what's it like to get the shot. Like, oh my gosh, does it hurt? Did it sting when I got the and it was like somebody like gave some like 20-word thing about how it didn't hurt bad, but I had a runny nose.
I heard it's not a
cake. The comments on the it's like, oh, he's gonna be the first one to go. Derp-a-der. They implanted a microchip. Derp-a-der. Just
that by the way, it reminds me, it's not the same kind of thing, but when cons didn't know whether or not they should cancel, right? And there was this large Facebook group for Gen Con, and there was so many people in there in denial that it was gonna cancel. And it was very fun to just kind of walk in there one day and just watch when someone would be like, well, I'm pretty sure they're going to cancel. And then they would just get jumped on. No,
there's no way.
No way.
That's un-American.
Right. And then there'd be people going, and then there's just the debates going over nothing. We're all arguing over this thing. We don't know the answer. It's funny to watch.
Well, yeah. No, I don't think we're out of the woods yet, even with the vaccine, though.
No.
50% of people who have said they will not take one, so
right,
they're at risk, right?
That's their problem, right?
But is it their problem when a convention has I don't know. It's like it's a dilemma. Like, can you? I don't know how they would deal with it, but if someone died at BGGCon because they got COVID at BGGCon, that would be like really sucky.
If it was me, I'd haunt you for the rest of my life.
Do you get a choice? Is that one of the options?
Like, do you want to go to your everlasting reward, or do you want to whisper in Aldi's ear?
What happens in the glasscock room stays in the glasscock room, right?
That's a very interesting point that you made, Aldi, about like you can't take the liability of somebody not. So yeah.
Isn't that just kind of statistics though? Because in some sense, that was always a possibility.
It's always a possibility, right? With some kind of deadly contagious virus that no one knew existed.
You didn't know 2 years ago that somebody wasn't coming in on a flight to BGGCon that had hemorrhagic fever.
It had harkened back to the first BGGCon where someone from Australia came in that was sick, and he got almost everybody sick.
Wow,
including me.
Kangaroo virus.
We called it the Aussie flu. It's sort of a joke, but it was serious. I was pretty sick.
Yeah. But we can't, as far as I'm concerned, people are saying, "Oh, we'll do digital spiel next year." I'm like, "No, that was no good." That wasn't what I didn't, because if I went online and I said, "Okay, is it just everyone's got their own Discord server? Is that what it is?" So I guess I did. I went over to Bezier to go play, Whistle Mountain, and I interacted with Bezier, but it was like, this isn't the same. I mean, it wasn't the same. I would like it if someone actually thought of a way that it actually could be. I had this idea the other day that might work, although I'm not sure it would work, is a very programmed day where you're told where you're going to go and what you sign up, just like if you go to.
It guides you through a program of some.
Yeah, because that way it would be like, well, now it's like you go to a camp and it's like at 10 o'clock, you're going to be going over to here, and you're going to go in groups of 4, and you're all going to play the same, copy of whatever. And then you'll break and you'll have a lunch with a couple of people, and then you'll go do another, because that way I would feel like the experience was what you crafted for me. But if I'm loose, it's like any other day of the week. I could just go loose over to some other publisher's place and call up a friend and get on TTS. It doesn't have any, there's no reason that makes any sense. I don't know how BGG ran the last.
So the cool, well, I mean, what I think is cool. I mean, I did not participate. I did a few things during BGG Con, but I mostly streamed. But I played several games with people who I prearranged games with. The fact that there was like 2,000 events, right, where you could just go in and you could make your own schedule, because all the games they were hosted by the attendees, right?
Sure.
There was publisher things too. So if you were just going in and you didn't know anybody, you could just, well, I want to play this on the first day. I want to play Power Grid, so I'll search for Power Grid, see who's running it, or if it's not being run, I could just run it myself, and people would join.
You know what, the one that
needs numbers,
but it's that critical mass of people all in one spot
you need numbers
at one time,
right?
So, and here's the issue, and this is not a casual, hey, I'm going to set up a game of Small World and I'm going to see if people want to play. It isn't that kind of a difficulty. But as a publisher, and hey, I want to show this game and I want to like teach people and hopefully you'll like it and play it. It is, if you don't have somebody who knows how to use the online interface, combined with trying to teach them how to play a game that isn't something where it's like, hey, roll this die and take that spot. I mean, if you're like, okay, now, so I mean, if it's a medium weight Euro, it compounds the problems so much as far as like trying to teach somebody how to play, and also getting through just the whole process of how
or tabletop.
Something. Yeah, I mean, like tabletop, whatever, board game arena, whatever you happen to use, and it's just because it's super tough. I mean, it's like, no, you have to click on it. No, right click on the cube. Right. Okay.
Or
no.
if they don't know how to use Discord, like they don't know how to get in touch.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a lot of hurdles. Yeah.
I was hosting demos and I was like, okay, you need to put headphones in, or you need to turn your microphone off. It's like, and then you're like, oh, I don't know. Just like,
I played with people who already knew all these. Like I played on Tabletopia. I played Castles of Tuscany.
Yeah, and
I played live with somebody who ran a game at their house. They had a streaming setup.
Oh wow!
I mean, it has so much more. I mean, and the thing is as a publisher, it's like it's so much more difficult than like, oh, I have a booth and you're coming to my booth and I'm going to have you sit down and we're going to play 2 rounds of this game and I'm going to be able to talk to you about it. And it's just like, but instead you're like
complexity that.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're like a seasoned. I mean, even my first time playing Tabletopia, I could not figure out how do I flip a card? I mean, how do I draw a card?
I mean, Tabletop Simulator, I can do anything in that now. Maybe that's just because I've logged over 500 hours in it now.
Yeah.
So I mean,
same. Not that many.
What would the in-person equivalent of that be? Like people who don't know how to use a table or a chair when they first come.
Well,
you're having to teach them. No, you put your butt on the chair.
Oh, it's
no, not under the chair.
You can point to things and they can see what you're doing, and
Well, and
Tabletopia,
also
you
like
can't.
you'd have people just vanish because they get a phone call, and it would be just like, I mean, it just
Oh, I stepped away.
could you? I mean,
Can you redo those rules again?
Yeah, I mean, like
Read
I
all
had a
those
guy
rules
step-
again?
when I was teaching people how to play Arcana Rising. Like I forget which convention happened. It was Gen Con. Gen Con happened to happen at the exact same time that
Arcana
we
Rising
were
was-
running that Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, so I hosted all these things, and I was like up to 6 people, and I can just teach the event, and I had full tables. And there was one guy who like literally I was teaching the game. He like didn't tell anybody. He stepped away because he got a phone call. He came back and he was like, yeah, I actually had to step away. I didn't hear the rules. Do you have rules I can read? No, we don't. And we're not going to sit here and like listen to you read the rules and make everybody else wait like 15 minutes so you can learn how to play the game. I was like, yeah, you're just going to have to sign up for something else. Well, this sucks. And he leaves. And I was just like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. No, it has hurdles for sure.
Yeah.
And it's not for everybody. You got to be sort of outgoing too, right? Like if you're an introvert, it is real hard to sign up for a game with 4 strangers.
Yeah.
And jump into a chat room and then start talking to them about how to play this game. Like,
and there is a huge difference between like sitting down at a table with 4 strangers at a convention at a table where a person's like just saying, hey everybody, how's it going? Let's play this game. And like you have that person there that everybody's focusing all their attention on.
Yeah.
That's like, taking the time to demo it.
It's like a classroom instead of a game day thing.
One thing that's been interesting for playtesting is that when Brad and I want to test something that's heavier, it's definitely harder. But when we want to test like the solo mode on the current game, man, is it fast to just like set that up, test it, reset the table, test it again. I mean, it's actually like it's got some benefits.
Yeah, there's definitely some games benefit from that.
Well, I mean, it's like
can...
so we have a game signed by the designer of Santorini, Gord.
Yeah,
games by Gord.
Yeah, and but it's basically Santorini 2. It's kind of a it's I don't know. It's an abstract.
Why did Roxley pass on it?
Yeah, well, they passed or something.
Your game.
Yeah. So anyway, so it's like it's an abstract. It's kind of like a mixture of like chess and Go with like the Santorini like special power that each person's got a specific special power they get to use that affects the game board, and it's crazy. It's really fun, and it's like, so I've been teaching people how to play the game, like because we have it on the workshop or whatever, so that when it comes time when we launch that campaign next year, we're gonna have like 5 or 6 people that like can like ask them to be like, hey, we just want you to be available to teach this game in our Discord. If somebody's gonna during the campaign, somebody shows up and says, hey, I really want to try out this game. Okay, cool. Let's go to Table Club Simulator. I'll teach you how to play, and you can test it out. I mean, and for like that game and like Arcana Rising, it works really well because those games are relatively simple, just as far as the mechanisms are concerned.
Sure.
But, teaching somebody how to play Campaign Trail is like,
that
can be like pulling
half hours rule teach.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think about dwellings because people have asked whether or not we could take it to Tabletop Simulator. Not really my call per se anymore, but I think about it like when I got that down at a con, that was a 40-minute teach. That was the fastest I could teach it.
Wow.
And if I'm trying to do that on Tabletop Simulator,
forget it.
I just know that would be longer because I'd be like, no, I'm pointing over here at this. Remember this hex over here is what we're focusing on.
They need teaching tools inside that game.
I don't know if it's Tabletopia or Board Game Arena, but one of those two people, like if you provide them with the art assets, they'll do all the work. Tabletopia. They'll do all the work and put it on their on their website or whatever.
Supposedly.
But to go to the next level though, it needs to teach you the game. Right? You need some sort of script that can take you through a turn.
Remember that I don't know if they're still around, Dies. Do you remember they were trying to do a whole
I sure do remember them. Yeah.
They're still here.
They're still around. I mean, I think COVID's kind of taken a bite out of their action as well, obviously.
Well, they had a problem, which was they were saying like, hey, publishers, you have to basically either, because there's 2 different things. One is this fully interactive experience.
It looked really impressive too, like what you could accomplish in it, like the full
Right.
scripting of it and all the
Full
tools.
scripted
Like,
one was one product. The second product was, and this was like some publishers would half-ass it or whatever. It's just here's the rules. And that product was not as impressive to me because it's like I don't know how a party's going to get through this just by looking at that. But the full thing was amazing. It's just that they didn't.
yeah, I wanted to get a beta of it just to see what it could do, but I never.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like expecting it, but I was like, I would like to have seen it. I thought it might be get released this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a software company, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they can't work on it. I mean, I know they had an office.
What I tried to tell them is if you can deliver us a tool set to make our videos, then we will definitely use it. If instead we have to be in the dark and not get a tool set or have to wonder, I mean, it was a good idea. I just would like to have seen more.
Yeah, it's a tough problem.
Yeah.
Like nothing, it's hard to beat a 20-minute watch it played video.
Right. Watch it.
You know,
I was gonna say, watch it played.
I use those all the time. I mean, any
Yeah.
game that Rodney does and I will use him every single time. Or Paul Grogan or whoever, you know, if there's a video tutorial that's easy to follow.
Yeah, I remember when I was first going to play Terra Mystica, and actually I just pulled open the Rado video and was like, let me just figure this out.
Did he do it right? Sometimes those early videos had lots of.
I did. I think he did it all right. I mean, I
Oh,
think I got the game out of it, and
yeah, it's real hard to beat a live human video.
Yeah.
Despite
I'm such a turd. I can't watch a game rules. I need to read it. I need to. If I can't figure out the game by reading the rule book myself and do it, I don't deserve to play the game. I know I'm kind of a curmudgeon and a grouch when it comes to that.
You're a purist. You're a
I
board
am.
game
I am
purist.
super excited
Good
though.
for you. We couldn't get Rodney to do watch it played on dwellings, so now you get to learn.
I'm gonna have to learn it myself, huh?
Yeah.
Is there anybody out there that's done one?
No,
Just
there's a few
good
out there
ones.
that.
Heavy Cardboard and John Gets Games both did a
Oh,
good
John
one.
Gets Games is amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's awesome.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch his.
I got to jump, guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
It's been
Brad.
fun.
You have a very comic book name, Brad. You got the alliteration thing. Brad Brooke. Yeah, it's like
My brother's name
by
is Brad.
day he's mild mannered architect Brad Brooks. By night he fights crime as the Green Rider.
There you go. And if you drop the R's, it's bad books. So.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. That's awesome.
Evil Librarian.
You should have a
go.
used bookstore called Bad Books.
Bad Books.
There you go. I don't know why anyone would go in there. Though.
Bad Books by Brad Brooks. Hard to say.
Well, it's good having
Thanks
you on,
for
Brad.
man.
Talk to you
See you
tomorrow.
later.
I was wondering if this used bookstore like still existed. Like it was like this, like it's in this weird part of downtown Fargo.
And bookstores have had it the worst.
What?
Bookstores just have had it the worst in America,
Yeah,
right?
and but sure enough,
Hacked by Amazon, basically put out of business by Amazon. They make a comeback, sort of, and then now this.
yeah, no, this used bookstore still existed. It was like I walked in and I can't believe the guy still is open because like he's basically got like a maze of stacks and stacks of books that he's never gonna sell. You know that he basically whatever the cover price is, he charges 25% of whatever the cover price is. That's his standard. You know, just like I went in there and with my daughter and like I pointed out to like some old classic science fiction fantasy books that I read, like Magic Kingdom for Sale and A Spell for Chameleon, stuff like
Do you know the Dungeon Dive YouTube channel? The guy Daniel, the guy that runs that.
The which one?
Dungeon Dive. The Dungeon Dive.
Oh,
Man, he's amazing. He's going through old. He's got the project now where he's going through old fantasy and sci-fi to do like a was it sword and sorcery type reviews of old books, and he does all he does is dungeon games and dungeon crawler type games. It's a really cool channel.
cool.
There's a guy that called it's Captain Courageous, and it's got a weird name, but he's basically doing he doesn't have much of a following just because of his subject matter, but he does a really good job. He does reviews of old D&D modules.
Oh, fun.
Like, and he won't do anything, and like he won't do something that it's impossible to get a hold of. So if you can get it print on demand, he'll do it. Or if you can get a
Like
PDF
Goodman
for
Games
it,
or
he'll
something.
do it. Or if like you can pick it up cheap on eBay, he'll do it. Otherwise, but yeah, he'll.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and he does, and he does a really good job. It's kind of more nostalgia because I probably all those modules are somewhere in my parents' basement, waiting to be unearthed at some point in the future, so I can try to keep them, and my wife can make me throw them away.
Yep.
Which is just the way it works. Yeah, I don't know. I remember yeah, I don't know. Man, YouTube channels. It used to, you go to any YouTube channel now, it's like everything is so pristine, I think would be the word I'd use.
Pristine?
Like, it's just like, as far as, look at Forrest. Even he's
gotten.
Whoa. I still go off the cup hard as hell. I wonder, I never have a script.
I'm talking about your production.
I was thinking about this the other day. It's lost its indie charm.
It has. It's basically
it's a business now for everybody.
It's
almost
1,000 channels, and you get to pick which ones you watch.
Yeah, I'm in a really odd position just because, like, I feel like a lot of people just gave up on me. Just like this production quality has never improved ever. Like over 7 years, like it was just shit. Like I go back and I update these videos, and the production quality is just terrible. Just everything about them is just terrible. And it's just like I'm trying to be like, hey, check it out. I don't suck anymore. Now they look good. Now there's I'm wearing a shirt now.
You'll need to do your intro though.
I
want a new intro.
I dolled it up a little bit because I actually
cut out part of it too, because it does a crossfade at one point. Like, what does that even mean? You say, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it because it's like it's
just get a Fiverr person to make an intro for you.
But it's evenly distributed. That's the thing. Like half the people are like, I really do like it. I like the charm of it, and then half of people are like, no, I get a new one. And
what's the sample size?
Just people saying
5, 10, more than 10.
I would say 100 if we're counting like at convention.
100 people. Okay.
But here's the other thing. That I get a lot. A lot of people say, "What's that even mean, Bowers Game Corner?" Like when they meet me, and it's like, well, shit, that's working. That's resonating.
But we'll make that into your intro, but make it like an animated intro or something.
You know what?
You get rid of those games.
Forrest,
damn it, you got me. Animated a piece.
Do it. Do an animated intro.
I have to make a character. That I meant what I said earlier, that you had the most enthusiasm I had ever seen.
Well, thank you.
But then I did see a couple of videos where the table was messy, and I was just kind of like, I don't know if I could send anything else here. That's why I kind of felt like
He's
that.
got the table clean now.
And
I actually take everything off the table before I shoot. It's crazy.
I'm going to give you another good example. It was a good friend of mine.
Over it,
But like a good friend of mine, Unfiltered Gamer, I happen to love the fact that he puts a lot into it, but he's filming in this tiny little space, and sometimes you get to see the space and you go, there's no studio. Like it's not polished. It's not like it's not a bad thing, but at the same time, it's a competition now. We've all seen like the level here and there and everything. So now it's like, oh, well, now it looks like this, that, and the other. But I'm excited actually that you're doing new stuff, because now I would love to check it out.
Yeah, actually, it was on the Alaboom. They had like a 30-minute come to Jesus talk with me, where Richard and Lance, Scott, Jeremy all just were like, this is exactly what you need to do. And I just took notes, and everything they've given me was gold, Jerry. Gold.
Gold, Jerry. Solid gold.
That's good. The thing that kills me, by the way, is my mini rant on these things, okay? I would give a video to someone, I'm not going to mention any names, but I'd give a video, and then I would watch that video and I would go, that is the most, like, if I don't give it to someone like you and I give it to someone who just like unenthusiastically reads the book or something, just like does the worst.
Would you give them a game?
Huh? Well, yeah, I give someone a game.
Okay.
And I don't see any energy. And not only that, but I see rules getting missed that I understand people miss rules. It's fine. But like, when I see a number of them, I'm like, oh God, I know how hard it is to re-edit this video. I hate to ask you to re-edit this, but you didn't even really kind of pay attention, and it's coming with no energy whatsoever. And if you do one where there's no sound bite for me or no reason as a publisher that I'm gonna just like, if I don't get anything,
you can't pull anything out of it.
I'm just like, all right, forget this. I'll do, because for a while there I thought I could do better. I could make my own, but then I saw how much work it was. I started doing these where I would give away a free game on Cardboard Alchemy, and in order to give that game away, I would do a 5-minute like why you should play this game. And I did one for Campaign Trail, and I did one for Rise of Tribes, and I did one for Space Base, and whatever. Then I saw how much editing work was in that, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I see how much this is painful." Like, it was hard to get those things to the table. So I get it, but man, the ones that are just dry as toast kill me. I'm like, why are you doing this? Why are you even? You're not even excited by this game. You know,
it's all about the, like I think Lance said, it's all about the acquisitions.
I mean, the one that really surprised me, by the way, we did Rise of Tribes, and we sent it to so many different people. By the way, one of the ones that cracks me up, and I'm friends with this guy, but we sent it to Estonia for Ilya.
Robin Lee's?
No, we sent it to like, it was a couple that did reviews.
Okay.
And he bashed the hell out of it. I was like, oh, I'm so glad I sent it to you. But anyway, we sent it to Ed Baraff, who did the best Rise of Tribes. I think it was Lance did an amazing one for Rise of Tribes, but Ed did a like I'm just not going to talk about the game. I'm just going to talk about, you know, why you should totally back this. And he did such a good job at just nailing that. He doesn't do them particularly often for many people. So it's not like an avenue that I could use many times after that. But
at what point does it have diminishing returns? Like who do you need to, is it quantity over quality?
Well,
or like,
I will tell you, we screwed a little bit on dwellings. We screwed up because we did so many of them that I started to go, you know what, we don't actually need these. Like, one of these would have been fine.
I would see like one or two really good ones.
Man vs. Meeple gushed over it, and then we went, and Tantrum House did one, and then we went to Dice Tower Live, and then by the time we did John Gets Games, we did Heavy Cardboard, and after we did like 3 more after Heavy Cardboard, I realized, oh my God, you just need to watch one of these. You don't need to watch 10 of these.
Yep.
I go to all have different audiences too.
Campaigns, and I see they have like 9 videos. I'm just like, why? I mean,
right. I realize.
Are they all different audiences too, or are they the same audience? Right.
No,
I mean, I guess every creator has a different audience.
You get like a Man versus Meeple video, and or a Rado, and or a Dice Tower. Your Venn diagram,
like
if
90%.
you reach out and get like an unfiltered gamer video, or, you know, by gods, why would you do so? But like, if you came and got one from me, you know, there's absolutely nobody that's going to watch that who hasn't seen a Dice Tower or hasn't seen a Man vs. Meeple. I mean, you are maybe getting confirmation to people's pledges at that time.
I that's what I was thinking too, except I will say on this last one, I realized that so we went to get Quackalope at the very end because I saw that he had a very large audience comparatively, and he had a Discord server that was very active. And I thought, oh my God, this is what we need. We need a community. And I do think that there's a different group watching his than we're watching the Tantrum House play. So I do think there was worth it to go for both. But I agree with you. If we had gotten if we had done, say, Dice Tower or Man vs. Meeple, maybe we covered it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when it comes time for us to do the Kickstarters, I'm like, I always ask Shane the same thing. Shane, what's my budget on videos? And he's like,
0.
Bagel. He's like,
that's so interesting
these
how
days.
Shane is so different to most people on these.
That makes it a lot harder, because then you're going to try and find someone who's quality, who's passionate, and is going to turn it around and actually deliver it. I mean,
like, you know, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, you know,
I think most of the time people are not doing it.
I think I might be able to convince him there's a couple of them that are coming up that could be really big, where I mean, the big thing is that he just, I mean, and I agree with him to a certain extent. I mean, there are some games that are going to sell regardless. So here's the deal. I'm kind of going all over the place here, but here's the deal. It's like you go to like Dice Tower, and I love Mark. Mark's a good friend. You go to, the people at Man versus Meeple. I mean, obviously they're all my buddies there too, but they're not really doing a review, right? I mean, they're just like, hey, here's the game.
Yeah. No, they're not putting any of their.
Mark is the perfect example. I like Mark a lot, but when I paid Mark to do Dwellings, and I had already paid 4 other people to do Dwellings, I realized, are we getting anything new for Dwellings by doing this? And Mark even said to me, what angle can I take that hasn't been covered? And then we came up with one together, which was good. But yeah, I completely agree.
It's hard to pay for enthusiasm sometimes too.
No, I mean,
you know what I mean?
At this point, those that is churn and burn videos for them at this point. I'll say,
Forrest, do you charge now or no?
I do $100 on a $5, but for you, no. I mean, no. I know. I say that like if Lance comes to me, it's like, yeah, I'll just do it. Like So yeah.
So
and my quality's way better. No shit in the back.
I mean, I almost sent you this one because I really wanted to give it to you, but I was trying to go to someone new. I posted on Facebook, and I was literally trying to find someone with the.
Oh my gosh,
brand new.
You can't do that. Just you. If you were to, first of all, it's like the seagulls. It's like the seagull. Mine.
That was always the joke, I guess, from.
No, first of all, the other thing that I was concerned about this year, by the way, was I was concerned that I was not being diverse enough with the people that I went to, too. I was
just going to ask about that. How diverse is the content creator group?
It's not diverse enough. And the real problem with it is that I went to a couple people who are that are putting out diverse channels, and they were like, well, I can't do a big group, or this isn't my game, sci-fi is not my thing. And I was like, oh, great. So I went to Tantrum House saying, well, they can get 6 people, and I need 6 people right now, and they're also good. So
COVID be damned.
I mean, it's like, okay, I got to do what I got to do to make sure the game gets played and shown.
With a group.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of diversity, unfortunately, on this one. I said we were going to get more of it, and I didn't. I found this one woman. She's like, oh, I do a channel. It's in Spanish, and I looked at her subscribers, and she had like 50. And I go, damn, I got more than 50 on one video that I'm not even trying. So if I give it to you, it'll be just to help you. It's not going to be to help me. I'm not going to gain anything from sending you this one.
He's got to do that sometimes.
I don't remember the name of this channel. He does a really, really good job. I got to find him, of course.
Oh, there's a guy I found recently. He is amazing. Kanji. Heard of him? Canje. Really good. He does playthroughs live.
Oh shit!
But this guy's got a full-time job, and so you gotta get him a prototype early, and because he just he doesn't. I mean, and I think he doesn't charge, which made Shane say okay.
I love how Shane is so nuts and bolts, man. It's like,
well, I will say that the rates went up. I mean, so I asked people on Dwellings, and I asked people on Rise of Tribes, then Dwellings, and then Mission Catastrophe. And let me tell you, now the rates are serious.
Well, everybody's hustling, right? I mean, and a lot of people are out of work, and it's just and they need to supplement their income.
That's what I'm doing right now. I mean, I just raised one of my Fiverr prices today from $5 to $10. So big bills.
Peter,
what do you do for $10?
The Kickstarter critique.
Peter, the guy's name is Game Enthuse. It's just game and then like ENTHUS.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have a huge following, but the stuff that he makes he does a good job with it. And he's only got like 1,500 subscribers right now, but he you know, he does it. He is really, really good. And like the big thing is that like he works from home now and his kids are always making noise. But he did a video for us for our Counter Rising that was excellent. It was great.
I'm gonna
And,
definitely be looking because I will say that we did 7.
And, I mean, and I'll just say, if you're looking for diversity, he's African American. So I mean, you know, and it's just, and he's like an invisible channel. Nobody knows he exists, and
What's the name
so
of it?
like he just does stuff for us all the time.
What's the channel name?
It's called Game Enthuse. GAMENTHUSE.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
I have so many subscriptions now. It's like I think I have over 200 like YouTube channels I subscribe to. Crazy.
Right now, my son and I are mostly watching Among Us YouTube.
Are you sure it's gaming? The channel has only truck videos.
Trucks?
Yeah,
No, it's all one word. It's just.
Oh, well, there's a channel called Game Enthuse.
Oh wow, it's kind of odd that
with
we're talking about this, and literally I'm checking my comments on YouTube because I check them 5-6 times a day. The last comment I got was literally, "Please get a female co-host in few videos. It can bring a different perspective in videos and appeal to women viewers." Which I do. I have my one. I have my token woman. But it's like I can't just grab one and be like, "Hey, shoot shit with me." It's like
I can't find Game Enthuse, Lance.
So just here, it's
subscribe to the truck one.
I did by accident. I'm unsubscribing.
What's
They're
the
only
channel?
playing. The only game they played is Trucks American Truck Simulator. It's a video game channel.
That's funny.
What's
Here, hold on.
Cassandra's channel?
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
That's a name that rolls off the
There,
tongue.
that's
Tabletop.
Game Enthuse.
Okay.
It's weird. It's like nobody knows he exists.
Oh, it's
like,
not spelled right though. It's missing an E.
No. So
Yeah, that's why.
nobody knows he exists. So like when he does a Kickstarter video, it gets like 500, 600, 700 views. And when he does anything else, it's like 10 views because nobody knows.
Transcontinental preview, 222 views. Yeah.
Yeah, he got like 800 and some views with the Arcana Rising.
His voice is really good.
I'll tell you what, when you do a Kickstarter video for somebody, and if they only have like, when they don't put that on there, that pisses me off so much.
Oh God, yeah.
Especially when they only have like 2 videos. Like if you have like 10, I get it. But like I've been in ones where it's like there's 2 videos and you don't put either on there. It's like what was the point? Like,
Oh, that's terrible, man.
that's just dumb.
Let me ask you this, because have you ever been in? Because okay, so we did 7, I think, on Mission Catastrophe, and I felt really weird about which way I ordered them. Do you ever look at one and go like compare where they've put you in the list?
I always look at the order.
I always hope I'm first, but I always think, nah, I'm not first.
I always look at the order.
And here's what I was thinking on Mission
Subconsciously.
Catastrophe is I was like, anyone who gives me an amazing quote, I'm putting them right up there. And then Hungry Gamer gave me an amazing quote, and I was like, all right, I'm putting you right up there. And then Tantrum House did a live play, so I moved them and stuff like that. I was gonna try and alternate people so no one felt like they weren't at the top. This is dumb, but I would feel that way. I'd be like, hey, wait a second, I'm all the way at the bottom of this thing.
I don't think I've ever paid that much attention to it. I think you might be overanalyzing. What do you think, Lance?
What now?
Have you ever cared about the positioning of your videos in the? Yeah,
I might have at some point when I got my freaking knickers in a twist over that stuff, but
Yeah.
it's so weird now. I mean, and I said this, like, there are still days when like I'm like, oh man, I wish I still had a cool channel, you know, like, and it's like, and then I'm like,
the channel's still there.
my channel's still there, right? But I mean, there's still days where I'm like, oh man, I really wish I really miss when I was still hustling, right? When I was still like, oh, I gotta get that game and I gotta get my video out and I gotta do this, and like I'd be like checking it every day. How many views do I got? How many thumbs did I get? You know, just all these things. And then I realized, yeah, I got out of my freaking corporate job and I'm working in the gaming industry. I really, really should just be pleased with what I got. And like, you know, the comparison is the thief of joy, as they say. So
the hustle is fun though. I mean, I've never aside from Gen Con, I've never really been big on the hustle. But like I posted 5 videos yesterday. I'm posting like
Nice,
4
man.
videos a
Well, here's
month.
the deal. You shouldn't be posting 5 videos a day. You should be posting
You
like
should.
Like one.
what?
You shouldn't be.
No. If you really want to hit algorithm, is what the way your channel gets spit out to other people who are interested in board games, things like that. Maybe 2, but you're better off spitting one out. Figure out what time people want. Look at your analytics. Figure out what time people are watching your video, and set up a schedule, set up a time, and even have like set them up as you do premieres and things like that, where it's like and you can even say, I'll have a video every day at 4:00 this week, brand new video for you, and just have them boom, boom, boom. And every day when people come back, what happens then is YouTube starts noticing your traffic is spiking at that moment. All that gets fed into the machine, and then it starts spitting that stuff back out to other people that don't know you exist, and that's how you're going to get more people.
I might do that one day when I get. See, here's the thing. My backlog is so big. My backlog is up to 70 freaking videos that are like just there waiting to be posted, and like a bunch of them are the quality that's like,
what are these 70 videos that you have?
They're reviews for older games, they're unboxing, they're gameplay videos, they're lists.
So you have you edited all 70 of these?
Yeah, they're up there. They're ready to go. That's how I didn't get burnt out. That's how I never got burnt out, was because I would have many ready.
Then tomorrow what you should do is that you should just, if you have those 70 and they're sitting there and unlisted, I'm assuming that's what they are. They're sitting there on your channel. They're uploaded and they're just sitting there.
Yep.
Take the hour or 2 that it's going to take and just like set each one, go live tomorrow at noon. This one goes live 2 days from now at noon. This one goes live 3 days from now at noon. So you have constant people on other channels would kill to be able to spit a video out every day at noon for the next 70 days, no matter what you do. Every 70 days.
My goal this year for us was to do 1 video per day, only 5 days a week. That was my goal.
Yeah.
I've not reached it.
And every day at noon, there's a new video from Bowers Game Court. Doesn't matter if it's a shitty unboxing video or whatever. It's just boom, there's a new one. Boom, there's
you want to show up in people's subscription every single day.
Yep. I do. I'm sure,
but not 5. 5 otherwise they unsubscribe. I mean, you'll get unsubscribes for that.
Actually, I got 10 subscribers today. I was just looking at it. That's the most I've gotten.
Did you lose any
on a specific day? Like I was very pleasantly surprised.
Did you lose any?
I don't know. Let me check.
I mean, because when we flooded BGG channel with convention videos, we would lose like 100 to 200 subscribers.
See, my channel's so different. Like talking about my channel is just like pissing in the wind because I'm so much mass market. Like compared to so many other board game channels, like the expression I use is like I'm a friendly local gaming store, and the mass market shit is just like magic. And then like the board game stuff is just like the tiddlywink things I do on the side. Like so it's really
but
hard.
it's just still a subscriber overload, right? A flood.
Yes, but I also do it twice a year where I give them 100 games over 3 days. So I feel like, because the first year I did my Gen Con Bonanza and I posted like 40 videos in a day. I saw a massive drop in subscribers.
Because when you go to your subscription page and you see 40 of the same guy, you're like, I'm out of here. I did that with Amazon too. Amazon AWS, they do a convention every year and they put out like 200 videos in 2 days. I'm like, I'm out. I'm off it.
Yeah, don't be gumming up my feed with your shit.
Exactly.
Let's see. Daily.
This is an interesting. This guy, I'm always looking to do better in terms of also like how I use Twitter, right? Because Twitter is an interesting one where you.
Yeah, you have to repeat yourself about.
You have to repeat yourself, which feels like you're being a total ass. You're like, I'm not gonna say the same thing 5 times, but you have to. But otherwise, it's gone. It disappears.
Yeah, it's gone in an hour.
So then, of course, I started using Hootsuite at one point, and Hootsuite was like, you can't type the same exact thing. We're going to make you type a different thing. So then you spend there trying to get creative, and it takes forever. There was one, the only success. What was that?
Repetition.
Yeah. So there's only one year where I think I really nailed it, which is I took every single League of Game Makers article that had been written, and I spent an afternoon and I queued each one up to do what Lance said, which is to go at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, each article. And I had at that time 365 articles. So I was like, boom, I've just done,
You've done a year.
did the whole year. I was like, I never have to look back. It's going to go without me.
You just watched the
That was
Metrics.
glorious that year. But then, of course, because I figured I'd just do pickup ones anytime I needed to cover something.
You should post. I mean, you don't have to, but is League of Game Makers a blog on BGG? Like, do you know our blogging system?
I don't know your blogging system.
Huh, interesting.
In fact, when I wrote to Eric to try and figure out how. So I wrote to Luke and said, "How do you do a designer's diary?" And then he said, "Talk to Eric." So then I wrote to Eric and said, "How do you do a designer's diary?" And he goes, "You have two options. One is you send me all the stuff, and I'll format it. And the second option is you just post it to a forums, and then you just let the designer do it." And I said, "Okay, so are you booked up?" And he goes, "Yeah, you can't send it to me because I'm booked up." So I said, "Okay, we'll do the other way." I go to the designer and I tell him, "Hey, go run it off the forums of Mission Catastrophe." Somehow, the designer, Matt, found the blog system because he just posted it as a blog, but now it wasn't linked to the game at all. So I told him to.
Oh, you can link blogs to games, by the way.
I figured you could, but we
Yeah,
couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, he didn't figure it out. Okay.
So we then said to him, "Can you just do these as forum posts?" So I don't know much about the blog system, I hate to tell you. I would like to.
Start one up. You could just cut and paste if you want, or
I mean, 'cause
put
right
paste
now,
like half of it and then say, "Hey, read the rest here."
Yeah.
Although I prefer the whole thing. I mean, obviously, it's like
What
put
we
your
could
say
do is,
this originally appeared on Game. League
yeah,
Game.
yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll put
That might
the
be-
whole thing at some
yeah.
point. But I think for League of Game Makers, there's like 500 articles. So if I just,
Wow, I had no
I
idea.
think, yeah, we did it for years. I still want to figure out a way to bring League of Game Makers 2.0 online because
You
we
need to
had
make a
some-
book. You need to take it and make a book out of that.
Jeff Cornelius wants to do that, like take the best of and make
The
a
best
book.
of, yeah.
I wouldn't mind that, but at the same time, a lot of it is like it's outdated. Like we talked about certain topics that we'd have to like read. We'd have to look at the articles all one by one, and we need an editor. And so
Yep.
I said, yeah, that's great
done.
sounding, except who's got the time to edit the
Yeah.
book, right?
That's a passion project more than anything, I think.
The other thing is that what I'd like to do is behind the scenes, League of Game Makers had its own Facebook group. So we had like a private Facebook group. And that discussion with Tom Jolly and Seth Jaffe was lively. It was interesting. It was always like we were always learning from each other. That I would like to boil that and put that in a chat somewhere.
A conversation, yeah.
Like I've been thinking about creating a Discord server that's just, if you've published a game, the Discord server just
Game publisher.
Chat.
Discord servers are weird too. Like getting people to actually give a damn about anything that happens in there.
I don't know.
Like I run so we've got like 500 people in like the Gray Fox Games one.
Yeah.
And we just created it. I made it. I've got a bot in there.
I'll have to join right now.
What?
I said I'll have to go join right now.
Yeah, so I mean it's like the Gray Fox, games community or something. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, so so we created it and it's like so we do tons of things in there where are like, oh, hey, we're gonna do these streams at this, and you can sign up and you can play, and just knowing full well that and it's like, and people come in there and they'll ask questions. Most of the questions are like, when is this game? When am I going to get my game? Like for Kickstarter. I mean, that's, and then you just say, well, I mean,
You should have a bot that responds to those questions.
Yeah.
When am I gonna get
no,
my
because that's impersonal. And
game?
No, can I
they
tell
wanna
you
feel
the
a
bots in
connection.
Discord?
But you could point them to a FAQ or something.
The bots in
I
Discord
will say
are
this.
amazing.
I will say this. It is kind of neat. I had a moment the other day where somebody came in and they asked a question about something or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, Gray Fox Games, I was like, I didn't get, or this card got damaged. Any way I can get a new one, I'll pay for it." And like I responded, I was like, "No, that's okay. Just tell us, take a picture of the card, send it to components@grayfoxgames.com. We'll send you a new one, no problem." And of course, my Discord name is Undead Viking, and they're like, "Whoa!" And they're like, "Is this the Undead Viking?" I was like,
It was like, are you the guy that does videos? I was like, yeah. And then it was like some guy was like, oh man, I've been watching for like 10 years. It's awesome. I was like, I didn't know you worked for Gray Fox. I was like, oh well, yeah, I do. You know, just like that was kind of neat. There's still people that care. You know.
Oh man, you're
No,
a
there's more
legend.
than a few.
What?
You're a legend.
Yeah,
It's a legend.
they knew me when.
So, by the way, Discord, one of the things, I haven't had time to play with it since launching this Kickstarter, but right before the Kickstarter, what I did was we made these puzzles where you go solve the puzzle on our website and you get a secret word. Then you come to the Discord, the puzzle would dump you off in a special channel where you, if you emote at the question asked in that channel, you got assigned a puzzler role. If you then went into the puzzler role, opened a secret hallway. If you went into the secret hallway and typed in the word, then you got a new role and another door opened. I was just like,
Oh, this sounds like a lot of effort.
no, it was so easy.
How many
to
people did
program that. I am really getting excited by what Discord can do. Like if that was our first little dabble in it, I think it's going to be really fun to program.
Oh, it has a crazy amount of power.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, there's tons of bots out there that like you can use to do all kinds of crazy things, right?
What I want to do is start to create like, you know, games you can kind of, you come onto the server, I don't have to be there. You can engage with the room and play a little bit or, you know, go on the interactive puzzle or whatever. Because right now what I realized, to your point earlier, Lance, was the way you're gearing up those tabletop simulator demoers, that's what I'm missing. Because right now, if you want to play a tabletop simulator, you got to find me, I got to be available, and we got to run a game, and that's killing me, right? I can't have it that way. I have to have a system.
Gosh, I wonder, I don't know what the dev team on tabletop simulator is, but like the ability to do an online playthrough of a game and you can just watch it play on the tabletop simulator would be like
That'd be
huge.
amazing.
That would be diced.
Yeah, that would be, right?
I mean,
because I thought about filming somewhere. It's like, I will show you how to play, but a live, like I have a question. What's that tile? I mean, that kind of stuff would be amazing.
you know, you can stream video on Discord too, right?
Yep.
I haven't really dabbled in the video yet.
Yeah, there's video chat. If in the audio rooms, you can share your video and stream. Now you got to pay money to make it high quality, but it's not much.
Really? Is that the trick?
Yeah, it's not much.
Damn it, it should be free. Give me more free. Did you see that Slack got bought for $1 gajillion?
$27 billion, which
Really?
is
By who?
mind blowing to me because all it is a chat room. I mean,
I like Slack
it's
a
more
lot.
than that, but it's not much more than that.
Yeah,
I'm
Adobe.
concerned about who bought it now.
Adobe.
I like
Salesforce.
Or Salesforce. Yeah.
Oh,
Salesforce.
crap.
But was there a secondary bidder? There was
Salesforce.
rumors of a secondary bidder.
Yeah.
Sorry, Salesforce, but you suck.
Salesforce is like one of the 10th biggest companies in the
I
country.
know, but have you seen
Which
their
is so
chat program,
crazy.
which is called Chatter? It's awful. It's awful.
Oh, well, that's why they bought it, right? Because they lost.
Because they lost and they need
Yeah, they
Slack
lost.
badly.
$27 billion.
Wow, man.
It's a public company, so.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's a happy day for them.
Well, I'm sure they aren't sad.
That's a pretty big liquid event.
Dude, it's kind of funny when something goes big. And do you guys remember that game that it was a mobile game that took off called like it's not. It was a word solving game. It's not
Words with Friends.
Not Words with Friends, but it was like you. Oh no, I don't remember what it was. It was called Draw Something.
Yeah, draw something. Yeah, so I
Draw
played that.
Something was hot for like
Yes.
a brief
A
second.
day. Yeah.
And then Zynga paid God, they must have shelled
Millions.
a couple million just to buy it immediately. And then it
Yeah,
died.
yeah. Then it died.
It immediately died.
All those games, like Candy Crush. Although I think Candy Crush is still going, but gosh, what was some of the other?
When was the
stuff?
last time you heard of Clash of Clans? I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure they got millions of users still.
well, I mean, do you ever hear that story about Clash of Clans? Like, I mean, I think I told it a couple times here, but I mean, basically, there was like some Norwegian or some Scandinavian company, and the guy had this idea, and like the Clash, they had Clash of Clans and like two or three games, right? And at its peak, like the microtransactions there, it was just some.
Yes, they were making like millions a day.
It was obscene. It was like
Yeah,
millions
an
of
hour.
dollars a day.
Yeah.
And then this Japanese games and software company
wanted to buy them out, and I forget what it was. If you go look it up, it was billions of
I remember
dollars.
you told me that.
And
Yeah.
he had a company that was like there was like 23 employees or something in this company. So he went and he said that like he didn't want to sell, but the guy, flew him out there, private jet, just like wined and dined him. And then he said he went in and he sat down with the CEO, and the guy, he said he outlined like the next 400 years of what his company would do. Like he was a futurist. He outlined what his company would do and how like his company would be a part of that, and how like he would be remembered for all eternity because he was part of this thing. And so then plus like they bought the company for like $7.2 billion or something like that.
Wow.
And so they only bought 51% of the company. They bought like 51% of the company for like $7 billion.
It was really a $14 billion company.
Yeah. And then like the next day, so he flew back, and then like they finalized the sale or everything like that. And then he called all the employees into the office and he said, we've sold the company and blah, 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 blah. And then he handed each one of his employees a check that had $7 million. He was like, here you go. It's like even the lady that answered the phones and said, oh yes, wow, go over there, just handed him a check for like $7 million.
That's like, that's trying to think of some of the other sales, like Minecraft.
Yeah.
I mean, I was happy for Notch for like a day, and then he found his true self when he revealed himself on Twitter. But what was the other thing that was like boggling at? I think YouTube sold for $2 billion.
Which now it's like, what a steal.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine? Yeah, what a steal! Like everybody, I think they were like, "Oh, that's crazy! That's crazy money." Google will never make that money back. Like, what is it worth now?
Steal. A total steal.
Is it worth $100 billion now? More?
Oh, easily. No, I mean it's stuff like that, and then or like in one of the, if you go back and I forget what the company, Mark Cuban, like he had that company.
Oh god, broadcast.com. I think about that all the time because I was basically working in Dallas at the time that sold.
And then that was
nearby.
Well, no, because his wasn't it like basically he had a thing
Yahoo.
It allowed you to listen to a radio.
It let you watch. Yeah, it lets you listen to live broadcasts as they happen.
So you could listen to any radio station anywhere. You listen to another TV station anywhere. And the thing was, and he sold it for $1 bajillion, whatever it was. And then like a week later, the FCC said you can't do this anymore because it's illegal because of the fact that people were paying for advertising for certain markets, but then the advertising was actually being broadcast bigger, and then it was illegal for that advertising to go anywhere on. And the thing was, is I remember using that app.
I do too.
On my computer to like listen to radio stations in like Atlanta and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was the coolest thing in the world. I was like, holy shit, this is awesome, and I was able to like listen to like baseball and football games on the radio that like I wouldn't normally be able to listen to. And I remember then it got shut down. But like, and then Mark Cuban in his like little story, he was like, the first thing he said he did after he got his $1 billion or whatever was he called up like whatever airline, like American Express, like some like, he called up United Airlines and he said, how many miles do I have to buy so I can fly first class anywhere in the world that I want to, anytime I want to? And they were like, oh, you have to buy this many. How much did that cost me? So he just bought all the freaking flyer miles he wanted. And he spent the next year and a half of his life just flying wherever he wanted, getting there.
I thought he bought a plane.
He might have, but he said that's first. And he always, and like, he's like, somebody, what did he say? He said, somebody had to be the luckiest guy in the world. I'm glad it was me.
One of Michelle's friends is married to one of Mark Cuban's lawyers.
Yeah.
So I see a glimpse of the wealth through her when they go. We've been invited to their house a couple times, and it's ridiculous. And so it's kind of funny. Like he was the lawyer at the time that helped the broadcast.com deal go through.
Yeah. No,
Crazy.
I mean, the .com millionaires. Remember that was the thing. That was the thing.
By the way, we for Rise of Tribes, we heard that Richard Branson was interested in possibly something, right? Like some kind of a game. So we were gonna to make like a custom version for his islands or something like that. It was a cool idea. I was like all into it. Like, yeah, we'll make him a custom island. Sure, let's make him a thing. But it actually got me. That project got me thinking about eventually making travel size that fit on your tray table in an airline seat games where you could just put down a couple of tiles and a couple of pieces that were magnet or weighted in a way that you could play a strategy game and not, stuff that wouldn't sell because the market would be just the tiny amount of people who actually wanted to do that.
I bet if you put a game in a airport store that says you could play it on your TV tray, people would buy it.
I mean, I thought about it like, it'd be neat as you put it in you put a vending machine right before it's a list of games.
Well, you know how they have all the headphones and batteries and all that shit.
Yeah.
Vending machines now, like the Best Buy vending machine. I
But,
think it could work. Well, maybe next year.
Yeah, not anymore.
Although 1 million people flew on Thanksgiving. Just crazy.
What? 1 million?
Yeah, TSA recorded 1 million check-ins or whatever.
Wow.
Pass-throughs.
People just said,
COVID breaker.
Fuck it. Fuck it attitude.
Wow. By the way, as far as the miles go on United, I haven't flown United since I was a frequent flyer member of many airlines, and then for a while I was in Chicago, so United was my go-to airline, and I racked up all these miles, and I had done that. I had been a good customer, and I built up all these miles, and one day I said, all right, this is the time I'm going to cash these in. And
that's in 2020 trip.
I booked a flight that was going from Chicago to LA or something, and it got bumped. And I went to the desk and I was like, hey, I'm part of these people and my flight's bumped. And they're like, oh yeah, so you've got miles. And I go, what does that mean? And she's like, well, that means you don't matter. And I was like, oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
I was like, first of all, you don't ever say that to a customer because I paid a lot to get these miles. I should matter more than the person.
Like the best customer.
Right? But no, they were very rude about it. And of course, I realized that the miles means that you have the crappiest connections and the crappiest deal. So I was like, oh, no, that's not going to do. I actually switched to American at the time, which benefited me from every BGG con.
Yeah, I think I've got 200,000 miles on my BGG, on my American.
American? I mean,
I have not cashed them in. I need to cash them in.
I know. Well, now this is what I wonder. Is it going to be bargain deals or is it going to be, I'm sorry, every passenger has to pay 4 times the amount because we're suffering? I haven't tried to look.
There was a really
anything to alleviate some of the nonsense in air travel, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's too much nonsense. It's too cheap. Right? Is it too cheap? Does it make people feel like they can just treat everybody shitty? Like, I don't know.
Maybe.
It's such a weird, I hate flying. It's worst.
There was the I've done everything from have you ever done one of the really cheap ones? I did one time. I went to Origins on Spirit, or not Spirit. It was one of the bargain.
Spirit, yeah. Ben Baldon's company, or he used to be.
And then you'd go on and it would be like, hey, by the way, your seat doesn't recline because you saved money. And
you saved like $10.
And if you'd like a bottle of water, that's some extra money because we saved you money. And I was like, oh crap, this is no good.
Did it let you put the luggage above your seat, or was that charge money?
I think that was money also. It was ridiculous. By the time you spent all the things, you were higher than if you had just gotten a regular flight. So that was no good.
Right. If you want to have an assigned seat, you have to spend money.
Oh yeah.
That's
one of their biggest scams of the last couple of years. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want a middle. That's going to cost you more.
$25 extra.
Oh, and you'd like to actually
selling their forward seats for a $30 markup.
Yes, exactly.
And the seat's the same, but it's further closer to the front.
Yeah.
Well, I just hate flying. That's why. That's another reason why I love BGG Con, baby. No stops. Just get on the plane, fall asleep, wake up in Dallas, baby. Let's go. Let's do this. Don't have to worry about my luggage getting lost. Don't have to worry about it.
My first time I went there, I accidentally went to Love Field.
Oh yeah, so you had to drive. Well, it's back downtown.
No, but there was a there was a great shuttle. There was a great tram or whatever that basically.
Train. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I've
Yeah,
never
I can't
taken. I
remember, how
wanted to
did
take it sometime.
I know I flew in. I can't remember how I got there. I think I just got an Uber and it was like $30
From DFW to downtown.
Yeah.
An Uber, $30 Uber is a deal. I thought it was 50 minimum.
I've had some very memorable, almost got into a con. Like I went to Origins and I ended up in Cleveland first, and I rented a car and drove down. I went to Essen and got to
Which city?
I got no. It was my first time going to Essen, and the trains going from Frankfurt to Essen were on fire. There was some issue with the train.
That's a
And they
problem.
tried to tell me that in German, but I didn't quite understand. So what they were trying to tell me was, when I get on this train, which normally should go to Essen, it's going to go around.
It's going to go to a
If I
different
don't
city.
get off at 5 stops in, I am going to go somewhere else.
You're going to go into southern
So I
Germany.
started going to somewhere else, and I was like, oh crap, I don't know what I'm doing. So I got off, and then I got off at a place that the trains were only running once every hour and a half. So I sat there waiting to go back the other direction. I learned the trains that year. I was like, all right.
I think I've been there once. Like the year we went to Amsterdam, we booked a train to go to Essen. It's like a direct shot. And then that day they're like, we get to this platform and this conductor type person is looking at it like, you need to get on that train. And we're like, no, we're going to Essen. He goes, no, you need to get on that train now. And it like literally shut on my leg. We were like sort of pushed into it, and it was going to Arnhem. And I'm like, wait, we're like, that's not Essen. They're like, and then finally we found someone who spoke English, and like, oh yeah, someone's committed suicide. Well, I didn't know. They said that train had canceled. A week later, coming back to America, we were in the baggage claim, and it was this whole mess to go to Arnhem and then take a bus to Essen. It was like all day. Normally that trip would only take a couple hours. It was like a 6-hour trip.
Yeah.
Then we started going on buses and stuff. But we eventually got to Essen. But coming back, we're at the luggage stand, and someone asked me who I was, and I said, he goes, "Are you blah blah blah?" And I go, "Yes." He goes, "Oh yeah, we were just in Essen." I'm like, "Yeah, we were too." And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "We wanted to go to Amsterdam on Monday, but like we couldn't because the trains were closed. Someone had killed themselves, like committed suicide on the track, so they shut it down." Like,
So
oh,
here,
and apparently it's fairly common to have suicide shutdowns in Amsterdam.
So I wanna hear. I'll tell you a couple of. I was gonna tell you an Essen story, but I'll tell you an Essen story in a second here. But I'll like, I have a buddy, and I think he still does, but he's a conductor. He works out of Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Works for Burlington Northern, and he says like he'll be riding the train, and like he says I can see the suiciders. Like I can tell. He's like, I know what they look like now. The people that are like lingering.
Oh, they're on the train when it happens.
Like they're under this. Like he can just tell when they're gonna jump in front of the train. He's just like and he's just always like no, don't, no, you know. And he's like, what I try to do is he says I try to like when I get close, I play the horn because like the horn will scare them. Like right. if you're close and the because you can't stop. You know, there's no way you can stop.
Can't stop.
And it's just like, and he's just like, and he says, and he goes, it's horrible to say, but he's like, when it happens, so it's like, you have to stop the train. You can't keep going. So you stop. It's like, there's all these like things you have to do. Like you can't stop in the middle of the town. So you have to keep going because you have to let the traffic go. He's like, there's all these things you have to do. And he said, and then like the first thing that happens is like the very next stop, you have to like when you have to stop at the next like station because the train, they send out somebody else to take over your job, and because you're under investigation then for like basically this accident happened while you were in charge of the train. What happens? And basically he's like, you can't work for like a month, you know. Yeah, it's just because they have to investigate the whole thing, and you're just sitting there, and he's just like, no, don't, you know. He's like, he
sees them at the stations.
What?
Do they do it at the stations, or do they do it?
Well, they do it where they can, you know, where right. You know, and he's just, but he said he can see, he'll see somebody in the distance, and he's like, yeah, that's a That's a suicide. Just the way they're looking around, the way they're fidgeting, the way that they're like, like kind of, I just don't even, it's horrible to think about. But my Essen story was when I went to Essen, now over a year ago, I remember like being around people that knew where they were going, like was reassuring, like, oh, this is the train to get on, this is where it goes, this is where you get off, anything like
That's
that.
such it's such a pure like
yeah. So it's like, okay,
activity.
but I remember at the very end, because of the way my flights worked, like I had to go to like a different spot or something, or a different time, or like it was like my flight left like 4 hours before anybody else left. So I remember getting up at the hotel and walking to like the train. And I remember like I felt like I was like 17 and I didn't know where I was going. Like, just don't fuck this up. Just get to the, and I was like, is this the right one? Do I get off here? Is this the airport? Do I get off here for the airport? I'm sitting there. It's like, and you're just, I mean, I figured it out, obviously. I mean, like I was able to.
Yeah, you made it back. You're still here.
I made it back. I'm still alive. But I do remember, when I was at Essen, I forget who told me this, but somebody was just like, how was your flight in? I was like, oh, it was fine. And it's like, no security problems or anything? Like, nope, none. And they said, well, you'll have some going back. And I was just like, why? He's like, because you got a beard. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you got a beard. You're Muslim. You're going to have a problem getting back. And I was like, that's bullshit. It's like a bunch of crap, So I remember I got to the airport and I was like trying to figure out where I was like, okay, my flight is this. And I'm walking around. I can't figure out which one I have to go to. And I'm kind of walking and there's like nobody around that that looks like, hey, ask me a question. Like, where should I go? Because it's super early in the morning. And I eventually figured it out. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's this one right here. This is where I got to get my ticket and everything and get my luggage and the whole 9 yards. And I'm pretty sure this is the spot, but like, there's nobody here. Like, it's too early. There's nobody that has showed up, but there's other people standing around and I'm kind of looking around and they kind of looking at me and I'm looking at them and nobody speaks English. So I can't figure it out. But eventually, whatever airline it was like the right one. And I remember I was like third or fourth in line. And I had that trepidation at the moment where I handed him. It's like, oh no, this is the wrong spot. You need to go over there or something like that. But I remember, super nice dude. He was like, hey, how you doing? I was like, I need to see your passport. I was like, here's my passport. He's like, all right. You're doing whatever. Does this thing. He's like, all right. And and then I noticed like the first three people in front of me, like they got a normal looking ticket. It was like the whole, everything
was marked.
And mine had this thing clamped on the top of it. And he's like, all right. So when you go through here, he said, instead of going straight, what you're going to do is there's going to be a gentleman. He's going to be waiting for you. And like, it's like, don't keep walking. He needs to speak to you. And I was like, what is it? He's like, oh, he's just got a few questions for you. And I was like, oh,
there's
okay.
some security questions.
Yeah. And I was like, so I walked through and this guy was like, and it wasn't a guy. It was a guy in a military outfit wearing body armor with another guy that had a freaking
Uzi.
Like he had a freaking assault rifle. And then and it was like, they immediately saw me and they're like, the guy says, you, and he's like, and he holds out his hand. I hand it to him and they led me over this other side, up these stairs. I'm like,
you had the full treatment.
And it was like, and then I walk into this room. And the first thing I noticed when I walk into this room is that, and they're like, and he's like, can I have your backpack? And the guy took my backpack at first. And then the first thing I noticed when I walked in the room was my luggage was waiting for me when I walked in the room. And there was another two guys in there with assault rifles. And there was a chair that they told me they said, take off your shoes and put them on the table. And then they said, please sit in the chair. And the chair's facing away from them. So I'm like, I sit down.
They're facing the wall.
I sit down in this chair and I'm staring at a wall while I hear them just opening up my stuff. And like, I sat there for like 15 minutes and
really,
yeah. And then I was just like, and then they never asked me a question, time. Never said anything. And then one of them, the one guy that spoke English came back and he was like, okay, you're good to go.
Shave the beard.
He's like, go ahead. And he handed me my shoes and he says, okay, thank you. You're good to go. And I said, I turned around and they'd packed up my luggage again and they'd done everything. And I thought, it's like, is it all? No, the luggage was fine. It was fine.
But yeah, it was just like
Wow, an armed guard search. That's a new one. I never heard that one before.
Yeah, it was just like
Interesting.
You know, they were very nice. They were just like, thank you. Yep. Have a nice flight. All right.
I think I've told you this, but we came back one year and we had these bright orange suitcases that were like really terrible. I had just got like sort of not suckered into buying them, but talked into buying them, thinking they were the best because they didn't have handles. They were just like poles, and they were annoying as hell. We had 4 of them because we had so much gear, and we came back and we got fly, and I was so tired. Right, flying back from you get in the U.S., you're just like exhausted, right? And they're like, you got to go over there. And you've been to DFW. Have you been to DFW incoming immigration of how massive the room is? It's like a quarter mile long, like from end to end. So we walk like a quarter mile to this other area where there's nobody. And they're like, come over here. We go into this room and it's a giant x-ray machine. And they put all our luggage through it. And I hear the one lady like, that's the one. Like, the one what? Like, what? What is it? We had our laptops in it.
Nice. That's the one.
So they pulled it out and they start opening up. And I guess, what are they looking for? Like cigarettes? We're coming into America, by the way, off the plane. And it just took like an hour. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the suckiest time I've ever gone to Essen. They didn't care about the games. The laptops.
I do remember when I came back from Essen, I had to go through the whole, like, my customs was, how was it? I think it was I'm trying to remember if it was Minneapolis. Minneapolis was Japan. I think my customs was Chicago, if I remember correctly.
Well, the first time you step into America is your customs.
Yeah. But like the plane, and then so I remember I got off and I went through the whole thing and go down these stairs and go in here and carry all your stuff and whatever. And then like they're like, your luggage will be waiting for you. You know, you need to like, and then you'll have to like bring your luggage, and then you'll declare, and then they'll take your luggage back, and then you'll go, and it's just like this long process. But I remember I must have looked just like 9 days of bad road or something, because I was just like, good Lord. I was like waiting in this line, and I remember, and this guy kind of looked at me and I looked at him, and he because like there's these people to stand around, and like there was just this line of people like one by one going through, and he's like, hey, and he was like, I was like, hey, he's like, come here. You know, and I was like, what? He's like, come here. And then like, I walked over and like, and he was like, I don't know what he was doing there, but he was just like, just go through. I was just like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, you're fine. Go. And he was just an airport guy, and he was just
he
like,
looked at the look of death on your face, and like, I feel sorry for this guy.
He was just like, he looked at the bags, looked at my things, like he's like, all right, go on. You know, it's like, go drop off your thing and give him this, so your luggage will meet you at home. And it's like, have a nice flight. And I was just like, wow, hey, thanks, man, no problem. You know, it's like, you look like he's like, you look like you need to go sit down. He said,
need special treatment.
Yeah, just like, and I remember I got out, and like, sure enough, it was like, you know, I walked through a door and I was back in the United States. And
that's one thing I do not miss this year is the travel. Like I remember it was last year, the year before, we were on the same flight as Ted Allsbach from Bezier.
Sure.
And he was sick, and you could tell he looked, oh my, I felt bad for him because he was just like lumbering along. You know, he's like 6'5" or 6'6" or something. He's a tall dude. He looked green, like his shade of green. Like, oh no, he's not well. I felt bad for him. That was a tough year. I was tired too.
So we're talking about like conventions that might not happen next year, something like that. And the rumblings are like, if like Gen Con somehow didn't have a convention again, like they'd be in the serious hurt bag as far as money and like, you know, could Gen Con survive kind of thing. And I shouldn't even repeat this, but I told Shane that, and he was just like, please. He was just like,
why don't you guys just not go to conventions then?
Because if conventions exist, you have to go, right?
No, that's not true.
Not going.
I remember Minion Games never went. He was adamant about not going.
But Shane knows how to make money, and if we go to Gen Con, Shane makes money.
Yeah, if you make money, sure, why not?
Yeah, so he and
you spend money. I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, technically,
he'll pay for his booth.
GGCon.
Yeah, he'll
What's
pay
up?
for his booth and make a little bit more, and plus all the meetings and everything else, and finding a game.
Sure.
and-
Yeah, if you're looking for games, if you're scouting and all that stuff.
Well, I will tell you the conversation. Well, first of all, I was going to say I met James Matthew at BGG Con because he did take out a booth one
Oh,
time.
rest in peace, man.
I must have one
I
time.
know. Yeah. But he did have that attitude of like, why am I going to put up this booth, right? So I do remember that Energy Empire for Luke basically was sold at third-party vendors for most of its time at cons because Minion
didn't wanna
wasn't
deal with
there.
sales.
One of the just such a fantastic game.
I mean, such a fantastic game. So Brad and I were talking about how Cardboard Alchemy doesn't have a necessarily the reason to go. Say we look at Gen Con and we say, okay, it's going to cost this much money, but all of our consumers are on Kickstarter, and we're delivering to those people and maybe making YouTube videos for those people. Why are we going to the con? I said the only reason is those connections you were talking about, Lance, which is like maybe a business, maybe Essen would make sense to have a meeting with a distributor in
Yeah,
Spain.
if you have partners or something.
All right, to find partners would make sense, but otherwise, to hit the average consumer to buy the game doesn't feel like it's worth the. It's interesting. I mean, I know obviously it's worked for people for many cons, but it just feels like when you're with a small catalog, I just don't even know why we would do it.
I gotta wonder what's gonna happen with like Manhattan Project 2,
I was wondering that the other day myself.
Manhattan Project
Actually-
Energy Empire.
It's very interesting that you bring that up because I don't know a lot about it, but I did back, so I was following it. They are ready to start talking to other publishers
To sell it.
to sell it. And I actually, Cardboard Alchemy did approach them. So we are talking to them about, because I love Luke's games a lot. And I
Well,
don't
here's
know
the
if they're-
deal. I mean, Brandon Tibbetts, it looks like he's only designed. I mean, like that's the thing. But I mean, Manhattan Project, for my money, is still like, if not the best, but one of the best worker placement games ever made.
Right. So I think the conversation I want to have is, and this is something they when they get back to us, I'm sure there's other people bigger than us that are interested, but are they going to let people carve that up and say like, I only want the I only want the Manhattan Project line, or is it going to be, you have to buy the whole thing, you get to get the pirate game and I don't know. It's going to
It'd be easier to sell the company, in my mind.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
You don't have to worry about dicing it up and.
Because there's probably a lot of small things too.
Yeah, I mean,
he made foam dice and he did all sorts of stuff.
Right, but
right. So
are those valuable to the company anymore? Yeah, that's a tough. I mean,
but I know that Luke said that Energy Empire, the expansion, is just waiting to go to print until there's a partner.
You know what's also funny? I mean, if I was in your shoes, I would probably try to rebrand it. It's It's a confusing product.
Yeah.
Because it's got Manhattan Project in the title, and there's like 5 Manhattan Project titles.
I was actually
looked on a
thinking
BGG. Yeah,
I was actually thinking the same thing. I was thinking about how it'd be neat to take Energy Empire and just take Energy Empire and redo it in a
remake it with a different name.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, I've never played it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I bought it. I have it. I got it. I heard it's
Yeah,
a good solo game.
It's really,
and I tried to find it and I was like, what is the name of that? Oh yeah, Manhattan Project. That's what I remembered. And I typed that in and it was like 6 matches on
Yeah,
BGG. I'm like, okay, well, which one is it?
well,
So
because James
brand
had the
confusion.
idea of trying to,
Build the
Manhattan
series,
Project
right?
was one of his first ones that worked. And so he was like, well, let's just take this IP.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was good or bad for Energy Empire, but
Yeah.
Sorry,
You know-
sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm looking at my old video for Energy Empire from like when he sent me a cardboard box with a sticker on top of it that said basically like,
Energy Empire.
the thing
then,
that
yeah.
Luke's original name for that game was Drill Baby Drill, which wasn't necessarily a better
that was
title.
Sarah Palin. That
Oh,
was a
man, look at this! Look at this! Oh man, I'm looking at this young guy doing this video.
whippersnapper.
This little whippersnapper from nearly 5 years ago. God, is that all it is? It feels like it was forever ago that I
It
did that
feels like a
video.
while back, huh?
Oh, look at the paper board he sent me. Oh man, I miss
It's
James.
3:00, Lance. I think are you gonna keep going, or are we?
Okay.
No,
I'm
we
about
should
to
call it.
crash
I need.
I mean, I don't want to end it if you guys want to keep going, but
no, we should.
I'm
We should
running
call
out of
it.
gas.
This is fun.
This will make
Yeah.
you can come on anytime you want, Peter. If you're up, you want to
Okay.
be on, you're more than welcome. Yeah, it'll just
It's usually not this interesting.
It's weird. Like when we have a long episode like this, like I'll get emails from people that'll say things like, it's like, yay, a long boom. Like they're super excited and happy that they have like a long episode to.
Well, cheers to everyone watching long episodes.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I
just
guess
like
you
they're
be
all like,
thankful for that.
yeah, long episode. This is gonna be awesome. They're all like just super excited that they have something to listen to for like 5-6 hours.
There was some juicy tidbits in there.
Well, and the thing is that's where everybody wanted to get down on me for being a grouch about that stuff. But and I mean, admittedly, those people can't argue back here. But I mean, man,
You should get a content creator that has less than 100 subscriptions and bring them on.
well, we have Cassandra.
Oh, okay. Well, sort of related to you, right? Oh no, not related. It's your uncle's mom's friend. Or
My
Uncle's friend's
brother's friend's daughter.
brother's friend's daughter.
What does that make me? Absolutely nothing.
What's her? She got a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
A next dinner table is what
You
it's
didn't let
called.
her get to retort to you though much. I think she was asleep at that moment when you
What's
were.
it called?
You were going down that.
A next, like
Annex.
Annex.
I went to look
ANNEX.
it up, yeah.
A next dinner table is what it's called.
Annexed.
I don't know. I don't know why it's called that. That is the weird name for it.
ANEXT.
ANNEXED. Annexed.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, it was a fun time, and
Oh,
next
I'm sorry.
Wednesday will be like the day before the Kickstarter ends, so maybe I missed that one. But I'll
Go back their stuff. Go back my stuff. Go back all the stuff.
Yeah, go back.
Did
Zero.
Kickstarter get rid of their streaming system?
Yeah, they did. A long
Yeah.
time ago.
But they bought a company.
I liked it.
They bought a company
Yeah,
for that.
that was cool.
When I was with TMG, we do a live stream like when we launched
Yeah,
and like thank
Great.
you after as they came in.
it was great. I really
That's
missed
I mean,
that
not to go off on a tangent. We can talk about it in more detail
Yes.
next week. But I mean,
Put a pin in it.
I spent a good week fighting with the GameFound thing, setting up a pledge manager for GameFound. And why do we use GameFound?
It's free.
It's
Free.
And what is it?
You
And what
follow
is
it a
Shane
lot
love?
for free.
And what is Shane love?
Free.
I mean, you're.
So
I mean, $5,000 you're saving on a $100,000 project.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry that
That's kind of a lot.
it's not a small chunk of change, right? So but it works, and once you get it to where it needs to be, it's like I kind of liken it to using a Linux machine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an advanced system.
Yeah, but I mean, so I hope that GameFound's attempt or their plan of doing their own crowdfunding, I hope it works amazing, because Kickstarter needs something to kick them in the ass and say, you need to do more for us than just have this shitty UI and how to create this stuff.
Well, they're supposed to roll it out.
Yeah, when are they launching with that?
That
It's
is
next
going to happen in
week,
December.
I mean,
I
you
heard.
know where Coco went just straight to Pledge Manager, and they seem to be pretty happy with that. Like, I don't know why everybody doesn't do that. That at least supports board game companies.
Huh.
I don't know.
I mean, like
Yeah.
Paradox and stuff.
All right.